Lu Jun sat on the sagging sofa while his mother polished her newest treasure across the coffee table. A livestream replay praised the freshly unboxed Great Ming Chuan sensor, and she glowed with the thrill of having beat everyone else to a bargain. And she named the price 38,000 yuan. Lu Jun's temples throbbed. She stocked supermarket shelves for 8 hours a day, and that money had been assembled from a meager pension and countless acts of extreme frugality. His mother warned him not to bump it and supported it with both hands. The moment Lu Jun accepted the sensor, his heart sank. It was far too light for bronze. Its glossy surface felt like cheap plastic, and the base inscription was crooked and unevenly carved. A white light flashed before Lu Jun's eyes. He blinked, rubbed them, and looked again. A translucent pale blue panel remained suspended above the sensor, growing clearer as he focused. Then one decisive message appeared. The appraisal system had successfully activated. Entries streamed across the panel like bullet comments. Item identity, material composition, comprehensive valuation, authenticity, risk, and a special warning. The verdict was brutal. This was modern industrial resin, not bronze, worth only a few dozen yuan. Worse, its cheap paint and glue became dangerous when heated. His mother still called it a 38,000 yuan treasure meant for her future grandson. Lu Jun slapped the crumpled certificate and told her the truth. The thing was industrial resin, its cost was at most a few dozen yuan, and it was toxic. He had an answer for every objection. Master Wang was supposedly a vice president of the Appraisal Association, and tens of thousands had watched him. He had called the material refined bronze and explained its suspicious lightness as supreme craftsmanship, a treasure that had shed its mortal coil. Lu Jun urged her to smell the pungent sour odor. It came from low-quality paint and glue. Heating the sensor could put someone in the hospital. But the swindler had prepared that defense too. His mother called the stench ancient patina, the accumulated treasure aura of passing years. She knew he worried about the money, but insisted it had been well spent. In a few years, an auction could turn this treasure into the down payment for a new home. Why, she asked, would a famous master covet one old woman's little pension? Facts were useless while his mother trusted the seller more than her own son. Lu Jun withdrew to his room, shut the door on the argument, and found the merchant's customer service number. If persuasion had failed, he would force the transaction itself to be reversed. The representative spoke with the speed and mechanical polish of an assembly line. Lu Jun gave the Chuan sensor order number, held his gaze on the closed door, and kept his voice level despite the anger in his chest. He wanted a refund. Customer service claimed he had purchased a Chuan sensor charm ornament, a cultural and creative craft. Such goods, she said, were non-refundable and non-exchangeable under industry rules. The same object advertised as a national treasure had become a harmless decoration the moment money needed to be returned. Lu Jun named the contradiction plainly. Master Wang had repeatedly called it refined bronze and a treasure that had shed its mortal coil, yet the delivered sensor was not even metal. If the product did not match that description, what was it but fraud? After 2 seconds of silence, the representative unveiled the second layer of the script. In the collection circle, she claimed, refined bronze described color and exquisite workmanship, not actual bronze. They sold a master's design and artistic value, not scrap metal by weight. Then came the mockery. Demanding actual bronze, she said, was like buying a wife cake and insisting it contain a wife. Lu Jun's fingers tightened until his knuckles whitened. The joke was designed to make a precise complaint sound childish while leaving the authenticity question untouched. When Lu Jun refused to accept the word game, the seller escalated. Their legal department was not for show, the representative warned. If he kept being unreasonable, they might hold him responsible for damaging the brand. Then the call ended in 3 indifferent beeps. Lu Jun dissected the trick. They never answered whether the sensor was genuine. They simply replaced that question with modern cultural creativity and blamed every material defect on artistic expression. As long as they insisted they sold an ornament rather than a relic, an ordinary complaint could be deflected. Outside, his mother happily hummed while making room for the master's craft. In the past, Lu Jun could only have watched her hard-earned savings vanish. Now a pale blue panel held the truth where excuses could not reach it. He opened the livestream app and his gaze turned cold. Livestream app Lu Jun had just opened dropped him into Jubao Pavilion at the height of its popularity. Before a wall crowded with supposed antiques, middle-aged Master Wang leaned toward the camera in a tang suit, his goatee twitching as he brandished a brightly colored bottle. Master Wang hammered the table and declared it a genuine Emperor Qianlong Famiro's treasure. Not 988,000, not 98,000. Today, only 38,800 yuan. There was supposedly one piece, and even Sotheby's would beg for it someday. Supportive comments raced beneath him, thanking the master for the bargain. Under the dim light, Lu Jun watched without expression. His finger hovered above the screen. He was not here to rush into Master Wang's trap. He wanted the full truth first. He fixed his gaze on the bottle. 3 seconds later, a translucent pale blue panel unfolded across his retina. First entries demolished the imperial story. Item, modern high-imitation Famiro's revolving vase. Material, low-density kaolin clay, industrial chemical glaze, and resin filler. Date of creation, last week. Its antique surface came from machine-injected molding, computer-printed decals, and hydrofluoric acid aging. Then came the numbers Master Wang did not want anyone to see. Comprehensive valuation, 150 to 200 yuan. Authenticity, fake. A 38,800 yuan heirloom had collapsed into a cheap wholesale ornament before Lu Jun had spoken a single word. Next entry was worse. The glaze carried excessive zirconium, while inferior adhesive could release formaldehyde and benzene when heated. Keeping it indoors long-term meant an extreme cancer risk. A special note traced the wholesale source to Yiwu's small commodity market. This was not merely fake, it was hazardous merchandise. 6-character Qianlong rain mark looked perfectly square and blindingly red. The system identified inferior paint with lead 400 times over the limit. Lu Jun drew a breath, opened his attack with exaggerated wonder, and asked whether this seductive mark was the legendary high lead red. Lu Jun gave him no time to think. That shine was not ancient fire energy, he marveled. It was a full-blown sense of technology. The bottle was practically a miniature nuclear reactor. Had Master Wang mixed zircon sand into the glaze so it could glow at night, save electricity, and perform charity for the environment? Feverish livestream faltered. Comments exploded. What was high lead red? What was zircon sand? Was this man praising Master Wang or insulting him? The joke about saving electricity sounded deeply wrong. As doubt spread through the audience, Master Wang's smile vanished and his eyes turned gloomy. Master Wang snapped that Lu Jun was an ignorant hater pretending to understand antiques and reached to cut the voice link. Lu Jun had expected exactly that. He raised his voice over the interruption. "Don't hang up yet, Master. I haven't even thanked you." Then he reached down for the reason he had come. Lu Jun lifted his mother's supposed great Ming Chuan censer before the camera. With savage politeness, he praised Master Wang for protecting the environment by skipping copper altogether and using high-density epoxy resin. The joke tied this fresh fraud directly to the 38,000 yuan purchase that had brought Lu Jun here. He curled a knuckle and rapped the censer hard. Thud, thud. There was no metallic ring at all. Lu Jun declared it no Chuan censer but a one-way ticket to the Pure Land. Then he supplied the measurement behind the insult. Its coating contained lead acetate dozens of times over the limit. Heated even slightly, Lu Jun warned, and toxic gas would billow out more effectively than from a gas tank. Put a family around it, and within days they could all be meeting their ancestors. He finished with a cold salute to Master Wang's attainment. This was not antique dealing, it was targeted elimination. Lu Jun's accusation of targeted elimination hung in the still-open voice link. Master Wang recovered faster than expected. He raised his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and looked into the camera as though Lu Jun were the clown. A few chemical terms found on Beidou, he scoffed, did not make a young man an appraiser. Wang shook his head at the tens of thousands watching. Young people were too impetuous, he declared. They knew neither traditional culture nor ancient craftsmanship, yet tried to judge ancestral treasures with Western chemistry. His trade depended on trust and reputation, not a hater claiming something was toxic. The bullet chat immediately began to divide. More composed Wang looked, the calmer Lu Jun became. Excuses did not frighten him, an abruptly ended stream would have. Wang had stayed, that was enough. Lu Jun agreed that true gold feared no fire and good goods feared no inspection. If this heirloom was refined copper, then its physical behavior should prove it. Lu Jun flicked the lighter. A blue tongue of flame appeared. He admitted that such firepower could never melt a solid copper vessel in a few moments. Then he pressed it against the edge of one furnace foot, the exact point where the appraisal system marked the coating as thinnest and the resin beneath as most exposed. 1 second, 2, 3. Several seconds, nothing happened beyond a little soot. Wang relaxed, leaned back, and reclaimed his teacup. Was this Lu Jun's appraisal method, merely toasting an ancient treasure with a lighter? His voice sharpened. Lu Jun must apologize, admit he smeared Jubao Pavilion for clout, pin a 5,000-word reflection for 1 month, and pay 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, a lawyer's letter would follow. Lu Jun told him not to hurry. Thick fireproof paint and body filler needed time to react. Then the hard copper-colored edge softened. Its structure sagged under the flame, and black, sticky liquid bled from the charred foot like hot asphalt. Dark smoke curled upward. One cheap lighter had forced the supposed heirloom to reveal the industrial resin beneath its metallic disguise. Wang stared at the black leak, eyes wide and forehead sweating. The factory manager had promised that this batch used the newest heat-resistant synthetic material. Why had it failed against a lighter? He could not say that aloud. Instead, he slammed the table and invented a new answer. Special beeswax had protected the relic, and Lu Jun had just destroyed its patina. Lu Jun gave the excuse no room to breathe. Beeswax did not burn with this pungent, sour stench, and it did not leave asphalt-like residue. He pointed to the smoke rising from the ruined foot. Its black color, tinged with yellow, was the classic signature of chlorinated plastic, not the harmless protective layer Wang had just invented. Lu Jun named the danger inside that smoke: dioxins and vinyl chloride. One breath, he warned, was worse than 10 packs of second-hand cigarettes. Wang called this protection. He was not preserving culture. He was sending the very family members who trusted him to meet their ancestors. Wang's denial came back trembling. Wang's eyes darted toward his assistant, cut the connection, yet he dared not say it. Ending the stream at this moment would look like an admission and could destroy the Jubao Pavilion brand. Lu Jun caught the silent signal. Rather than letting Wang retreat, he offered another test. If everything he said was nonsense, they could examine something else. Lu Jun's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen and land on the curio wall behind Wang. He pointed toward the third shelf and began singling out another display piece. The implication was devastating. The melted sensor was not an isolated mistake. Lu Jun could keep moving through Jubao Pavilion's dazzling inventory, one supposed treasure at a time. That was enough. Wang lunged for the mouse so frantically that he knocked over his teacup. He shouted that Lu Jun was a professional hater conducting a premeditated commercial attack. For everyone's health, he announced, the stream would stop for rectification, and the lawyer's letter was still coming. The picture vanished. A cold notice replaced it. The streamer had ended the live broadcast. The instant Jubao Pavilion's screen went black, Lu Jun closed the app. Burnt plastic and sharp chemicals still choked the bedroom. He scrubbed the hand that had held the lighter with a wet wipe, fighting nausea, then shoved the window open as far as it would go. Before the breeze could clear the smell, the bedroom door burst open. Tang Ziyulan rushed in with her stove cloth, asking if there was a fire. Then she saw the sensor's blackened base and the dark gel hardening across the table. She froze and screamed, "My sensor!" Tang Ziyulan lunged for the black mess. Lu Jun caught her wrist first. He warned that it was toxic and still releasing gas, dragged her into the living room, and blocked every attempt to rush back. Then he slammed the bedroom door between them and the fumes. Once the residue had cooled enough to handle safely, Lu Jun kept it sealed in an airtight bag. Tang Ziyulan stared through tears at the brittle black lump. To her, the shop's treasure had become 38,000 yuan of ruin, and its no-return promise seemed to leave them helpless. Lu Jun did not argue with the sales pitch. He appealed to her own experience. Copper pots did not melt into black water under a lighter. Their old copper spoon could sit in a coal stove and merely turn red. This thing had melted, leaked oil, and smoked. Could it possibly be copper? Tang Ziyulan finally whispered that it was plastic. Lu Jun gave her the precise truth: resin mixed with lead powder and hardening agent, costing only a few dozen yuan. Her face drained of color. The sensor was fake, the salesman's grand promises were fake, and now her tears were for the money. Lost, Tang Ziyulan clutched her son's sleeve and asked what they could do. The sensor was burned. The shop had already declared no returns. Wouldn't they simply call it man-made damage and keep all 38,000? Lu Jun felt the weight of her fear, but he did not share her helplessness. Lu Jun told her the burn had not erased the case, it had exposed it. The fake material and toxic residue were now proof, a ticket to send Master Wang to prison rather than a reason to surrender. When she cautiously asked whether they could recover the money, Lu Jun answered, "More than just the money." As if answering him, Lu Jun's phone vibrated. A private message appeared from Jubao Pavilion's operations director. The shop offered a full refund without even demanding the ruined object back, but only if Lu Jun recorded a clarification claiming the sensor had been a special prop for livestream effects. Next message dropped the friendly mask. Lu Jun was warned not to be greedy or impulsive. The company valued harmony, it said, and possessed his detailed address and phone number. Lu Jun only sneered. Legally, this was intimidation. Publicly, the shop had just supplied evidence of its own guilt. Lu Jun started a screen recording. He let it capture the sender's ID, avatar, refund offer, and threat in full before saving the file. Then he put the phone away and faced his mother. She could stop worrying. He was going to make this black-hearted shop shut down for good. At 2 in the morning, Lu Jun sat before his computer, lit only by its cold glow. He was not merely reporting a fake. He was building a case, addressing market regulators, economic crime police, the Consumer Association, and the violation systems of every major short video platform he could reach. Decisive attachment came from knowledge only Lu Jun possessed. Following the appraisal system, he entered every chemical name: high-density epoxy resin, benzene-based curing agents, radioactive fluorescent powder, and lead acetate exceeding the limit by 420 times. This was no vague claim that the material did not match. In bold, Lu Jun warned that heating the ornament released highly toxic, strongly carcinogenic gas. Selling it was not simply dishonest. It could constitute a crime against public safety. He clicked send, closed the laptop, and packed the sealed black residue into his backpack for the next step. Early the next morning, Lu Jun brought Tang Ziyulan and the sealed residue to the nearest police station. The reception officer first heard only an online shopping dispute and suggested ordinary commercial mediation. Lu Jun did not argue emotionally. He laid out the evidence and began explaining what the fake actually contained. And Lu Jun supplied the scale, Tens of thousands of similar ornaments from that livestream room were already circulating nationwide. The composition list was no longer the complaint of one disappointed buyer. It was evidence of a mass-distributed toxic product. The reception officer's expression changed at once. Yet justice did not put the victims' money back in their hands. Tang Ziolan turned the phone over and over, unable to accept that people had been cheated on such a scale while their families worried for days. Lu Jun answered quietly. The money was gone, but the matter was not over. He opened a new police bulletin, stark white text on blue. The operation had dismantled the gang led by Wang, destroyed 3 counterfeiting dens, and seized more than 20,000 toxic resin handicrafts. The final line made Tang Ziolan stop moving. The criminal suspect Wang had been detained. Photograph was blurred, but Tang Ziolan knew the Tang suit and goatee immediately. Master Wang, once swaggering before his so-called family members, now wore a yellow vest and handcuffs. Lu Jun explained that toxic goods charges combined with exceptionally large fraud could cost him 8 or 10 years of freedom. Tang Ziolan finally let out the breath she had been holding. She wiped one eye, patted Lu Jun's shoulder, and wished the harmful man a lifetime in prison. Then she admitted something harder. She had thought her son wasted his days at a computer. Now her gaze held respect and reliance. Back at the desk, Lu Jun scrolled through his private messages one by one. Behind every anxious question was another person afraid that a cherished object or an expensive purchase might be fake. Where others saw a flood of trouble, Lu Jun saw demand, opportunity, and the beginnings of a real business. Checked his wallet balance and faced the practical truth. He had recently escaped a brutal 996 job and was now genuinely unemployed. The antique trade was deep, lucrative, and crowded with crooks. If he entered it seriously, he could earn money, build an audience, and expose scammers at the same time. Lu Jun tidied the messy desk, brightened its dim lamp, and fixed his phone onto a stand. There were no fill lights, no expensive sound card, only the mottled white wall of the old house behind him. He drew one deep breath, faced the camera, and pressed start livestream. Stream was initiated, but Lu Jun still changed its title 3 times before committing to a blunt promise: scientific appraisal, hardcore fraud busting, and free connections. In a plain white t-shirt with no prayer beads or theatrical costume, he faced the phone and opened the live room. The counter stayed at 0. Lu Jun simply sipped water and waited. 5 minutes later, 3 viewers arrived. Some recognized the ruthless young man who had burned the yuan sensor. Another mocked his age. Lu Jun smiled. Age did not matter, he said. Sharp eyes did. Lu Jun invited anyone with a doubtful object to connect. The icon lit immediately. He accepted Night Market Prince, revealing a shaky feed from a dim room. A yellow-haired man in his early 20s leaned half his face into view, looking furtive and unable to suppress his excitement. Night Market Prince proudly presented a reddish-purple safety buckle as valuable blood jade. He had paid 800 yuan and swallowed the stall owner's romantic provenance whole. It had supposedly belonged to a fallen princess forced to trade it for food. Lu Jun studied the object without sharing his excitement. Pale blue screen unfolded across Lu Jun's vision. The buckle was ordinary glass made through Yuwu small commodity wholesale last month. Heat shock had created imitation cowhair cracks, then high-pressure dye had filled them. Its comprehensive value was 3 to 5 yuan. The system stamped it fake. Last entry was worse. The dye contained carcinogenic Sudan red and heavy metal chromium. Sweat could carry them into the skin, causing contact dermatitis and, in severe cases, ulceration. Faced with an 800 yuan ornament worth loose change and dangerous to wear, Lu Jun let out a soft chuckle. Lu Jun recited the stall owner's fallen princess story before Night Market Prince could repeat it. The caller stared, amazed. Lu Jun's smile vanished. Real blood jade could be valuable, but this one had not even survived its first week of existence. The caller protested, pointing to the convincing stains and patterns. Lu Jun turned the argument into a chemistry lesson. Genuine ancient staining moves from the surface inward with natural transitions and depth. On this buckle, the red was trapped unnaturally inside the cracks, created by sudden heating and cooling before dye was forced in. Then he offered a test instead of asking for faith. Night Market Prince asked whether floral water would work. Anything with alcohol would, Lu Jun replied. He told the caller to spray some onto tissue and rub the treasure hard. Still half doubtful, the young man returned with a bottle of 6 God, sprayed the buckle twice, and began scrubbing. Bright purple-red smear now stained the white tissue like badly applied lipstick. Worse, the rubbed patch on the buckle had faded, exposing a sickly white glass base. No expert mystique was needed. The evidence sat in Night Market Prince's own hands, lived before every viewer. Night Market Prince reacted as if the buckle had burned him. He hurled it away. It struck the wall with a crisp clack and shattered into several pieces. Mourning his 800 yuan, he cursed the stall owner, vowed to demand a refund immediately, and cut the connection without saying goodbye. Lu Jun calmly took another sip of water. Scammers, he warned, exploited people's lack of chemistry knowledge. Street stall objects that looked unnaturally red or lifelessly white were almost always industrial products, not miraculous bargains. The simple floral water test electrified the room. Viewer count surged above 200, and praise and new follows flooded the screen. Stream never stopped after the shattered buckle. Lu Jun remained at his modest desk in the same white t-shirt, but the room around him had changed in one crucial way. The audience climbed from the low 200s to 350, terrifying growth for an account that had been ordinary yesterday. Praise was soon buried under accusations. Viewers called the previous guest an actor, the discoloration a prop trick, and Lu Jun a rival sent to attack Master Wang. Lu Jun merely drank some water. Trust was rarer than antiques online, so he would not beg for it. Whether this was scripted or not, he said, keep watching. Lu Jun repeated his rule. True gold feared no fire, and a fake could never become real. Right on cue, a new connection request appeared. The ID was wealthy and safe. His avatar showed a middle-aged man at a steering wheel, a large gold watch prominent, and a luxury car badge hovering in the background. On the live connection, the caller displayed a polished, bright yellow seal. He called it authentic Shaoshan Tianwang, invoked the saying that 1 ounce was worth 10 ounces of gold, and announced its weight, 120 grams. A veteran collector had sold it to him only last week for 800,000. Lu Jun did not answer immediately. After 3 seconds of concentration, the pale blue system screen unfolded across his retina. Its first verdict destroyed the caller's story. High imitation Tianwang stone seal, resin synthetic type. Half of it was unsaturated polyester resin, nearly a third talcum filler, then industrial dyes beneath a paraffin-polished skin. Next entries showed calculated deception. The seal was a modern handicraft made about 2 months earlier. It had been mold cast with artificial fibers embedded to mimic Tianwang's radish veins, then sprayed with wax under pressure to counterfeit an oily stone luster. Every persuasive detail had been manufactured. And came the numbers. Comprehensive value, only 150 to 280 RMB. Authenticity, fake. Worse, excess styrene and lead-bearing dye could leach into sweaty hands and damage the liver and kidneys. Lu Jun nearly laughed at the absurd gulf between an 800,000 purchase and a toxic resin lump. Lu Jun's pause only made wealthy and safe more self-satisfied. He turned the seal in his hand and lectured the younger man. Appraisal required both a trained eye and reverence. Middle school chemistry could not explain everything. When Lu Jun rejected the seal's authenticity, that smugness flared into anger. Arguing about geology and texture would be useless against someone this invested. Lu Jun needed proof that hurt. Smiling instead of retaliating, he suggested another experiment under the old rules. No toilet water this time. The caller should use his lighter, then find a sewing needle, or even straighten a paperclip. Lu Jun explained the science before risking the object. Tianwang was soft, around 2.5 to 3 on the Mohs scale, but it was still stone. A red-hot needle on an inconspicuous spot underneath should leave, at worst, a pale mark and stone powder smell. Synthetic resin would yield like fatty meat and release the unmistakable scent of burning plastic. Chat loved the wicked simplicity of it, though skeptics insisted no sane owner would pierce an expensive treasure. That pressure trapped wealthy and safe inside his own confidence. If the seal was truly stone, he had nothing to fear. He heated the steel needle until its tip glowed red and positioned it beneath the seal. There was no resistance. The red-hot needle sank as if entering warm rice cake or sun-softened asphalt. Sizzle. White smoke puffed from the hole. The caller's hand jerked, nearly flinging the seal away, and then the acrid odor struck him. The childhood stink of burning wire insulation and plastic, nothing remotely like stone. Caller froze over the evidence. A charred black pit scarred the seal, curled burrs ringed its edge, and yellow viscous residue stretched from the needle in a thin thread. The livestream exploded. A stone had melted. A stone had threaded. Even viewers who had demanded proof could no longer pretend this was ordinary Tianwang. Lu Jun did not mock him. He calmly named the material, unsaturated polyester resin, ordinary chemical plastic. Its production cost was roughly 150 to 200 RMB, with much of that going to the mold. In other words, the caller's fortune had purchased what Lu Jun dryly called a piece of high-tech soap. Wealthy and safe could only stare at the ruined yellow lump. His face had gone ashen, his lips trembled, and he repeated that it was impossible. But the black pit, chemical stench, and cooling plastic thread remained in his own hand. He cut the connection, leaving the call window black and Lu Jun's scientific appraisal standing before hundreds of witnesses. After the ashen caller cut the connection, Lu Jun remained at the same modest desk in his old house. The audience settled at around 300. They were not showering him with spectacular gifts, but the racing comments showed that hundreds of new fans and fun seekers were waiting to see what he would expose next. Lu Jun adjusted the phone stand and widened his invitation. Antiques were welcome, but so were jewelry, curios, miscellaneous objects, even an ancestral pickle jar. His only rule was that the appraisal would pursue scientific truth. Almost on cue, a connection request appeared from a user called Outer Disciple of Shushan. Lu Jun raised an eyebrow at the mystical username and accepted. A messy university dormitory filled half the screen, curtains hung from the upper bunk, books crowded the desk, and a bespectacled young man sat close to the camera. Lowering his voice so he would not wake his roommates, the caller burst out, "Master, I finally connected." Lu Jun set down his water and stopped him. In this stream, he said, "Master" sounded more like an insult. Master Wang's face was still too fresh in his memory. The caller could use Lu Jun, streamer, or Brother Lu. The student adapted at once, cheerfully choosing Brother Lu and introducing himself as Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang proudly brought a wooden sword into view. Branching black marks spread across it like frozen lightning, supporting the tale that it was a mystical peachwood sword connected to a Taoist priest's tribulation. He had paid 380 yuan and wanted Brother Lu to confirm that the uncanny pattern was genuine. Pale blue appraisal system opened across Lu Jun's vision. Its answer demolished the legend. Fake. Comprehensive value 10 yuan. The branches came from high-voltage carbonization, not heavenly lightning. Worse, incomplete treatment had left conductive salts inside the wood, so damp conditions could make this supposed treasure grow mold. Lu Jun slowly asked whether the tribulation-enduring priest was named AI. Xiao Zhang searched his memory and even guessed Aizen Jiaro. Lu Jun supplied the full name, Edison, or Tesla. The bullet chat instantly dissolved into rows of laughter while Xiao Zhang stared through his glasses, still trying to understand the joke. Lu Jun turned serious. The sword had indeed been electrocuted, he explained, but by high voltage stepped up from ordinary 220-volt household power through a transformer, not by heaven. Xiao Zhang thrust the sword nearer the camera. "Those branches look too natural," he protested. "How could any person carve them?" Lu Jun did not argue. He picked up a nearby tablet, searched for an example, and named the pattern, a Lichtenberg figure. On-screen, a foreign experimenter clamped electrodes to both ends of a wooden board. Power flowed. The board hissed and smoked, burning out the same branching lightning marks carried by Xiao Zhang's sword. It was the kind of experiment a middle school physics club might perform. Treating the wood with conductive soda water allowed the stepped-up current to travel and branch through it, scorching fractal paths instead of requiring anyone to carve them. The same treatment explained the system's warning. Conductive salts could remain and invite mold when the wood became damp. Final numbers hurt more than the science. Xiao Zhang's supposed treasure was worth about 10 yuan, while he had paid 380. Lu Jun softened the verdict. It was expensive for a physics teaching aid, but Xiao Zhang had at least purchased one useful piece of knowledge, the name Lichtenberg. That meant the loss was not total. Xiao Zhang ended the link with a long face. When the connection count returned to 0, Lu Jun shrugged at the camera and gave his audience the lesson plainly. This was the 21st century. When something wrapped itself in mysticism, they should not hurry to bow. They should first remember what their physics teacher taught them. Then he called, "Next." Lu Jun had just sent off Edison's so-called closing disciple. Still seated at the same modest desk before roughly 300 viewers, he took a drink to soothe his throat. Then the connection icon lit again. The new username was simple, "Waiting for the wind." Connection opened in chaos. The phone whipped past fragments of concrete ground while human voices and barking dogs crowded the speaker. When the image finally steadied, Lu Jun and his audience found themselves looking into a small rural courtyard and an argument already in progress. Lean buyer, crew cut sharp above a crossbody bag, held the dusty plate and attacked its every flaw. It was filthy. Its rim was chipped. Repair would cost money. He claimed 2,000 yuan was generosity, and without the owner's emergency, he would not have offered even 500. Caller's old jacket and flushed face made the imbalance plain. His voice trembled as he asked whether Teacher Lu was there. His father was ill. He needed money urgently. This plate was what he had found at home, and the man opposite him was offering 2,000 for it. At the word streamer, the buyer snapped his gaze toward the phone. His eyes turned fierce as he insisted business required mutual consent. Meanwhile, comments rushed to agree with him. The object looked like common 20th century coarse porcelain, perhaps worth 80 or 100 yuan. Lu Jun ignored them all. And the buyer flipped the plate. Through the shaking camera and caked sludge, Lu Jun caught one heart-stopping flash of emerald. It was not gaudy green, but restrained plum color with a soft, ghee-like glow. His eyes narrowed, and the pale blue appraisal system unfolded across his private vision. First entries changed the entire negotiation. This was an authentic early Ming Longquan kiln plum green glazed carved plate, made between the Hongwu and Yongle periods, about 600 years old. Its body used high silica porcelain clay. Its lime-alkali glaze combined plant ash, porcelain stone, and trace iron oxide. Craftsmanship entry explained what the dirt concealed. The plate had received multiple glaze applications and thick glaze firing. Countless tiny bubbles clustered in the glaze like pearls. Beneath that rich layer, scrolling peonies carved around the folded edge survived as faint raised lines, waiting for careful cleaning to reveal them. Lu Jun saw the price, 250 to 350,000 yuan. The rim chip had already cut the value by 30%. Intact, the plate could exceed 600,000. His heartbeat stumbled. This was not a cat food bowl. It was a BMW 3 Series lying on the ground. 2,000 for a treasure worth at least $250,000. Lu Jun recognized the tactic immediately, scraping the ground. Buyers like this hunted rural owners who lacked market knowledge, then used information asymmetry, aggressive certainty, and the sight of ready cash to force a bargain before doubt could intervene. Lu Jun did not bury the warning in theory. He told the anxious man to trust him and go to the kitchen. Use warm water and dish soap. Find a soft cloth. Most importantly, no steel wool. The grime had to come off gently without adding another chip to 600 years of survival. And Lu Jun gave him the reason. Once the plate was clean, its value needed 2 more zeros. The caller repeated the number as if language had failed him. 250,000. His eyes widened like copper bells, and the phone nearly slipped from his hand. Buyer panicked. He lunged for the phone, shouting that Lu Jun was lying and the plate was only a broken dish. Lu Jun's answer cracked through the speaker. Let him wash it. Touch that phone, and Lu Jun would call the police for forced trading and attempted fraud. Chat could barely keep up. Some viewers were stunned by Lu Jun's sudden authority. Others stared at the same filthy, chipped object and asked the obvious question. Could a broken plate used for feeding a cat truly be worth 250,000? In the courtyard, nobody had washed it yet. Chat erupted at the sudden reversal, but waiting for the wind had heard enough. Lu Jun's estimate of 250,000 crushed the buyer's pressure. He shoved the crew-cut man's hand aside and declared that he would wash the plate first. If it was truly rubbish, then the buyer could have it for 1,500. Water rushed from the courtyard faucet. The owner's hands shook so badly that he squeezed out half a bottle of dish soap. From the screen, Lu Jun steadied him. Gently, do not chip it. Wipe clockwise and remove the old grease. Foam spread across the blackened surface while the buyer watched from one side, grim and silent. As the foam rinsed away, the dusty black surface transformed. The owner lifted the plate into the sunlight, and the entire livestream fell silent. A deep blue-green color emerged, restrained like distant mountains after rain. Instead of a harsh reflected glare, the glaze held a moist ghee-like radiance. It looked less like pottery than a great piece of jade. Lu Jun explained why the luster mattered. Light entered the thick glaze and scattered through countless tiny bubbles, creating that soft, jade-like depth. This was genuine ghee luster, not the sharp, suspicious shine produced by soaking an object in chemicals. The audience had not merely witnessed a prettier plate. They had watched material evidence expose 6 centuries of craftsmanship. Lu Jun turned the lesson into a blade. Did the boss still want to buy it for 2,000? The buyer glared at the screen with the hatred of a man whose path to wealth had been severed. But the bargain was dead, and lingering might bring the police. He spat out, "You win," mounted his motorcycle and fled in smoke. Waiting for the wind now held the plate as if it were a bomb. Was it truly worth 250,000? Conservatively, Lu Jun said, it was a boutique early Ming Longquin piece. Large, pure-colored, plum-green carved plates were rare, and even with the chip, a regular auction house or reliable antique shop should begin around 200,000. The owner repeated 200,000 until his eyes reddened. Tears fell onto the plate. That money was enough for his father's surgery. Then he bowed deeply toward the phone and thanked Lu Jun for saving his whole family. The triumph lost its swagger. Lu Jun, watching a desperate man finally breathe, could not help feeling moved. Lu Jun told him there was no need for such ceremony. More importantly, he must protect the plate and stop showing it to strangers. Only after that warning did Lu Jun end the connection. The courtyard vanished from his monitor, leaving him alone at his desk. He released a long breath as the tension of the rescue finally drained away. Lu Jun checked the time and leaned back. That concluded today's chemistry class. He reminded anyone who enjoyed the excitement or wanted practical anti-scam knowledge to follow. Heirlooms, street stall bargains, even an ancestral chamber pot or a freshly unearthed microwave were welcome. If viewers dared to connect, he dared to tell them the truth. Science would break the maze. I am Lu Jun, see you in the next stream. He clicked end stream without hesitation. The screen went black and the room fell silent. On his phone, the follower count had risen, while the private message box was crammed with photographs from people requesting appraisals. The first broadcast had created attention and work. Whether it had created income was another question. Lu Jun opened the revenue page, 68 yuan and 50 cents. His mouth twitched. An 800,000 yuan fake Tianhuang stone and a genuine Longquin plate worth 250,000 had put more than 1,000,000 yuan of turnover through his hands. His own share could barely buy 2 milk teas, yet the absurd gap did not discourage him. It energized him. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this beginning had been loud enough. As long as Lu Jun still possessed these eyes, and as long as the floating pale blue panel remained, objects could not hide their truth from him. Money would follow. He had spent too long as the fish beneath someone else's knife. Now, with proof of what his ability could do, his future finally belonged in his own hands. Early the next morning, Lu Jun woke to the sharp thok of ribs being chopped in the kitchen. After washing, he followed a rich aroma into the dining area and stopped. Sweet and sour ribs, braised prawns, steamed sea bass, and hot bone soup covered the table. It was more lavish than New Year's. Tang Ziulen came out in an apron, carrying the soup with a radiant smile. She had gone to the morning market specifically for fresh tube bones and urged her son to drink while it was hot. Lu Jun asked whether they had abandoned saving altogether. She answered by pushing the bowl closer. Eat and nourish that brain. Covering the 38,000 had done more than refill an account. Tang Ziulen could finally breathe again, yet fear still colored her pride as she admitted she had watched his livestream. She had not understood the chemical reaction, but watching him expose the fraud had been deeply satisfying. Tang Ziulen added that even Auntie Wang had called him a star of wisdom descended to earth. Lu Jun nearly hid behind his breakfast. He told her not to believe such nonsense. He had merely read a few more chemistry books and learned some basics. Science armed the mind. No heavenly descent was required. Breakfast warmth followed Lu Jun outside, but so did his ambition. The livestream had proved his eyes could expose fraud. Now he needed opportunities that could actually pay. As he strolled past roadside goods, the pale blue appraisal system quietly unfolded across his vision and began stripping attractive surfaces down to facts. The item had been made only 2 months earlier. Strong acid had removed impurities, high-pressure resin had filled the cracks, dye had supplied an emerald color. Beneath the expensive appearance, its comprehensive value was just 50 to 80 yuan. The system's conclusion was absolute, fake. Worse, strong acid and chemical dye remained inside it. Long-term wear could bring itching, redness, and allergic reactions. Lu Jun's mouth twitched. Someone had spent tens of thousands to buy an allergen as a gift. He privately admired that remarkable display of filial devotion, declined to interfere, and kept walking. Beside an old man's sure repair stall, several mud-coated copper coins were being praised as fresh countryside finds. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes. The system saw H62 brass treated with urine, salt, and vinegar. They had been made last week. Another absolute verdict appeared, fake. He suppressed a laugh and shook his head. These roadside stalls were merely slimes in a starting village. Lu Jun wanted better hunting grounds. He entered Gaian Culture Street, the city's largest antique distribution center. Stalls stretched in rows beside packed shops while aged paper, cheap incense, and savory crepes competed in the air. Hands in his pockets, he joined the crowd. 3 days earlier, this place would have turned Lu Jun into a fat sheep waiting for slaughter. He might have stared at every yuan, shikai dollar, and blue and white treasure, then risked his mother's pension chasing a bargain. Now the appraisal system exposed every trap. He felt like a max-level character revisiting the starting village. Confidence did not create treasure where none existed. Lu Jun walked until his legs ached, yet the system found no decent authentic object. Every national treasure on the street, added together, seemed worth less than the ribs he had eaten that morning. Then a commotion ahead drew tourists around a more legitimate-looking stall. Lu Jun squeezed through. Behind several porcelain plates sat a middle-aged owner in thick-lensed glasses. One small blue and white saucer immediately caught Lu Jun's eye. Its pattern was elegant, its glaze warm and moist. The mark underneath had blurred with age, but the quiet weight of time surrounding it did not resemble the street's manufactured grime. System supplied the proof. Qing Dynasty Guangxu period approximately 1890, kaolin clay and natural cobalt pigment. Fine folk kiln workmanship, smooth brushwork, pure color. Its comprehensive value ranged from 1,200 to 1,500 yuan. Then came the entry Lu Jun had searched the entire street to see. Authenticity, true. Finally, something real. It was only a small folk kiln saucer, not an imperial treasure, but it was genuinely more than a century old. Lu Jun's sore legs no longer mattered. Keeping his excitement under control, he squatted beside the display, pointed to the blue and white saucer, and asked, "Boss, how much for this one?" The owner pushed his bottle-bottom glasses up his nose and inspected Lu Jun's cheap t-shirt and discounted sneakers. Shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Without saying a word, he raised one hand and spread all 5 fingers. Lu Jun touched the phone in his pocket. Could the man mean 50? He offered the number with 3 parts hope and 7 parts sincerity. The owner froze halfway through grabbing melon seeds and nearly swallowed a shell. The owner's mouth twitched. He spat out a seed shell and asked whether Lu Jun planned to cut him off at the ankles. Then came the correction, 5,000 yuan, not 1 cent less. This time, Lu Jun nearly choked. Lu Jun answered with the saucer's true category. It was ordinary Guangxu folk kilnware, not an imperial kiln masterpiece. Was the boss charging for its dust by the gram? The owner's eyebrows rose. This poorly dressed customer actually knew the trade. Embarrassed, the owner chuckled that one side asked for the moon while the other offered the earth. He praised the perfect condition, no chips, no cracks, and dropped to 2,000. Lu Jun compared that with the system's 1,200 to 1,500 valuation. 2,000 would make Lu Jun the seller's bargain, not a bargain hunter. Authenticity alone was not profit, and even a much lower price would leave little room after resale. He declined, left the saucer behind, and continued along Gaian Culture Street. A storefront ahead was surrounded several layers deep, even more crowded than the antique stalls. Lu Jun rose onto his toes and looked over the spectators. A long table was covered with green objects like small apples, freshly picked walnuts still sealed in their husks. This was gambling on green skins, the Wenwen Circle's most accessible thrill. Beneath each thick husk might hide priceless lions' heads or 2 warped duds. It followed Rajade logic. One cut could ruin you or enrich you, but a round cost dozens or hundreds rather than tens of thousands. Lu Jun's heart skipped. Other buyers gambled on luck, experience, or the vendor's honesty. He did not have to. His appraisal ability could see through the husks. At last, the market had offered a game practically designed for his cheat. At the table, a burly bald vendor flourished a sharp little knife. A customer had paid 300 yuan for a pair advertised as official hats. Calling everyone to watch, the vendor brought the blade down and stripped away the first green husk. Walnut was large, but half its shell was black with worm damage. A collective groan rolled through the crowd. 300 yuan had vanished in one cut. The buyer turned pale as he held the rotten pear and absorbed the loss. Lu Jun studied the rest of the prominent stock and saw no reason to join the victims. The batch was probably made of rejects already picked over at the source, then carried here to fleece tourists who did not know the trade. He shook his head and turned to leave. And his gaze caught a plastic crate at the far corner. Dozens of smaller walnuts lay inside with dry, shriveled husks and scattered black spots. A crooked sign read, "Bargain bin, 50 yuan each, no pairing, choose your own." These were scraps, undernourished fruit from treetops or fallen walnuts nobody wanted. Near the bottom sat one only as large as an egg. An ugly black spot stained its husk, making it look rotten even beside the other rejects. 3 seconds later, the pale blue interface overturned that ugly first impression. Item: wild heteromorphic Wenwen walnut, 3-ribbed zhengbin. Inside was extremely dense skin with bone-like, jade quality and deep wild texture, a rare natural mutation with 3 evenly spaced ribs and a perfect shape. It was this year's fruit from a wild old tree. Beneath the husk, its ruddy color could develop a jade-like patina through handling. The market reference began at 3,000 yuan for one. A match pair would exceed 10,000. Current status, flawless. Lu Jun's breath caught. 3-ribbed, most collectible walnuts had only 2 lobes. 3 made one an extraordinary rarity, while the equally scarce 4-ridged form was called saizualo. In a small wild walnut, that 3rd rib was a natural mutation, a gift that collectors might search years to find. Collectors even had a saying, a 3-ridge Mercedes was not for sale at any price. Yet this one sat in a 50 yuan scrap crate with a reference value of 3,000, 60 times the cost. Lu Jun's heart hammered as the impossible margin became real. He forced the excitement down and squeezed through the storefront crowd as if merely curious. Speed mattered. An expert might notice the walnut, or a lucky amateur might pick it up blindly. Either way, one careless second could cost Lu Jun the best find of the day. He rummaged twice for show, then closed his fingers around the black-spotted walnut. To disguise the choice, he selected a second one that looked ordinary but decent. The system valued that decoy at only 10 yuan, yet for the next few minutes it could be priceless. Holding up both walnuts, Lu Jun asked whether everything in the crate really cost 50 each. He made himself sound like a clueless bystander. The bald vendor glanced at the small, shriveled picks and dismissed him as another poor kid digging through trash. 50 each, the vendor confirmed. No bargaining, and payment came before peeling. Lu Jun agreed to take both and drew out his phone to scan the code. The terms were settled, the walnuts were still in his hands, and the treasure was one tap from becoming his. Before Lu Jun could scan, the chubby customer in the gold chain intervened with a higher offer. The vendor pocketed the money at once. Then, with a rogue smile, he apologized to Lu Jun. Business followed the highest bidder. If the young man still wanted the walnut, he could raise his price. Lu Jun could scrape together another 100 or so even after losing his job. But the situation stank. In the antique trade, taking an item from a buyer who still held it was called intercepting. The walnut was already in hand. Both the stranger and the vendor knew they were bullying him. If Lu Jun offered 150 or 200, the fat man would simply follow. Pride would replace judgment, and only the crooked vendor would profit. Why volunteer to be the sucker? Lu Jun looked from the customer's smug face to the vendor's greedy one and chose not to play their game. He released the black-spotted treasure. It rolled onto the tabletop. With a slight smile, Lu Jun yielded it to the rich man and remarked that its blackening skin was probably rot. He would never steal something so perfectly suited to the man's unique taste. Lu Jun drew the ordinary walnut tight against his chest as though terrified someone might steal it. That one, he implied, was all he truly wanted. The performance struck exactly where the interceptor was weakest. Suspicion replaced triumph, and his attention snapped from the blackened husk to Lu Jun's protected decoy. Customer took the round decoy. The vendor pushed the black-spotted walnut back toward Lu Jun and repeated the 50 yuan price. Lu Jun glared, tossed away the ordinary walnut in apparent frustration, and conceded defeat. Then he scanned 50 yuan, seized the unwanted three-ridge Mercedes, and stalked away without looking back. Outside the ring of onlookers, Lu Jun changed direction instead of leaving Antique Street. He crouched at the neighboring stall of old books and picture albums, picked up a yellowed Romance of the Three Kingdoms comic with a missing corner, and casually asked its price. 5 yuan, no bargaining, the old bookseller replied, lazily waving his cattail fan. Lu Jun turned the yellowed pages, but the comic was only camouflage. The sunshade hid half his body, and from beneath it he still had a clear view of the walnut stall. His purchase was finished. His little performance was not. Still crouched beneath the neighboring bookstall's sunshade, Lu Jun told the old bookseller he would browse a little longer. His tone was dismissive, but his body leaned toward the commotion and his ears practically stood at attention. He had bought his Mercedes for 50 yuan. Now came the free monkey show. At the walnut table, the gold chain customer triumphantly stuffed 200 yuan into the vendor's hand and slapped down the round green husk walnut. The vendor's wrinkled face folded into an enormous smile. Calling it a possible top-quality size yualu, he flourished his knife while the crowd craned closer. Crack, the first slice removed only a layer of green husk. The vendor muttered that the skin was thick and cut deeper. For one brief instant, the customer's smile stiffened. Then he hurried to reassure everyone and himself that thick skin meant a hard shell from an old tree. Another slice fell, still no shell, only white flesh. Whispers spread through the crowd. A third was already gone, perhaps it was a solid dud. Sweat gathered on the customer's forehead. Eyes fixed on the knife, he begged the vendor to go gently and not damage the tip. Embarrassed by the absurd thickness, the vendor gritted his teeth and drove in a deep horizontal cut. The husk finally opened. Buried inside was not a grand old tree treasure, but a tiny walnut scarcely larger than a quail egg. The customer's 200 yuan prize had become the crowd's punch line. Vendor shrugged that gambling on green husks meant accepting the result, even if the result looked more like a peanut. The customer exploded. Shouting that it was not even a proper walnut, he demanded his money back and lunged for the vendor's collar. Several burly stall workers immediately surrounded them. The vendor's face darkened. The customer had insisted on intercepting another buyer, he said. If Lu Jun had taken the walnut, Lu Jun would have borne the loss. Antique Street had no rule allowing a show-off to reverse a finished gamble. His arrogance deflated, the customer looked from the quail egg walnut toward the place where Lu Jun had vanished. Then realization struck. He slapped his thigh and roared that the kid had been a shill, that Lu Jun and the vendor had staged the whole performance to cheat him. Vendor rolled his eyes. Lu Jun's face had looked black with anger, he argued, and the ugly walnut Lu Jun carried might prove even worse. Behind the bookstall, Lu Jun heard every word and smiled. Calling him a shill was not entirely unfair. He really had baited the man. With the burly workers hemming him in, Lu Jun expected the customer to swallow his loss. Instead, the man changed weapons. He dropped to the ground and launched into a shameless public tantrum, turning the stall's entrance into a noisy spectacle no paying customer could comfortably approach. Now the vendor was trapped. He could not beat the man, could not outcurse him, and calling the police risked exposing the questionable goods at his own stall. The customer might have lost 200 yuan, but his sheer combat effectiveness threatened to erase the vendor's profits from several days. Lu Jun finally laughed aloud. The greedy man had contributed 200 yuan to the economy, provided a free show, and most usefully, made sure the vendor would fleece no more customers today. Both men had tried to use status and cunning against him. Now each was punishing the other. Having seen enough, Lu Jun gave the man on the ground one final glance and weighed the heavy three-ridge Mercedes in his palm. The decoy had done its job. While every eye remained fixed on the quarrel, the truly valuable walnut was still unopened, unrecognized, and safely in his possession. Lu Jun drew up his hood and lowered its edge to shadow his face. Then he slipped away from the bookstall and merged into Antique Street's bustling crowd before the quarrel could end. Behind him, the customer kept raging and the vendor kept losing business. Neither noticed the real winner leave. Lu Jun's priority was no longer the fight behind him. He needed a quiet corner where he could finally drive his luxury car out, strip away the rotten-looking husk, and reveal the rare three-ridge Mercedes concealed inside. He did not go far, but he made sure the noisy stall vanished behind the crowd. Lu Jun did not go far. With his hood still shadowing his face and the unopened walnut secure, he found a small cleaning stall at Antique Street's corner. Opening a green husk cost 10 yuan, detailed cleaning cost 20. He paid 10 and asked to use the workspace himself. The old cleaner peered over his reading glasses, puffed his pipe, and warned that the dark, blotchy thing looked like rotten fallen fruit. Was it worth the work? Lu Jun only smiled. He was testing his luck, and he had no reason to explain just how certain that luck was. He did not hack at it like a careless vendor. Lu Jun handled the walnut as though carving art, gently prying open its ugliest black spot. Rotten skin dropped away, and instead of decay, a hard flash of deep red bone-like shell appeared. The rain had molded only the husk. Blade kept gliding. Larger pieces of green husk peeled away, releasing a fresh plant fragrance. The cleaner glanced over and froze. Half the shell was visible now. Ordinary walnuts divided into 2 rounded lobes, but this one's crown separated into 3 unmistakable ribs. 3 main ridges ran cleanly from tip to base, dividing the shell into 3 perfect faces. A refined middle-aged man in glasses leaned so close he nearly stopped breathing. A zhangban? That skin, that density, and from a wild old tree? His verdict drew the crowd tighter. This was rare. Another elderly collector squeezed in, rolling a pair of lion's head walnuts in his palm. 10 years in the hobby, he said, and he had seen a wild, 3-ribbed zhangban only twice. Lu Jun let that testimony work for him. He simply wiped the last water from the deep red shell. Refined man finally asked whether it was for sale. Lu Jun weighed the walnut and smiled. It had only just been opened. It had not even warmed in his hand. The buyer raised 5 fingers. 5,000 yuan transferred immediately, but because it was a single piece rather than a pair, he wanted a discount. Lu Jun rejected 5,000 without changing his tone. With this shape and skin, 6 months of handling would turn it agate red. So what if it stood alone? As a single handpiece or car ornament, its unmatched form was not a defect. It was a one-of-a-kind status symbol. 6,000? An elderly man in a tang suit squeezed forward, 2 glossy guanma walnuts clutched in one hand. He wanted the zhangban as a pendant. The first bidder protested that he had asked first, but the elder only smiled. In the antique trade, the highest bidder won. And the crowd's edge erupted. The gold chain customer had followed the excitement from the earlier stall. Now that Lu Jun's 50 yuan scrap had become a 6,000 yuan treasure, he demanded a reversal. 500 for Lu Jun's original 50, and the walnut returned. Lu Jun simply pulled it beyond his grasp. The onlookers had endured enough of the man's tantrums. Had he no shame? He had forcibly snatched the earlier purchase from Lu Jun, mocked him as a shill, and now wanted the real treasure back. The walnut belonged to the person skilled enough to find it. Red-faced and unable to rob him openly, the man retreated. Lu Jun turned back to the tang-suited elder. 6,000 was still conservative. The walnut's value lay precisely in its rarity, a wild, irregular form carrying the auspicious meaning, 3 begets all things. Then he named his fixed price, 8,800 for good luck. The elder's reaching hand stopped. The elder adjusted his glasses, shrewd amusement glinting in his eyes. Lu Jun certainly had an appetite. Yes, the wild 3-ribbed walnut was rare, and 3 begets all things sounded auspicious. But when collectors valued pairs, a lone irregular piece was only a pendant, so its price should be cut in half. Lu Jun calmly spun the walnut across his fingertips. If they were both experts, they should discuss expert details. Its zhangban ridge ran unbroken from tip to base. Height 34, edge 36, the ideal low-profile shape. Modern grafted sans Zulu might be larger, but loose skin turned gray. This was dense, wild, old tree red skin. And Lu Jun turned the supposed flaw into the selling point. A unique piece was bought for rarity. A pair meant wealth, but a single piece meant fate. The elder's guanmao pair was excellent, yet hardly unmatched. Carry this one as a pendant, and it became a signature nobody else on the street could copy. The elder firmed his voice. 6,000, transferred immediately. He genuinely liked the piece and wanted to match it with a golden cicada clasp as a phone pendant. Lu Jun would gain cash now and escape the hot sun instead of waiting for another buyer. Lu Jun still refused to be hurried. Lu Jun held his ground, and the bargain finally settled at 6,800 yuan. The transfer arrived. The elder accepted the walnut and stroked its deep red shell lovingly before departing with a satisfied word. The 50 yuan find had become Lu Jun's first substantial treasure hunting profit. Lu Jun pocketed his phone, ignored the envious and jealous stares, and vanished into the crowd. Finding a treasure meant leaving quickly. That was both rule and wisdom. At a corner convenience store, he drained more than half an ice-cold Coke. Only then did the chill steady his pounding heart. In an antique world where fortunes reached millions, 6,800 was barely a ripple. For Lu Jun, it was a beginning. Treasure hunting luck could not be forced, so he banked the gain instead. He moved the money into yuebao, watched his savings cross 5 digits, and finally felt a little steadier. Tang Ziolan was away at special square dance training for next week's community performance. With the home quiet, Lu Jun washed his face and changed into a clean white t-shirt. He sat at the computer, adjusted the light, mounted his phone, angled the microphone, and straightened the water glass. Then he went live. Title remained blunt. Scientific treasure appraisal specializing in difficult cases. Connect to show your items. 1 viewer became 8. Lu Jun did not chatter into the silence. He calmly adjusted the microphone and waited. 3 minutes later, the platform push engaged. 10 viewers became 35, then 68, and the room kept filling. First connection brought in a caller named Qin Dynasty veteran, proudly holding a black, weighty piece of 1,000-year bogwood. Its aged texture looked impressive. Lu Jun's appraisal cut through the performance. This was not ancient sunken timber at all, but fresh poplar blackened in a chemical bath with potassium permanganate. Chat woke up at once. Qin Dynasty veteran looked more like Qin Dynasty old ice. If the bogwood was genuine, one viewer joked, the streamer would have to watch on his knees. Lu Jun set down his water glass, arranged a professionally false smile, and asked whether this thousand-year treasure regularly needed a bath. The caller insisted he had never washed it. Then Lu Jun pointed out the evidence already on his body. The man's palm, thumb web, and finger gaps had turned purplish black. He stared down in alarm, but with a strange spark of hope, he asked whether the wood's treasure energy was entering his body. Lu Jun rolled his eyes. Treasure energy had nothing to do with it. The stain was potassium permanganate that had not even dried. The alleged bogwood was fresh poplar straight from a chemical bath. The caller panicked, pushed the block closer to the lens, and protested that its texture and heavy feel had to mean something. Lu Jun offered a test instead of another argument. Go to the bathroom, bring back a wet wipe, and scrub the blackened area hard 3 times. If no purplish-red chemical came off, he would swallow the wood whole on camera. His certainty left the caller only one way to defend the treasure. Try it. Half doubtful and half desperate, Qin Dynasty veteran stood, sending his camera shaking. A moment later, he returned with a wet wipe. He braced the supposed thousand-year bogwood and scrubbed the blackened surface vigorously. The test was no longer theory. The treated coating and the ruin of his treasured belief were about to become impossible to ignore. A wet wipe test had worked. Qin Dynasty veteran stared from the black wood at his feet to the purplish-black stain across his palm, frozen as if struck by lightning. Still clinging to hope, he asked whether Lu Jun had made a mistake. He insisted a friend had dug it from a hometown riverbed, and even found an expert who called it thousand-year-old sunken golden silk Phoebe. At several hundred yuan per gram and at least 10 caddies, how could such a fortune possibly be fake? Lu Jun asked one flat question. Did that friend owe him money? The caller's eyes widened. Lu Jun explained the script. If the object were priceless, the debtor could have sold it himself. Instead, he had used it to erase a 50,000 yuan debt. Friend had claimed the wood was worth 200,000, said he was rushing abroad and had no time to sell, then offered it for 50,000. The caller imagined earning another 150,000. The chat instantly recognized a classic acquaintance scam. Lu Jun moved on. Before he could open the ordinary application list, a gold effect account cut straight to the top. World of Collectibles, shopkeeper Zhao. Lu Jun recognized a skilled antique influencer with several 100,000 followers and accepted with a playful smile. New feed opened on an elegant study backed by curio shelves, vases, and jars. Shopkeeper Zhao sat before them in a silk tang suit, slick hair gleaming, star and moon bodhi beads moving through his fingers. He looked every inch the old-school connoisseur. Without looking into the camera, Zhao called him Zio Lu and leisurely drank his tea. Fans, he said, had reported a young man using chemical theories to destroy antiques and spread panic. Wanting fame was understandable, but this path was crooked. Zhao insisted antiques required discernment, experience, and cultural inheritance, not a few chemical formulas. Lu Jun leaned back, calm under the accusation. When Zhao put forward a DZI bead as a supposedly 7-figure challenge, Lu Jun accepted the test rather than the lecture. Pale blue panel answered first. The object was not an ancient pure DZI bead. It was ordinary gray-white agate treated with industrial strong acid, lead-based brightener, and mixed asphalt, and it had been created only 3 months ago. Fabrication was meticulous. Laser mapping guided the acid-etched patterns. Black organic dye was forced in through high-temperature vacuum glue injection. Finally, the bead tumbled with crushed stones until fresh manufacture acquired convincing weathered marks. System valued the supposed treasure at 350 yuan and stamped it fake. The mixed asphalt entry nearly made Lu Jun laugh. He adjusted in his chair and asked whether Zhao's 7-figure price had perhaps been paid in Zimbabwean dollars. Lu Jun added that no sane person would spend millions to worship a lump of asphalt too brittle even for paving roads. Zhao slammed his teacup down. He had spent 30 years in antiques, he growled, and handled more treasures than Lu Jun had seen stones. Calling it asphalt was ridiculous. Comments predicted a humiliating defeat. Zhao had a famous shop and 30 years in the trade. Surely he had not bought a fake. Lu Jun remained unruffled. Tapping the desk, he asked Zhao to stop slamming tables and prove that the bead had truly cost 7 figures. Zhao gave a cold laugh and pulled a red velvet folder from a drawer in the curio shelf. He flipped it open and thrust the certificate toward the camera. Its embossed seal and anti-counterfeit label filled the screen, an appraisal issued by the National Gemstone Testing Center. Zhao read every damning line aloud. Natural 9-eyed DZI bead pure with a seal and serial number. The livestream erupted. Viewers called NGTC the gold standard, mocked Lu's scientific appraisal, and waited for him to kneel and apologize. For the moment, the document had conquered the room. Lu did not call the certificate fake. He attacked the assumption behind it. A real document could be paired with the wrong object. Certificate swapping was common wherever second-hand valuables changed hands. His analogy landed cleanly. A Tsinghua admission letter presented at Langxiang remained real, but its bearer might still only drive an excavator. Comments began to turn. Some viewers knew certificate swapping from luxury resale, others still demanded proof. Zhao did not panic. He wound the star and moon bodhi beads around his wrist, leaned back in his grandmaster's chair, and sipped tea. Lu's story was entertaining, he said, but cases required evidence. Zhao placed the certificate photograph beside the bead and invited everyone to compare them. The cinnabar dots matched. So did the 9 eyes and even the slight weathered mark. He brought the bead close to the lens, displaying each perfect detail as if visual identity alone had settled the case. Several viewers took screenshots and confirmed the match. Zhao pressed his advantage. Accusing him without proof was not appraisal, he said. It was an attempt to extort an old man and ruin his reputation. Then came the warning. A young streamer could face legal consequences for speaking so recklessly. Lu did not retreat. Perfectly copied surface details could support a substitution just as easily as they supported authenticity. The whole purpose was to make the replacement agree with the certificate photograph. But Zhao was right about one thing. The argument now needed evidence that the audience could watch with its own eyes. Lu proposed a simple check. Zhao only needed to take an ultraviolet light and shine it on the bead. The request left no room for reputation, certificates, or photograph patterns, only the material's reaction in front of thousands of witnesses. Across the split screen, Zhao's eyes narrowed. The ultraviolet challenge hung between the 2 livestream windows. Zhao's eyes narrowed, but instead of taking the flashlight, he leaned back in his grandmaster's chair. His bodhi beads clicked sharply in one hand, and his expression settled into 3 parts mockery and 7 parts disdain. Zhao sneered that Lu's so-called science amounted to waving a counterfeit detector pen at everything. Heaven beads were agate. Cinnabar spots, associated minerals, generations of yak butter saturation, and inherited patina could all fluoresce to some degree beneath ultraviolet light. And Zhao supplied Lu's conclusion for him. Was Lu waiting to call a few tiny fluorescent specks proof of glue injection and use that to slander his collection? The argument sounded professional enough that the comments swung. Viewers began calling Lu presumptuous, sensational, even a clown. Lu merely clapped twice. He praised Zhao's preemptive strike, then exposed its trick. Zhao had blurred 2 different reactions together. Scattered fluorescence from natural inclusions was not the same as the broad, conspicuous response expected from a modern bead treated and filled during manufacture. For a moment, Zhao's hand moved toward the light. Then it stopped. A smile appeared, not his cold, false smile and not the awkward grin of a man caught red-handed. It was relief. His tense shoulders loosened and the aggression drained out of him. Zhao withdrew his hand and leisurely refilled his teacup. He would not turn on the light, he said. If Lu dared suggest that test, then Lu was already certain. Zhao set the supposed 7-figure treasure down with a crisp, careless clink that exposed how little he valued it. Now Zhao was genuinely curious. Through a screen without touching the bead and with a real certificate supporting it, how had Lu known something was wrong before the light came on? No talk of intuition, Zhao warned. Their trade valued what a person could actually see. Lu accepted the test. First came luster. A real heaven bead carried thousands of years of skin oils, yak butter, and friction. Its patina should radiate quietly from within, a subtle, warm, precious glow. Zhao's bead reflected its shine from the surface instead, bright but shallow. Coloring supplied another warning. Authentic age should feel embedded in the agate and softened by time. Here, the contrast looked forced onto the exterior. The bead had been made to photograph convincingly, but the live reflection betrayed treatment that had never truly become part of the stone. Finally, Lu pointed to the weathering. Natural nail marks were crescent-shaped, varied in depth, and held old patina inside their grooves. Zhao's crack had flashed white at the bottom. It was fresh, a fracture carved by a high-frequency vibration knife before the imitation could be aged properly. Comments boiled over. Viewers who had mocked Lu now called him truly professional and joked about Zhao's 7-figure lump of asphalt. Zhao remained silent for one beat. Then he burst into hearty laughter, clapping and praising Lu's eyes and his patience for studying details. Zhao picked up the bead and tossed it into a nearby pen holder as casually as scrap. Then, facing the camera with a frank expression, he gave the verdict Lu had already earned. The bead was indeed fake. The confession detonated through the livestream, leaving the entire audience in uproar. The confession sent the comments into chaos. If the bead was fake, why had Zhao claimed a 7-figure price and produced a genuine certificate? Viewers demanded to know whether the entire confrontation had been an act. Zhao said too many online swindlers were hiding behind the label of scientific appraisal. So, for a little excitement, he had deliberately paired a high-end imitation with a real certificate and brought it to Lu as a test. Had Lu merely switched on a light or thrown out blind guesses, Zhao claimed he would have exposed him immediately. Instead, Lu's reasoning had struck the heart of the forgery so cleanly that even Zhao had been genuinely impressed. Zhao cupped his hands toward the camera and apologized for the offense. The antique world was deep, he said. Consider this a check performed for the viewers. Then he made the reversal complete. From that moment on, he considered Lu a friend. Watching Zhao's righteous expression, Lu nearly wanted to hand the old man an Oscar. That reaction speed, that talent for smoothing over disaster, that ability to turn black into white. No wonder Zhao thrived in the online antique circle. Facts supported Lu's suspicion. If Zhao had truly spent 7 figures on a lump of asphalt, he would hardly be calmly drinking tea on camera. And a real troublemaker would have chosen a disputed antique, not an industrial fake this decisive. Brilliant effect suddenly swallowed the livestream. A giant golden whale surged up from the bottom of the screen. Before the comments could reappear, a second notification followed. Shopkeeper Zhao had also sent Lu a carnival. 2 gifts were worth several thousand RMB. Zhao called them a small apology and a greeting, then invited Lu to visit his shop for tea and an offline exchange. He did not wait for an answer. He cut the connection cleanly. The audience exploded again. Some praised Zhao's generosity, others insisted no scripted test would cost this much. To them, the gifts meant the same thing. Lu had won over a major figure through his own ability. This round was a massive win. The gifts mattered, but the traffic mattered more. The clash had driven Lu's livestream beyond 5,000 viewers, and the number was still climbing. Zhao had displayed wealth and magnanimity. Lu had displayed skill and insight. Next connection replaced Zhao's elegant study with a dim room and a troubled man. In his hand sat a dazzling golden Buddha, about 20 centimeters tall, fashioned in the common seated image of Shakyamuni. Lu did not begin with a verdict. He simply asked what the man had invited the statue for. The caller sighed, and the light in his eyes dimmed before he could force out the answer. His mother had been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer the previous month. Surgery was no longer possible. The doctors could offer only chemotherapy to buy time, and her son could not accept that there was nothing more he could do. He had heard that old Buddha statues possessed spirituality and could protect a family. A traveling merchant went further, claiming this one had absorbed centuries of incense and carried boundless power. The merchant had prescribed a ritual: worship sincerely each day, touch the Buddha's body, then place that hand over the diseased area. Supposedly it could reduce the pain, and if faith held, even create a miracle. Man's eyes reddened. Even if the statue was fake, he said, he could accept losing the 20,000 yuan, so long as it made his mother hurt a little less. His plea left Lu facing something far heavier than an ordinary counterfeit. Bullet chat slowed almost to a stop. Late-stage cancer. 20,000 yuan spent on a so-called life-saving Buddha. Watching the scruffy, bloodshot man clutch his final hope, Lu Jun felt his chest tighten, and his voice lost its usual severity. Lu asked whether the statue truly heated beneath a bare hand. The man nodded fiercely. After less than a minute of chanting with a palm on its base, he said, warmth climbed the arm. His mother had felt it too, and believed her chest loosened as Buddha's light attacked the cancer. A testimony made soft-hearted viewers waver. Perhaps it was a magnetic field, perhaps unexplained energy. Perhaps comfort alone justified the price. One warning cut through the rationalizations. What if the effect was harmful? Lu ignored the debate and fixed his eyes on the gold. The statue stood only 20 centimeters tall. Its shaping was rough, its face stiff, and its glittering gold looked factory fresh rather than ancient. Lu focused for 3 seconds. A pale blue appraisal panel appeared, exposing a modern object whose paraffin and capsaicin surface had been engineered to imitate miraculous heat. Lu did not begin with an accusation. He asked whether his mother's palm turned red and whether the warmth felt less cozy than stinging. The caller searched his memory, then stared wide-eyed. Both were exactly right. His mother had called the redness opened blood flow and the pain detoxification. Detoxification? Lu's laugh was cold with anger. He told the man to smear chopped bird's eye chili or chili oil on his own hand and decide whether the burn meant opened blood flow. The caller went blank. Even the chat balked at such a bizarre comparison, but Lu had made the mechanism tangible. Lu told him to fetch high-proof liquor or plain alcohol and soak a piece of cotton. Then he was to scrub the exact spot where the heat felt strongest. If yellow oil came away carrying a pungent, spicy odor, Lu said, the 20,000 yuan miracle would explain itself. Result matched Lu's prediction, yet the caller's hope recoiled from it. The merchant had claimed 49 medicinal herbs, he insisted. Maybe the smell came from saffron. Lu recognized the defense instantly, a gambler staring at a ruined hand and still begging the next card to reverse everything. Lu answered mercilessly, if saffron smelled like that, Spanish paella would be spicy hot pot. 2 knocks on the desk ended the joke. Human skin sits near 36 degrees. Prolonged contact softens the statue's paraffin coating, releasing capsaicin to attack the nerves. The Buddha was not generating heat. The caller was being chemically burned. For one last test, Lu told him to lick the cotton and warned that one taste could swell his tongue for half a day. The man's Adam's apple bobbed. The odor alone watered his eyes and he could not do it. Still trembling, he reached for one final defense. Even if it was chilly, perhaps the warmth was useful. Caller clung to one last hope. If the chilly warmth made his mother comfortable, perhaps the statue was not entirely useless. Even the bullet chat split over whether Lu was being too cruel. Then everyone heard the humility in the man's voice, and the livestream went silent. Lu refused to soften the truth. Paying 20,000 yuan for that illusion was a tragic intelligence tax. A heat patch costing a few yuan would work better. Capsaicin alone might cause redness or allergies, but the statue's most poisonous part was not its coating, it was the filling. Lu told him to study the metal where the paint had rubbed away, dull gray, lifeless without a trace of luster. Then came the diagnosis, lead antimony alloy. Old battery plates used the same material. To save even more money, the counterfeiters had likely melted recycled scrap lead straight into the mold. Caller's hand jerked at the word lead. As Lu continued through the danger, the man compared every warning with his mother's condition. His face drained white. It all matched. The object he had bought as a lifeline might have been adding poison to an already desperate illness. He buried both hands in his hair and broke down. He had wanted to save his mother, only to make her feel better. The viewers who had arrived for spectacle now flooded the screen with sympathy for his filial intent and fury at a scammer willing to take a cancer patient's life-saving money. Lu waited until the man steadied himself, then cut through the tears. Crying would not help. He had to listen. The caller looked up and promised to obey. First, take his mother to the hospital immediately for a blood lead test and tell the doctor to investigate lead antimony poisoning. Second, the statue had to go into a sealed bag. No more barehanded contact. It was physical evidence. The caller pulled his hands clear while Lu made him repeat the priority. Protect people first, then preserve the object exactly as it was for investigators. Third, Lu asked about the traveling merchant. The caller still had his contact details and transfer records. Better yet, the man was posting new WeChat advertisements, boasting that he would visit the neighboring county to forge karmic bonds again. The danger had not ended with one family. Lu's final order was simple: call the police. 20,000 yuan, a toxic substance, and resulting injury made this far more serious than an ordinary fake antique dispute. The caller was to submit the transfer trail, the hospital diagnosis, and the sealed statue together. This was no longer merely fraud. It was poisoning. The case left the room and the livestream equally stifled, but Lu could not let that weight smother the broadcast. He drew a breath, restored a calm smile, and rallied the viewers. The scammer would not escape. Now they would trust the police and let the light of science examine the next treasure. Angry emojis and words of comfort still crowded Lu Jun's screen. The poisoning case had left everyone breathless, but a livestream could not remain trapped in sorrow. Lu clapped once, broke the silence, and deliberately turned the emotional rhythm toward joy. He challenged the family to produce something money-making next. Nobody should hide the odd junk at home. Perhaps a pickled jar was secretly yuan blue and white porcelain. Then an application caught his eye, MC de Sihua. Even the name promised a story. Bass thundered through the connection. Neon strips transformed the caller's room into a nightclub, and the young man in front of them looked equally loud. Dreadlocks, sunglasses, and a finger-thick gold chain that seemed to have arrived with free shipping. De Sihua greeted Brother Lu in a piercing northeastern accent, then declared the previous scam infuriating. If the internet were not between them, he would freestyle enough curses to finish the swindler himself. The ridiculous sincerity finally made Lu laugh. The object matched its owner, a double-eared vase buried beneath turquoise, red, green, pink, and gold. It looked less like porcelain than plastic paint made solid. De Sihua admitted it was tacky but liked the neat workmanship and only wanted a harmless holder for dried flowers. Lu told him that this aesthetic was so advanced the vase could replace a nightlight. Then the joke vanished from his method. However cheap the glaze appeared, habit would not let him dismiss a detail. He ordered De Sihua to show the rim, foot, and base. 3 seconds passed. A light blue panel silently opened before Lu. The supposed plastic decoration had a formidable name: a Qing Dynasty Qianlong turquoise ground Famia rose, gilt-painted floral double-eared vase, produced between roughly 1760 and 1780. The panel continued. Kaolin formed the body. Glass white supplied an arsenic opacifier, joined by gold powder colloid and low-temperature enamel pigments. This was no sprayed-on imitation. Every apparently excessive layer belonged to a demanding porcelain process. It had been fired at an imperial kiln. Beneath the Famia rose enamels, artisans had carved fine phoenix-tail lines into the thick turquoise glaze using Jadao sgraffito. Brilliant gilding and flowers packed across every gap completed Qianlong's celebrated full flowers without showing the ground style. Lu reached the valuation. It began at 1.2 million. His expression tightened while De Sihua remained cheerfully unaware. The caller had not brought him a disposable flower holder. He had placed a fortune in front of a phone camera and asked whether it contained anything toxic. De Sihua's story made the discovery stranger. In an old countryside home, the owner considered the red and green vessel an eyesore beside his antique furniture and meant to banish it to storage. De Sihua thought the colors looked punk. Better yet, they matched his outfit. The owner asked 500 yuan. Dasihua decided that was too much for something meant to hold feather dusters and bargained him down to 300. He boasted that the seller had grinned like a man who had finally found a sucker with bizarre taste. Lu's mouth twitched again. A sucker. If that villager learned he had traded away the value of a Jiangnan Watertown villa for 300 yuan, he might break his own thigh slapping it. Qianlong's extravagant taste had hidden an imperial treasure in plain sight. Livestream stayed jubilant. In his neon room, MC Dasihua kept bobbing to the music and poking a feather duster into the violently colorful vase, determined to prove it was useful. The chat called it plastic, battery-powered, and straight from a Yu factory. Ujun watched the mockery with the faintest smile, then calmly told him to remove both dusters. If the vase chipped or took a knock, Lu warned, the loss would not be measured in 300 yuan. Dasihua blinked, pulled them out, and tossed them aside. Plastic, Lu leaned closer and told him to switch on his phone flashlight. He wanted the beam cast sideways across the green glaze. Dasihua obeyed, still confused, and a hard stripe of light swept over the vase's rounded belly. The dull, paint-like turquoise changed under the glare. Depth appeared inside the glaze, along with fine-worked texture that cheap plastic could never produce. The audience's favorite explanation was beginning to collapse in front of them. Who named it turquoise green glaze, also called ochre green. It was a low-temperature colored glaze developed in the Qianlong period to imitate turquoise stone. What looked like dull modern paint was actually a historical ceramic effect, doing exactly what its makers intended. As for the tackiness, Lu said the counterfeiters were innocent. Blame Emperor Qianlong. His father Yang Zheng favored elegance, purity, and something close to minimalism. Qianlong went the other way entirely, embracing a loud abundance that could make imperial taste look startlingly modern. Qianlong favored what Lu called full flowers without showing the ground. Every auspicious pattern and brilliant color seemed to compete for space. Red against green, gold beside pink, the noisier and more festive the better. That was why the vase resembled a modern Chinese New Year gift pack. Dasihua stared, completely dazed. After all that, did this mean his taste matched Emperor Qianlong's? Pretty much, Lu replied. They both possessed the fate of wealth and nobility. The joke barely landed before Dasihua demanded a straight answer. Was the vase real or fake? Lu's smile vanished. He told Dasihua to turn the vase over and show its base. The caller obeyed carefully. A warm, moist-looking white-glazed foot filled the camera, and in its center stood 6 squarely arranged red enamel seal script characters. The inscription read, made in the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing. Its handwriting was neat and forceful. The red enamel remained vivid without looking harsh. Together with the period glaze and extravagant decoration, the mark completed Lu's answer. The mocked feather duster holder was genuine Qianlong imperial porcelain. Dasihua swallowed. His swagger had disappeared, and even his question came out cautiously. Then how much was it worth? 8,000? 10,000? He had finally understood that his 300 yuan purchase was real, but he was still nowhere close to imagining the answer. Ujun answered Dasihua's timid guess by raising one finger. 10,000 sounded reasonable to the caller. Lu calmly told him to add 2 zeros. Then he gave the real starting figure, 1.2 million yuan. That was only the beginning. At a major auction, if the right collector fell in love with the vase, Lu said 1.5 million was entirely possible. Dasihua's hand began to shake as the scale of his luck finally reached him. Metallic crash rang through the call. The vase was safe. Dasihua was not. He had fallen flat on his backside and knocked over his gaming chair, while the livestream chat exploded at a 300 yuan purchase, becoming a 7-figure treasure. Sweat poured down Dasihua's face. Close to tears, he begged Lu not to frighten him. How could a piece of junk bought from a stall for 300 yuan suddenly be worth 1.2 million? Lu's tone became serious. First, stop shaking and breathe. Then lower the vase gently onto the floor, not the table. One unstable leg could turn this miracle into a disaster. Dasihua obeyed with both hands trembling. Once the vase was safely on the carpet, Dasihua sprawled beside it but stayed half a meter away, as though it were a hot potato. The object he had casually filled with feather dusters had become something he was almost afraid to approach. Chat began frantically trying to absorb Dasihua's luck. Lu smiled but brought everyone back to earth. Finding a treasure like this was even less likely than winning the lottery. With the vase secure, he moved on to the next appraisal. The excitement did not fade after Dasihua disconnected. A so-called plastic bottle worth 1.2 million was perfect material for a week of viral posts. Lu opened his private messages and found them packed with appraisal requests. He tapped one, and the next call connected. New image revealed a dim, old-fashioned kitchen. Cooking fumes had yellowed the walls, jars crowded the stove, and cabbages rested in one corner. After several shaky adjustments, the camera found the wrinkled, kindly face of an elderly woman wearing reading glasses. A weak connection made her voice lag as she asked whether Teacher Lu could hear her. Lu softened his voice and sat straighter. She did not need to shout, he assured her. When she smiled in relief, her innocent warmth was unmistakable. He apologized that she had no grand treasure. There was simply something on her mind, and she wanted Lu to look at it. After he invited her to continue, she propped the phone against a seasoning box and reached into a cupboard. She returned with a jar no larger than her fist. A nephew wanted it and had offered 20,000 yuan, yet she feared an ordinary household crock could not possibly justify that much. Her first concern was not profit, but whether accepting would make the younger relative lose money. Chat warmed to her immediately. Viewers urged her to accept what they saw as a junior relative's filial gesture, joking that their own relatives only questioned their salaries or borrowed money. Lu said nothing. His attention had settled on the jar. At first glance, the jar deserved no excitement. Thick oily grime made it dull and gray. Through the dim light and mediocre camera, Lu could barely distinguish dark red patterns and scattered green dots. It looked fit for chili sauce or pickles, nothing more. Lu asked her to move somewhere brighter, preferably beside the window. She carried the jar there in small steps. Sunlight spilled across the grime and Lu's pupils tightened. The glaze beneath did not look dry or dead. It held a moist luster like a pearl covered in dust. The jar was still held beside the window, its pearl-like glaze barely visible beneath the grime. Lu Jun focused. 3 seconds later, a pale blue appraisal panel unfolded before his eyes. The item name was almost absurdly grand. A Qing Kangxi imperial kiln imitation of a Ming Chenghua Daokai sea monster pattern Tian character jar. It was not a kitchen crock at all. Materials were Jingdezhen kaolin, Zhejiang blue and white pigment, and mineral overglaze. The date was Kangxi, roughly 1662 to 1722, not Chenghua, but still unmistakably imperial kiln work. Report continued. Straight mouth, rounded shoulders, circular foot, a firm dense body, and bluish-white glaze. Its blue and white color was steady, its Daokai filling precise, and its brushwork boldly archaistic. Most important was the base. Beneath the grime lay a Tian character in blue and white regular script. Lu could see it in the system reconstruction, though no one on the call had cleaned the actual mark yet. Then came the number, 2.8 to 3.2 million yuan. The conclusion was equally blunt, genuine. Lu's pupils contracted. The filthy little jar was worth a fortune. It was not the legendary Ming Chenghua original, but Kangxi's imperial kilns had revered Chenghua porcelain, and this exquisite apocryphal work was itself rare. In the antique trade, that still made it hard currency. The earlier Qianlong bottle had been worth a house. This fist-sized jar was worth 2 or 3 luxury apartments, yet the woman's nephew had offered only 20,000. Lu's surprise hardened into anger. Before the deal could be exposed, Kangxi entered the moment with the money. He called the jar ordinary, claimed he only wanted it as a memento, and demanded to know whom his aunt was speaking to. Kangxi warned that people online specialized in cheating seniors. Then he tossed the bag onto the heated brick bed. 20,000 yuan, freshly withdrawn. His performance of concern came with cash already waiting. Spotting Lu on the screen, Kangxi's eyes turned hostile. He demanded the platform name, called the jar broken, accused Lu of fishing for appraisal fees, and ordered his aunt to hang up. Lu merely leaned back, twirling his pen with a half-smile. He said the aunt was worried Kangxi might lose money by overpaying for a broken jar. If her concern was so kind, why was he getting worked up? Kangxi snorted and moved to end the matter physically. He urged his aunt to take the money for food or retirement, called the jar embarrassing clutter, and reached to carry it away at once. His movements were hurried and rough, his fingers nearly digging into the woman's hand. Lu suddenly shouted, "Don't touch it!" The command cracked through the phone speaker, and Kangxi's hand flinched away. Kangxi glared and mocked Lu for trying to rob someone through a screen. Lu ignored the bluster. Instead, he pressed the contradiction. What antique dealer offers 20,000 yuan without first inspecting the mark on the base? Chat caught the contradiction, comparing it to a car salesman who knew nothing about engines. Still, most viewers saw only a greasy pickle crock. Kangxi looked shifty, but surely he, not the old woman, was the fool for paying 20,000. For one revealing instant, panic flashed through Kangxi's eyes. Then he slammed his cash case onto the heated brick bed and recovered his swagger. He was a businessman, he shouted, but businessmen could buy on instinct. Maybe he simply wanted the round little jar for goldfish. Kangxi changed tactics and appealed to blood ties. Would his aunt trust an internet smooth talker over her own nephew? He even claimed the 20,000 came from money saved out of his living expenses. Clutching the jar, the old woman looked helplessly between him and teacher Lu. Lu gave a light chuckle. If Kangxi had truly never checked the base, then surely he would not object to checking it now. Before the man could interrupt, Lu told Auntie to fetch a cloth, use wood ash or toothpaste, and scrub the oily grime hard. The old woman answered uncertainly, but Lu's conviction carried her forward. Holding the jar in one hand, she dipped the other into wood ash by the water vat and scrubbed. The greasy black coating gave way at the base until the hidden blue and white Tian character emerged. Lu asked whether Boss Kangxi still intended to act. Then he explained the antique saying, "Heaven is number one." Ming and Qing porcelain bearing Tian on the base belonged to the Tian character class. The famed Chenghua Daokai examples were imperial wine vessels, scarce enough that even damaged ones could sell for 10 million. This jar was not Chenghua period porcelain itself. Lu identified it as an exquisite Kangxi imperial kiln work carrying an apocryphal mark. Then he raised 3 fingers. With its craftsmanship, condition, and original lid intact, his conservative market estimate was 3 million yuan. 3 million, the old woman hugged the former pickle jar to her chest, frozen and trembling. Kangxi's face turned sickly pale. Then embarrassment became rage. He called Lu a liar, insisted the jar was an imitation worth only a few thousand, and threatened to summon the police for fraud. Lu smiled and invited him to make the call. When the police arrived, they could discuss a different fraud. An antique dealer knowingly hiding an imperial kiln treasure's value, exploiting a relative's trust, and trying to take 3 million yuan property for 20,000. That case value, Lu warned, meant prison. Kangxi completely panicked. His police threat was no longer a weapon, it pointed straight back at him. In front of his aunt and the livestream audience, the performance of the self-sacrificing nephew collapsed. His 20,000 yuan offer now looked exactly like what Lu had called it, calculated exploitation. Discovery hurt her more than the money astonished her. She remembered carrying Kangxi on her back when he was little and buying him candy. How could that child grow into someone willing to cheat his own aunt? Lu sighed. Against a profit of 3 million, some consciences became thinner than paper. Lu told her not to blame herself. A familiar face could still hide an unfamiliar heart. More urgently, she needed to protect the jar, no ordinary cupboard, but a locked cabinet. With the incident already public, village gossip would spread, and a treasure worth millions could attract fresh danger. Lu offered a lawful path forward. If she trusted him, he would contact a legitimate auction house and arrange a proper sale. 3 million could buy her a large city home, 2 nannies, good food, and enough bank interest to live without begging for anyone's favor. Wiping her tears, she bowed deeply toward the screen. Lu Jun answered the elderly woman's grateful bow with one last practical promise. He would send his contact information privately. For now, she needed to leave the stream, get some rest, and lock her door. Only after making sure she understood did he end the call. Lu released a long breath. The dangerous confrontation had ended safely, and the reward was visible immediately. The Tian character jar incident had pushed his livestream beyond 10,000 viewers. Colorful gift effects burst across the screen while he lifted his water glass and steadied himself. Lu used the moment to warn everyone about rural ground scrapers. Collecting old goods was not the crime. Recognizing a major treasure and using family ties to crush the price was fraud. If viewers owned anything old, they should wait, seek several opinions, and never let urgency make the decision for them. Enough heavy material. Lu joked that after a windfall from heaven, it was time to look for a visitor from beyond. The second name in line was Star Trek. One click opened a sleek office, its floor-to-ceiling window framing the city at night and metal models gleaming inside. Suited man proudly presented a heavy black lump as a Martian meteorite worth 300,000 yuan. Its seller had wrapped it in the language of deep space and cosmic energy. Star Trek believed it so completely that he had placed the thing beside his pillow as a cure for insomnia. The appraisal system stripped away the cosmic story. This was industrial slag, altered to impersonate a meteorite. Worse, its surface retained hydrofluoric acid and sulfides. Long exposure could injure skin and lungs, and the caller's miraculous sleep was identified as lethargy caused by sulfide poisoning. Lu asked again whether the object truly stayed beside the man's pillow. Star Trek answered with solemn delight. His old insomnia had vanished. He dropped off instantly, slept until daylight, and sometimes ignored the alarm entirely. Viewers with insomnia began asking where they could buy the same 300,000 yuan miracle. Lu finally sighed. That was not good sleep quality, it was a mild toxic coma. Star Trek's polished reserve cracked at once. Poisoning made no sense to him. This was a meteorite. Lu answered that meteorites could be dangerous too, but his larger problem was simpler. This object was not one at all. Lu began with the rigmaglypts. A real meteorite's depressions are shaped during its high-temperature passage through the atmosphere. They do not gain authenticity merely because a seller gives rough pits an exotic name. He directed the caller and audience to study the surface instead of trusting price, provenance, or cosmic language. And Lu named the material. It was waste slag from blast furnace steelmaking. To fake a meteorite crust, the swindler had coated it in asphalt and scorched it with a blowtorch. The celestial collectible was industrial refuse wearing a cheap black disguise. Every night, Star Trek had been breathing sulfides, hydrofluoric acid residue, and gases evaporating from asphalt. Lu translated the chemistry brutally. Sleeping beside it was like putting his head inside a sewer next to fresh pavement. Brain hypoxia and toxic fumes had not cured his insomnia. They had fumigated him unconscious. If he continued for 2 more months, Lu added, he might truly reach Mars and meet the aliens. The chat exploded over the 300,000 yuan physical sleep aid. Star Trek went deathly pale. His hand shook, the slag dropped, and its weight smashed a large dent into his expensive wooden desk. Star Trek choked out that the swindler had claimed to search Lop Nur for a month. Lu replied that Lop Nur did contain meteorites, and even more slag stones meant to cheat novices. Forget cosmic energy. 2 melatonin pills were safer. After half a month of toxic exposure, the man hurriedly thanked Lu and disconnected. Meteorite caller was gone, but Lu Jun's stream was still surging. He checked the viewer count and found it holding at roughly 20,000. At his modest home workstation, he opened his thermos, letting steam curl past his face, and warned everyone not to enter the treacherous antique trade without real skill. Chat had no patience for a lecture. Viewers demanded talent, another connection, and preferably someone even more ridiculous. Lu Jun smiled, accepted the next video request, and saw the name Dugu Kyubai beneath an avatar of a blood-stained sword. Feed opened on a student dormitory plastered with anime posters. An 18 or 19-year-old man appeared with long bangs over his eyes, a gloomy stare, and a rusty sword clutched to his chest. Lowering his voice into practiced world weariness, he asked whether Lu Jun could see its killing intent. Dugu said an antique stall owner had sold it as a warring state's god-slaying sword, unearthed from ground where no grass would grow. Every night it supposedly hummed with vengeful spirits. Its blade felt bone-chillingly cold. He brought the camera closer, proudly displaying green corrosion and dark red stains as proof. Lu Jun studied both caller and weapon, then offered a less supernatural explanation. Perhaps the nightly hum was merely a steel plate resonating. Dugu demanded to know what plate. Lu Jun answered that the sword's predecessor was the rear shock absorber of a Wuling Hongguang, good steel, seasoned by the legendary trials of Mount Akina. Chat exploded over a divine car becoming a divine sword. Dugu angrily insisted it was Warring State's bronze, so Lu Jun proposed a test. Brace the tip on the desk and push. The blade bowed into an enormous arc, sprang back with a boing, and Dugu triumphantly announced its elasticity, proving Lu Jun's point for him. Lu Jun was not finished. He pointed to the green crust coating the blade and turned Dugu's mystical language against him. If the sword's killing intent was real, the hero should take a deep breath and experience it properly. Still desperate to defend his treasure, Dugu brought the foul blade close and inhaled. Gut-wrenching vomiting erupted from the dormitory. The viewers nearly died laughing, declaring that the hero had fallen to excessive urea and asking for the area of his psychological trauma. Lu Jun only shrugged. Adolescent delusion was curable. The real danger was clutching urea and calling it killing intent. He wished Dugu a speedy recovery and disconnected. The entire room felt lighter after Dugu's defeat. In a good mood, Lu Jun invited another viewer to come and suffer, then smoothly corrected himself to receive an appraisal. At the top of the list waited William Chen, represented by a suited silhouette, a wine glass, and the Eiffel Tower. William's video looked meticulously staged, European leather sofas, wall paintings, and an electronic fire. William himself, a man in his 30s, wore a British-style vest and silk scarf beneath carefully combed hair. In a translated film accent sprinkled with English, he greeted Teacher Lu and mentioned that the show had become very popular. Lu Jun politely asked whether he had lived abroad. William modestly confirmed 10 years in London, then complained that China's antique market was too chaotic and insufficiently standardized. To demonstrate better foreign standards, he announced that he had brought home a treasure won at a European auction and presented an exquisite porcelain vessel. William called it a Victorian soup vessel. He stroked the broad rim and explained that noble families needed the wide mouth for ladling. Better still, once the soup was finished, a smiling beauty appeared at the bottom. To William, that was romance. To Lu Jun, after the urea sword, it looked like a curse involving toilets. Lu Jun asked whether William had ever drunk soup from it. William said no, it was too precious to use. Lu Jun visibly relaxed and said, "Fortunately." Suspicion replaced William's smile. He demanded the hidden meaning behind those words, forcing Lu Jun to move from tactful questioning to the actual appraisal. Lu Jun first confirmed the part William wanted to hear. It really was late 19th century Staffordshire bone china. William's proud smile returned and he immediately asked about price. Then came the interruption. Its age was correct, Lu Jun said, but its use was not. Authenticity had never guaranteed that William understood what he owned. Lu Jun compared the forms. A soup tureen needed a lid and high handles to protect hands from heat. William's vessel had low handles and a broad rim flared outward. That rim was not designed for serving. It was designed for sitting comfortably. William stared blankly and asked who would sit on a soup tureen. The chat understood first. William's face cycled through blue, white, and green. He remembered posing for a photograph with the exquisite chamber pot beside his face, and his stomach turned. One furious curse later, he cut the connection. Lu Jun picked up his thermos and advised everyone to learn foreign definitions before treasure hunting. Soup tureen and chamber pot both contained pot, but held very different things. With William gone and the chamber pot joke delivered, Lu Jun finally signed off. He reminded viewers to believe in science, collect rationally, and follow him before he ended the stream. The lively workstation fell quiet at last. The moment the camera was dead, Lu Jun slumped lazily into his chair. Hours of rapid calls and concentrated appraisals had left his brain buzzing. He took a long drink of warm water from his thermos, then opened the channel's back-end data. The result jolted him upright. After only several days of relentless antics, his follower count had passed 20,000. Lu Jun happily hummed to himself. This was already better than working like a beast of burden at that miserable company. His private messages showed 99+, and the first examples nearly killed him with laughter. A past kidney stone was worth a hospital registration fee. He refused to appraise someone's girlfriend biologically. Then he jokingly priced his supposedly scripted livestream at 100,000. One message, sent only 10 minutes earlier, had no preview image and no joke. The local sender begged teacher Lu to help in an emergency. Her father had been brainwashed by a master and planned to pay 2 million yuan for dragon bone wood the next day. At home, Lu Jun called cheekily toward the living room. His mother Tang Ziolan answered from the kitchen by reminding him to take the trash downstairs. He only shrugged. By 10 the next morning, his response to the emergency was clear. He arrived at Yunshui Changsan Club on time. Lu Jun had chosen a slightly formal casual suit. It was inexpensive, but at 182 centimeters with clean-cut features, he looked thoroughly presentable. A fair-skinned young woman in a Chanel suit hurried over, shoulder-length hair framing sharp eyes clouded by anxiety. He hesitantly asked whether he was teacher Lu. He confirmed his name and asked if she was Miss Lin. Lin Wan introduced herself, then looked him over in surprise. The famous appraiser was younger than expected, and despite her worry, she could not miss that he was handsome. Walking inside, Lin Wan kept her voice low. Her father was Lin Guodong, a construction materials businessman. Recent business trouble had pushed him toward feng shui superstition. That was the weakness a business partner exploited by introducing the so-called Master Huang. Master Huang claimed he had brought a 10,000-year-old dragon bone wood from Southeast Asia. Installed in Lin Guodong's life, it would reverse his luck and attract wealth. The price was 2 million yuan, and Lin Wan needed Lu Jun to stop the sale without humiliating her father. Lin Wan's plan was precise. Lu Jun would be her college classmate who had studied materials science and happened to accompany her. Under no circumstances could he admit he was a streamer exposing fraud. Her father would explode. Lu Jun made an okay gesture. He was merely there to learn. They followed a winding corridor into a secluded private room. Lin Guodong did not even turn around when he acknowledged student Lu. Nearby, Master Huang sat with composed authority, sipping tea. Between them, the supposed dragon bone would occupy the place of honor. Lin Guodong perfunctorily allowed his daughter's classmate to look, but warned him not to touch. If ordinary human aura tainted the treasure, he said, its spiritual energy would dissipate. The restriction showed Lu Jun how completely Huang's performance had taken hold. Master Huang took another measured sip of tea, his goatee twitching. Boss Lin was absolutely right, he declared. This was a 10,000-year dragon bone nourished by heaven and earth, approachable only by the predestined. Student Lu could look but must not disturb its divine magnetic field. Lu Jun sneered inwardly and fixed his gaze on the wood for 3 seconds. His appraisal interface answered at once. Modern industrial synthetic divine dragon bone wood. Its core was decayed poplar packed with epoxy resin, industrial carbon black, synthetic musk, and phthalate plasticizers. Next entries dismantled 10,000 years of mythology. The object had been made only 3 months ago. Cheap rotten wood was soaked in dye and resin, densified under pressure, then hot-pressed with a metal roller to stamp the convincing scale pattern across its surface. Then came the price and verdict. Including the brocade box, the entire treasure was worth 200 yuan, not 2 million. Authenticity, fake. Lin Guodong was one signature away from paying 10,000 times the system's valuation for chemically treated rotten wood. Final entry was worse than fraud. Its exotic fragrance carried high concentrations of formaldehyde and cheap essence. Prolonged exposure could cause respiratory ulcers, anemia, even leukemia. Lu Jun looked from the red warning to the unsuspecting men. This was not merely worthless, it was dangerous. Lu Jun's gaze moved from the system's bright red risk warning to Lin Guodong's unnaturally flushed face. The symptoms fit the appraisal far too well. Rather than announce what only he could see, he stepped forward with a playful smile and asked Master Huang about the wood's supposed magnetic field. Huang put down his teacup with open disdain. Naturally, it had a magnetic field, he declared. Once brought into a home, this object of extreme yang would ward off evil, protect the household, and make Boss Lin's business flourish. Then he offered Lin Guodong's improved sleep as proof. Lin Guodong slapped his thigh and called Huang divine. His old insomnia had vanished after only a few days worshipping the treasure. Now he fell asleep instantly and slept like the dead. Lu Jun suppressed a sigh. That was not restorative sleep. Organic solvents were numbing the man's central nervous system. Still sounding like an earnest student, Lu Jun asked Uncle Lin whether such effective divine wood might be examined more closely. He cited his materials engineering studies and professed fascination with anything that could resist decay for 10,000 years. Flattered and cheerful, Lin Guodong waved him forward, asking only that he not damage it. Huang warned that Lu Jun's youthful vigor might clash with the wood's spiritual energy if he touched it too long. Lu Jun promised he only wanted the texture, then crossed to the mahogany table. Up close, the black scale-like finish was skillfully made, but craftsmanship was not the same thing as authenticity. Lu Jun poured scalding water into the large bowl normally used for washing tea. Then, beneath 4 shocked gazes, he seized the 2 million yuan treasure and drove its thick ends straight into the water. The test was simple, visible, and already too far underway for Huang to bury beneath another supernatural explanation. Huang shot upright so violently that he knocked over his teacup. He screamed that Lu Jun was destroying a divine object. Lin Guodong also surged toward anger, but Lin Wan clamped onto his arm and shrieked for him to look. Clear water was blooming into a fast-spreading cloud of murky black. Supposedly sacred sweetness changed next. A sour, pungent reek of burnt plastic and harsh chemicals erupted with the steam, turning the enclosed private room into something like an unaired board factory or a room full of burning tires. No mystical explanation could make that smell holy. Lin Wan doubled into a coughing fit, covered her nose, and backed away. Lin Guodong had been closest. One deep breath left him clutching his chest, nauseated and tight-lunged with tears forced from his eyes. Terrified now, he demanded to know what was happening. Lu Jun alone remained calm. Lu Jun calmly pulled the object free. Moments ago it had been black as iron, its scales sharply defined. Now the soaked end was pale gray. The heated scales had softened into a muddy layer that sagged away from the coarse material underneath. The ancient divine surface was literally coming off in the bowl. Lu Jun's explanation stripped away the last of Huang's mysticism. The wood had been saturated with excessive formaldehyde and benzene-based substances to preserve it and increase its luster. In this enclosed room, an artificial exotic fragrance had merely disguised the fumes. Even Lin Guodong's miraculous sleep now had a chemical cause. Every sentence drained more color from Lin Guodong's face. Lu Jun fixed him with a sharp stare and gave the cost plainly. Keep breathing this mixture for another month in a sealed room, and he could reserve a bed in oncology. Leukemia, Lu Jun said, was a certainty. Leukemia warning left the private room deathly still. Lin Guodong stared from the ruined, plastic-reeking wood to the man who had called it divine. 2 million yuan had nearly bought him a carcinogenic shrine. Rage finally broke through. He seized a teacup and hurled it at Huang's feet. Huang's cultivated serenity vanished. His eyes searched the room for an exit, then he pointed at Lu Jun and shouted that this was sorcery beneath the notice of a master like him. The performance lasted only long enough for him to snatch up his cloth bag and sprint for the door. Lu Jun had expected exactly this. Without rising into a struggle, he hooked a foot around the nearest solid wood chair and slid it across Huang's path. The agile 60-year-old hit the obstacle hard, pitched forward, and landed face down on the carpet with his front teeth taking the impact. Lu Jun calmly told Lin Wan to call the police. She lifted the phone already recording in her hand. The call was made and officers were 5 minutes away. Huang scrambled up despite the pain and clutched for Lin Guodong's trouser leg, insisting that he too had been tricked. Lin Guodong kicked him away. With Huang unable to run and the police taking over, the danger passed, but Lin Guodong's humiliation remained. He had nearly paid 2 million yuan to worship carcinogenic rotten wood in his own home. Losing the money was survivable. Becoming a joke throughout the construction materials circle was not. Guodong awkwardly praised Lu Jun's chemistry and lack of superstition. Lu Jun wiped carbon black residue from his fingers and gave the older man a graceful escape. Concern had clouded his judgment, while scent and psychological suggestion had made Huang's trick unusually subtle. With Lin Guodong's experience, Lu Jun said, he normally would have seen through it immediately. Lin Wan slipped her business card into a thick envelope and pushed it toward Lu Jun. The agreed service fee was 10,000 yuan. Her father had added another 10,000 as a tea tip for saving him from the 2 million yuan loss. 20,000 in one visit, and a grateful client who knew how to find him again. Outside, Lu Jun called for a ride and peeked into the envelope. The stack of red bills pulled an irrepressible grin from him. Exposing fraud could earn merit and build wealth. His old job would have taken 2 exhausting months to pay this much. Back in his neighborhood, he celebrated practically, half a roast duck and 2 chilled cokes. At home, Tang Ziulan sat on the sofa in reading glasses, scrolling through short videos as canned laughter chirped from her phone. Lu Jun announced an extra dish and set down the glistening roast duck. His mother glanced over and guessed that no project was involved at all. Her son had simply developed a craving. Lu Jun answered with a grin. A multi-million yuan project might have fallen through, but their stomachs should not suffer for it. The joke hid the day's danger and spared his mother the ugly details. Then he retreated to his room and showered away the clinging odor of cheap synthetic fragrance until he finally felt refreshed. 20,000 yuan was excellent extra income, but Lu Jun refused to let one successful offline job interrupt his main business. His livestream audience was still waiting for the next appraisal. Refreshed and energized, he returned to the familiar desk, where the computer and camera turned his knowledge into reputation, clients, and a future. Lu Jun twisted open a chilled Coke and settled in front of the computer. He adjusted the camera until the frame was right, then moved the cursor over the familiar control. The club confrontation was finished, the payment was secure, and his waiting audience came next. With one click, Lu Jun started the livestream. The instant Lu Jun's livestream opened, its popularity shot upward. Comments raced across the screen faster than anyone could read them. His waiting regulars celebrated the missing streamer's return and immediately demanded another piece of hardcore appraisal science. Lu Jun raised an eyebrow at the camera. Full, rested, and back in his element, he greeted the family and joked that their passion for science was running hot. The room warmed instantly, and colorful gift effects began flying. But Lu Jun refused to waste time. He opened the connection queue and announced that they would see who had the luck to claim today's first slot. His cursor settled on the top name, Silent Enlightenment T. Dao. The new feed looked like a portrait of perfect serenity. Mahogany furniture framed an orchid and calligraphy proclaiming that tranquility led to ambition. At the tea table sat Zhang Weida, middle-aged, lean-faced, goateed, and dressed in plain cotton linen lay clothing. Zhang's treasure was a battered pu'er cake wrapped to look ancient. He presented it as pre-liberation Hao-grade tea, a rarity supposedly valued at 5 million yuan. The price alone made the audience stare at every crumbling fold of paper. Calling Lu Jun lucky, Zhang offered to brew the treasure live so everyone could cloud taste the flavor of time. Boiling water released a dense plume of steam. Zhang closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and praised the rich aged aroma and pungent medicinal fragrance. Tea enthusiasts in the chat studied the brew. Some admired its apparent age, color, and oiliness. Others noticed the problem hiding in plain sight. The soup was as black as soy sauce. On Lu Jun's side of the screen, one eyebrow lifted. Real aged tea, Lu Jun knew, should mature toward transparent chestnut or wine red like amber. This liquid was black as asphalt and hopelessly murky. The likely truth was far less romantic. Moldy wet warehouse stock, perhaps darkened further with additives. Lu Jun did not expose him immediately. He lifted his thermos, blew across the surface, and politely called the tea unusually heavy. Claiming only superficial knowledge, he asked whether a small question would be welcome. Zhang graciously permitted it, while reminding him that the Tao of tea was profound. Lu Jun first confirmed Zhang's claim, Hao-grade tea from before the liberation. Then he leaned toward the screen and pointed to the tattered wrapper. At its center sat a green tea character surrounded by 8 red zhang characters. How did that mark fit the claimed age? Zhang tried to explain the wrapper away as later replacement packaging. Lu Jun did not waste the argument. He called the excuse forced but barely plausible, granted it for the moment, and shifted to evidence Zhang could not separate from the drink in his cup. Soup was black as soy sauce and clung to the cup. Lu Jun explained that decades of oxidation and decomposition should leave genuine century-old tea clear and red like wine, almost gem-like. Zhang's brew looked more like shoe polish stirred into water. Zhang snapped. This was not filthy black water, he insisted, but sauce fragrance, the highest realm of pu'er transformation. He called it black gold and demanded to know what a young brat could understand. His cultivated tranquility had vanished, and the appraisal had become a public showdown. Black gold? Lu Jun sneered. Then he set the soup's color aside and pinned Zhang to his real claim. The wrapper might have been replaced, but the cake itself was supposedly old material from before the liberation. Zhang's eyes shifted, yet he stubbornly called it an heirloom carrying the taste of time. Lu Jun asked when the CNNP trademark had been registered, the green tea character ringed by 8 red zhang characters. Zhang guessed the early 50s and tried to retreat behind the replacement wrapper again. Lu Jun supplied the exact date, December 15, 1951. Zhang seized on it, insisting the timing matched. Timing matched only if one ignored how tea cakes were made. When Zhang's alleged pre-liberation leaves were pressed, that trademark did not exist. Yet the nife buried inside the cake carried the same 8 zhang tea design. A replaced wrapper could not explain paper grown into the compressed leaves. Lu Jun delivered the verdict with a grin. Could the cake perform minimally invasive surgery on itself and stuff a 1950s trademark into its pre-liberation belly? Zhang's face drained white. He stared down at the small paper in the cake, the physical detail he had overlooked now crushing his entire story. Counterfeit was worse than an anachronistic label. Lu Jun returned to Zhang's proud medicinal fragrance. It was pesticide mixed with the musty odor of fermentation, sprayed to cover the fishy smell of pig blood. In plain language, Zhang had not sampled priceless tea. He had drunk expired spicy blood curd with extras. Ignoring the burn on his stained pants, Zhang raised the cup and sniffed hard. Psychological suggestion had once translated the odor into refinement. Now he smelled a wet market's meat stall sewer after rain, mixed with an ancient sour rag. His cultivated demeanor finally shattered. Eyes watering, he covered his mouth and dry heaved. Livestream erupted. Viewers asked whether this was the overpowering taste of 5 million, suggested adding duck intestines for hot pot, and joked that Zhang had offered the tea his soul while it treated him as a glutton. Lu Jun's phrase, expired spicy blood curd, became the room's instant verdict. Lu Jun told Zhang not to stop at disgust. Under the light, the cake's surface was far too glossy, shiny black with extreme reflectivity, as though someone had rubbed it with oil. Zhang looked despite his watering eyes. What he had admired as the patina of age now appeared immediately suspicious. No tea leaf develops that kind of glow simply by surviving for decades. Lu Jun identified the false patina. Unscrupulous sellers had smeared the cake with black shoe polish to hide mold spots. The glossy black gold image completed its transformation, from rare heirloom to contaminated counterfeit to literal polished garbage. Zhang could take no more. He broke away from the table and vanished from the connected frame, leaving his once serene tea room empty. A viewer observed that Lu Jun had done a good deed. If Zhang kept drinking, he might really have become an immortal. Lu Jun could only shake his head. Lu Jun gave the audience a rule worth remembering. The old tea market ran deep, and amateurs should not accept work beyond their tools. If old tea looked filthy, smelled strange, and drank like rice soup, no grand story made it safe. An IQ tax cost money. This mistake could cost a life. Zhang was clearly not returning soon. Lu Jun wished him successful stomach pumping and cut the connection. Then he thanked the bosses for their tips, unscrewed a bottle of happy water, and took a long gulp. His final assessment was almost admiring. This generation of scammers had developed a surprisingly solid STEM level. Stream rolled on from Zhang's poisonous tea, but the audience needed an eye wash. They complained that Brother Lu had somehow driven into an industrial trash heap. One viewer begged for a valuable treasure. Another said even the family dog now looked like a tea cake. Lu Jun wanted the real thing too, a yuan blue and white, a Rukiln shard, even decent Republic-era Famia rose. Reality was harsher. Antiques were gold panning in a trash heap, 9,999 traps, and the final glint was probably gold-plated. Still, dreams cost nothing. Lu Jun put down his bottle and sat straighter. Perhaps the next viewer could finally overawe him instead of extending the chemistry lesson. Zhang had gone to clear his bowels, so Lu Jun advised everyone against tea with a meaty flavor and reopened the lottery. One avatar looked rich enough to tempt fate, a hand gripping a Ferrari steering wheel under the name Heiheng Dashao. Lu Jun clicked. The split screen opened onto European leather sofas, a crystal chandelier, and an enormous oil painting. The caller had built an entire room around looking expensive. Heiheng Dashao did not offer Lu Jun some ordinary Giguzi jar. He grandly introduced his scene as Zio he pursues Han Xin under the moonlight, and declared the vessel a yuan blue and white large jar. After a parade of industrial fakes, the words sounded like thunder. Livestream exploded. Some viewers guessed that a real example would start around 200 million. Others trusted the villa on site. Skeptics asked how many yuan blue and white masterpieces even existed, and whether this loud young man could truly have caught one at a bargain. Lu Jun's silence only inflated the caller. Heiheng Dashao boasted that he had intercepted the jar from a desperate Beijing and Hong Kong collector for 30 million. In normal circumstances, he said, even 300 million could not buy it. He demanded to know whether Lu Jun was finally overawed. 30 million for 300 million, the bargain was deeper than the Mariana Trench. Lu Jun's smile neither praised nor condemned. He simply asked for a closer view, especially the blue and white bleeding and the base texture. Delighted to educate him, Heiheng Dashao pushed the phone toward the porcelain. Lu Jun concentrated and the system answered. Item, modern high-quality imitation blue and white figure pattern large jar. Material, kaolin crushed by a modern ball mill, chemical cobalt pigment and industrial glaze. Date of creation 2 years ago, not yuan, not remotely close. Production record was mercilessly modern. Slip casting, a computer-printed decal, gas kiln firing, then hydrofluoric acid aging. Every romantic trace of centuries had been manufactured in an industrial process. The proud collector had not intercepted a lost national treasure. He had bought an expertly weathered production line prop. And came the financial execution. Comprehensive valuation, 500 yuan. Authenticity, fake. The absurdity was dangerous as well as expensive. Trace hydrofluoric acid remained on the inner wall after the aging treatment. 30 million had purchased 500 yuan of modern porcelain with chemical residue. System's verdict belonged to Lu Jun alone, but the camera had supplied evidence anyone could test. His voice turned playful. He asked the whole livestream to look carefully, not at some mysterious kiln aura, but directly into the painted pupils of Zio He. Thousands of viewers widened their eyes. The grids were really there. Someone recognized the pattern as the half-tone dots used in newspaper printing. Another completed the diagnosis. It was a decal. The chat immediately asked the fatal question, had the Yuan dynasty already invented inkjet printers? Ujun named the marks half-tone dots, characteristic of modern screen printing and decals. Ancient porcelain painters worked with brushes, leaving strokes and shaded changes, not pixel grids. The grand masterpiece was not Zio he pursues Hanzin under the moonlight. It was Epson Spray's Hanzin under the moonlight. Iheng Dashao exploded. Veins bulged along his neck as he rejected the half-tone dots outright. Those were not signs of modern printing, he insisted. They were the precious traces of time in a special ice-crackle glaze. Lu Jun was only a streamer. What could he possibly know about genuine Yuan blue and white porcelain? Zhao shook the camera and produced his final authority. A treasure expert named Master Wang had personally appraised the jar and issued a certificate. Lu Jun only sneered. Was this Master Wang related to the one selling resin bronze burners? These days, he said, certificates cost 5 yuan online, and bulk orders even came with free shipping. Zhao's hands trembled. Lu Jun was jealous, he shouted, a rich-hating nobody unwilling to admit the treasure was real. Lu Jun shrugged and accepted the insult with exaggerated helplessness. Fine, he hated the rich. But if Zhao would not accept microscopic printing dots, they could try something cultural instead. Did the jar have a mark underneath? Of course there was a mark. Zhao seized on the question like a lifeline and declared the jar an imperial kiln product bearing an official Great Yuan inscription. He strained to lift the heavy vessel, flipped it over, and aimed the stark white base at the camera. At its center sat a complex square seal printed in red. Zhao roared that the seal read, made during the Zhejiang era of the Great Yuan state, then demanded whether Lu Jun even understood Zhejiang wares. Lu Jun stared at the mark. His shoulders began shaking as he fought not to laugh, nearly spilling his thermos. Then he asked the dangerous question, did Zhao actually recognize seal script? The inscription did not commemorate a Yuan emperor. Lu Jun gave Zhao the real reading, microwave safe. For one suspended beat, the imperial kiln fantasy collided with the most ordinary label imaginable. Zhao refused to accept it. Then, desperate to disprove Lu Jun, he snatched up a second phone and opened Beidou himself. Result was not merely similar. It was identical, stroke for stroke. The livestream went eerily silent, not from lag, but because more than 20,000 viewers had forgotten how to speak. Now identified as young Master Zhao, the caller stared at his backup phone with bulging eyes. His 30 million yuan treasure carried a microwave label. Zhao muttered that it was impossible. If necessary, even Beidou was fake. The whole thing had to be a prank. Lu Jun quietly screwed the lid onto his thermos. The mockery drained from his voice, leaving something almost like pity. Zhao needed to accept reality. In the trade, this object had a precise name: export to domestic creative retro tableware. Tableware this enormous? Zhao seized on the size as one last objection. Lu Jun had an answer for that too. The vessel was probably intended for a family-sized portion of sauerkraut fish, or for an upscale Japanese or Korean restaurant serving oden. The scale that had made it look monumental was simply part of a modern restaurant design. Ujun completed the explanation. Export goods needed labels defining safe use, but blunt modern lettering would look cheap. So a designer translated microwave safe into Chinese and rendered it in Qin small seal script, legal compliance disguised as antique elegance. The final excuse vanished. In the wreckage of that revelation, Zhao's 30 million yuan jar ended up shattered into fragments. The supposed treasure destroyed, and its modern purpose exposed, Zhao's anger finally turned away from Lu Jun. Someone had taken 30 million yuan from him for glorified restaurant tableware. As Zhao raged about the seller, Lu Jun caught one word sharply enough to interrupt. Wang. Had the man who sold him this object also been surnamed Wang? Yes, Zhao ground out the name Wang Beikai, a self-proclaimed expert styling himself the capital's first eye. Better yet, Zhao had not dealt in anonymous cash. He possessed a photograph of Wang Beikai's identification and the transfer records. Lu Jun now had more than a ridiculous fake before him. He had the beginning of a 30 million yuan fraud trail. Wang Beikai. Lu Jun raised an eyebrow at the name. It was not the same name as the Master Wang from the resin sensor scam, so he refused to treat them as one man. Even so, the sales routine, persuasive lies, and forged certificate style felt disturbingly familiar. Lu Jun dropped the jokes and gave Zhao precise instructions. Do not sweep up a single fragment. Preserve the scene, then gather the transfer records, chat logs, certificates, Wang Beikai's contact details, and every other trace that could prove how the 30 million changed hands. 30 million yuan placed the suspected fraud in the particularly huge amount category, Lu Jun explained, serious enough to bury a convicted culprit in prison. Zhao had to call the police now, contact a lawyer, and seek property preservation before Wang Beikai moved the money or fled to Southeast Asia. That finally snapped Zhao out of his rage. He sprang up, shouted that he was going to have Wang killed, then hurriedly corrected himself to caught. Before cutting the connection, he promised Lu Jun 10 carnival gifts and declared him a blood brother if even part of the fortune came back. Lu Jun shook his head at the black screen. The rich, he joked, seemed to live either on the road to being scammed or on the road to the police station. Then his voice sobered. Collecting ran on deep water. Viewers should never trust experts or an overseas return story blindly. Next caller could hardly have contrasted more with Zhao. Zio Wei, a construction worker in a cramped dormitory, appeared visibly nervous. Lu Jun softened his tone and told him they were only chatting. Zio Wei scratched his head and admitted he did not even know whether his object counted as treasure. He dragged out a snakeskin bag, rummaged deep inside, and lifted a black metal lump with both care and effort. It landed on the table with a heavy, dull thump. Palm-sized and filthy, it looked less like treasure than something rescued from a scrap heap. Zio Wei had dug it up 2 days earlier while excavating a foundation, buried unusually deep, and secretly carried it home because of its weight and strange form. Through the camera, Lu Jun studied a small boat shape with upturned ends, blackened mud-stained skin, and a bottom crowded with impact pits. Viewers were merciless. Coal ball, scale weight, rusty scrap, even a stone for pressing pickles. The guesses piled up, with one estimate valuing it at 50 cents a pound. Zio Wei's face reddened under the ridicule. He had nearly thrown the ugly thing away himself. Worthless did not mean useless. Zio Wei cheerfully explained that the lump was hard, heavy, and never flaked, making it excellent for mashing garlic, cracking walnuts, and serving as a hammer. He lifted it to demonstrate. Lu Jun's lip twitched as the mystery of those dense bottom dents suddenly solved itself. Lu Jun's silence finally made Zio Wei uneasy. If it was only scrap iron, he offered, he would send it to recycling tomorrow. Lu Jun shot upright and shouted for him to stop. Whatever happened, the object must not be discarded, and it must never mash another clove of garlic. Shout nearly made the heavy object land on Zio Wei's foot. Lu Jun forced his voice calmer and issued one exact order: fetch a basin of clean water and a soft bristled toothbrush. No steel wool, no toilet cleaner, no chemicals at all. Zio Wei stammered his agreement and hurried to obey. 2 minutes later, Zio Wei hurried back with a wash basin. Following Lu Jun's exact instructions, he dipped a soft toothbrush in clean water and gently worked away the dust and sticky garlic paste. No scraping, no chemicals, just patient strokes beneath Lu Jun's watchful stare. The object stayed pitch black, yet its true craftsmanship began to emerge, a smooth, cinched waist and honeycomb-like holes underneath. Lu Jun told Zio Wei to check the very center. Faint characters were there, along with pits everywhere. Lu Jun snapped that every walnut strike had cost him thousands. Lu Jun cleared his throat and made him listen carefully. This was neither iron nor scrap lead. It was a 50-tael official silver ingot from the Ming Dynasty's Yongle era, a rare large sicey. Centuries of oxidation had buried the silver beneath a thick black patina. At Lu Jun's prompt, Zio Wei weighed it in his palm and finally noticed how heavy it was for its size. Lu Jun explained that intact Ming official silver of this scale was exceptionally rare and met the first-class cultural relic standard. Then came the damaged specimen's conservative price, 1.2 to 1.5 million yuan. Lu Jun did not let Zio Wei celebrate carelessly. Wrap it in something personal, hide it, and stay alert tonight. Tomorrow, go directly to a major legitimate auction house or the provincial museum. Refuse every private offer, however generous, and do not boast to a single coworker. Zio Wei promised he understood, then announced that he would stuff the ingot into his crotch immediately. He scrambled to hide it inside his clothes and kowtowed toward the camera, thanking Teacher Lu as his family's benefactor. Only after confirming the treasure was concealed did Lu Jun end the connection. Chat erupted with viewers trying to absorb Zio Wei's good luck. Lu Jun could only marvel at the night's reversal. A rich kid had watched 30 million vanish, while a laborer's scrap iron became treasure. The antique world really was a condensed theater of life, absurd, cruel, and astonishing. It was nearly midnight. Lu Jun told everyone to rest and stop dreaming that every dusty object hid a fortune. Luck like Zio Wei's was ancestral grave smoke. He signed off, stretched, washed quickly, and collapsed into bed, finally letting the roller coaster of the livestream go dark. Morning arrived as a roar and a violent sweep of curtains. Sunlight struck Lu Jun full in the face. He groaned, buried himself under the blanket, and pleaded that he had streamed until midnight. Tang Ziyulan stood over him with a spatula like an imperial sword. Sleep was no defense against a mother's blind date decree. At the appointed morning, Lu Jun was waiting at a cafe window with the cheapest Americano, scrolling clips from last night's triumph. 10:30 passed, then 10:40, then 10:50. His drink disappeared until only ice remained, but the much-advertised overseas returnee professional still had not appeared. Lu Jun wondered whether modern blind dates were tests of endurance. Shaking his head, he raised his phone to tell his mother he was retreating. Before he could send the message, rapid, crisp high heels struck the cafe floor from the entrance, each click announcing that his late appointment had finally arrived. The approaching heels stopped being an unseen promise. Lu Jun looked up from his phone and saw his late blind date enter the cafe in a Chanel-style tweed suit. This was Su Kaiyan, the overseas returnee professional Auntie Lee had advertised so enthusiastically. It was certainly striking, though not subtly so. A palm-sized face, a blade-sharp chin, a rigid high-nose bridge, and extraordinarily deep double eyelids. Yet even that carefully engineered face lost the contest for attention to the enormous gradient crocodile skin bag on her arm. Su Kaiyan did not come over at once. She inspected Lu Jun from head to toe like merchandise of doubtful quality. His entire Uniqlo outfit cost under 300 yuan, and her tightening brow made her verdict obvious before she crossed the room. Her heels clicked louder until she reached the table. Without greeting him or apologizing, she pulled out the opposite chair and sat. Her first words were not an introduction but an inspection. Was he Lu Jun? He nodded politely and began mentioning Auntie Lee. She cut him off. He could call her Jessica or Su Kaiyan. Then she planted the large handbag on the table and adjusted it until the shining clasp faced him. Even her luggage had been positioned to speak before she did. Su Kaiyan finally said she was sorry, but only because her spa technician had worked too slowly. Her face carried no apology. She opened the displayed bag, took out a compact, and retouched her makeup. Lu Jun smiled and claimed he had just arrived too, though privately he had already crossed her off his list. Su Kaiyan moved straight to status. Several women in her circle, she said, were major influencers backed by family fortunes. Could Lu Jun even earn 3,000 yuan a month? Remembering last night's thrilling flood of tips, he answered with perfect honesty, 3,000 was definitely within reach. Su Kaiyan, that income was merely enough to scrape by. She bluntly declared that Auntie Lee had exaggerated. She and Lu Jun belonged to different social classes. A diamond-studded fingernail tapped the gradient bag. This Himalayan Hermes, she claimed, cost enough to buy a house in the city. Her ordinary afternoon tea cost 2,000 yuan. Her future boyfriend needed 1,000,000 yuan annual salary, 2 fully paid downtown apartments with her name added to both titles, and an 880,000 yuan bride price, not 1 yuan less. Lu Jun nearly laughed. This was not a blind date. It was a wish-making session. Though this was the legendary handbag supposedly worth more than gold. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes and focused. The appraisal system answered at once. High-quality fake Hermes Himalayan Birkin, super A-grade, hand-customized. Su Kaiyan's grand proof of wealth was counterfeit. Material entry dismantled the disguise piece by piece. The leather was Siamese crocodile, not the Nile crocodile required for the real bag. Its polished hardware was domestically customized, and even the imported wax thread was merely Hermes-style imitation. Remaining entries were worse. The bag had been made only last month and hand-sewn with double needles to imitate luxury saddle work. Its processing had also left excessive chromium residue, a counterfeit that was not merely embarrassing, but potentially harmful to the person carrying it. Lu Jun lifted his gaze from the bag. He did not expose everything at once or raise his voice. With Su Kaiyan still waiting for admiration, he calmly offered one small correction. He happened to know a little about this kind of hand-customized leather good. Researching, Su Kaiyan reacted as if Lu Jun had told a joke. She shoved the supposed Himalaya into the center of their cafe table and glanced pointedly at his inexpensive clothes. A man dressed like that wanted to lecture her about Hermes. In her eyes, poverty was forgivable. Pretending to be an expert was not. Lu Jun ignored the insult. His gaze passed the coffee cup and settled on the zipper pull. He calmly conceded one point. The bag was real crocodile skin. Triumph began to spread across Su Kaiyan's face until he finished. A true Himalaya used Nile crocodile, hers used Siamese crocodile. Su Kaiyan snapped that crocodiles were crocodiles. Lu Jun raised one finger toward the bag's side. Nile belly scales shifted naturally from square to round. Farmed Siamese scales formed a much stiffer grid. He did not ask her to trust his reputation. He showed her a difference sitting in plain sight. Lu Jun circled several tiny pores. Dye hid them at a glance, but magnification would reveal traces of manual repair. Genuine Himalaya production rejected leather with defects that obvious. Su Kaiyan raised her voice and drew glances from nearby guests, yet anger could not erase the marks he had identified. Lu Jun's warning made Su Kaiyan register what pride had ignored. The inside of her left arm was fiercely itchy. She rolled up her jacket sleeve. Under the cafe lights, a broad patch of fair skin was red and swollen. Her outrage vanished. She nearly dropped the bag and demanded to know what was happening. Lu Jun explained why he had advised her not to use the bag. Legitimate luxury leather faced strict residue controls. Counterfeit workshops chasing that Snow Mountain white could overuse chromium salts in bleaching and dyeing. In recent heat, sweat opened her pores to the residue. The rash had a name: contact dermatitis. Lu Jun was not finished. He directed her to the zipper pull. On genuine Hermes hardware, the horse's front legs were slender. The counterfeit mold had ruined the proportions. This horse's legs were so short that it looked more like a corgi. Even through her fear, the absurd defect made the fraud impossible to romanticize. Short-legged horse? Chromium? Su Kaiyan looked at the bag she had cherished as proof of her wealthy ex's devotion. Then panic won. She flung it onto a chair and scratched desperately at her arm. Her polished makeup could not hide the collapse beneath it. The symbol of wealth had become evidence of humiliation and harm. Su Kaiyan insisted through a sob that her ex had obtained the bag through a special connection at the Paris headquarters, supposedly to make amends. But the story no longer protected him. Faced with a counterfeit and a spreading rash, she hurried away to seek treatment and use the evidence to settle accounts, possibly through the police. Only then did a waiter arrive with the delayed geisha pour-over and tiramisu, stopping at the sight of Su Kaiyan's empty seat. Lu Jun sighed and asked for everything to go. The blind date was a bust, but he had at least protected a misguided woman's health. That counted as one good deed. Lu Jun paid and stepped out of the cafe with the boxed tiramisu. His phone rang almost immediately. The caller was his mother, Tang Ziolan, his household self-appointed Empress Dowager. The moment he answered, she fired off questions. Had he met the girl? Was she pretty? Were they compatible? Was her family truly well off? Lu Jun admitted Su Kaiyan was pretty, then gave the less glamorous report. Her ex had gifted her a fake bag loaded with excessive heavy metal residue. Before the two could properly talk, the allergy sent her toward the hospital, and the evidence might send her next to the police. Tang Ziolan could only marvel at the woman's bad luck. Lu Jun added that Su Kaiyan had run off with the evidence to settle matters with her ex. Her standards might be high, he joked, but her judgment was not, and the house-priced bag could now cost her medical fees. Tang Ziolan decided that settled everything. Health came first. She told her son to forget the failed match and come home for stewed ribs. Carrying the boxed tiramisu from his failed blind date, Lu Jun strolled home. The high-end cafe had charged an outrageous price for an ordinary dessert, but he knew Tang Ziolan would see the elegant packaging and decide it had to be excellent. A rich scent of sweet and sour ribs met him first. Lu Jun called to his mother, changed into slippers, and set down the tiramisu. The moment Tang Ziolan served the ribs, he seized the meatiest piece. She untied her apron and beamed. No one was going to steal his dinner. Before Lu Jun could spit out the rib bone, the doorbell rang. Auntie Lee's unmistakably loud voice filled the entrance. She had brought red Fuji apples, but not her usual confidence. Her back was less straight, and her eyes kept sliding toward Lu Jun. Tang Ziolan invited her in, though her expression still said plenty about the unreliable match. The instant Su Kaiyan was mentioned, Auntie Lee slapped her thigh. Su Kaiyan had called her crying, and said it was all thanks to Zio Jun spotting that dangerous bag at a glance. Auntie Lee's admiration quickly found a practical use. Since Lu Jun possessed such skill, perhaps he could inspect her family's jade bracelet, an heirloom supposedly dating to the Qing dynasty. Lu Jun felt a headache coming on. This was exactly what he had feared. If he opened this door, tomorrow would bring Auntie Lee's relatives, and the next day the neighborhood's pots and pans. So Lu Jun looked troubled and improvised. Jade required professional equipment, and the platform deducted 500 yuan if he started his live stream late. 500 was enough to make Auntie Lee shrink back. Making money came first, the bracelet could wait. Feeling pardoned, Lu Jun shoveled down a few mouthfuls, announced that he had to set up, and shot into his bedroom. Behind the closed door, he heard her marvel that his time was charged by the minute. Praise did not fool him. His reputation was growing, but his foundation was not solid. The antiques trade ran far deeper than the small fry he had faced. He settled into his gaming chair, opened his private messages, and found the icon dark red with 99 plus unread requests. One message brought a much more concrete reward. 50,000 yuan tied to young Master Zhao's matter, now cold, hard cash safely in Lu Jun's pocket. He could not help approving of the young master. At least this was someone who knew how to handle things. Lu Jun replied with one firm instruction: cooperate with the police investigation and do not try to settle privately. Then he drew a breath, faced the computer, and checked the time. Exactly 8 o'clock, his scheduled start. The live stream lights came on and his clean, fresh face appeared on screen. Exactly 8 o'clock. The live stream Lu Jun had just switched on surged past 10,000 viewers almost before he could settle into his chair. Loyal fans hailed God Lu. Newcomers questioned whether yesterday's million yuan silver ingot spectacle had been staged, and the bullet chat raced too quickly to follow. Lu Jun adjusted his microphone and greeted everyone with easy confidence. The rules had not changed. He would not merely call an object real or fake. He would judge whether it was old or new. Anyone with a weak heart should prepare medicine. Then he opened the voice link request list. First in line was pure Zio Tianchen. The screen divided, revealing a young woman in silk pajamas, wearing exquisite full makeup in an extremely luxurious bedroom. A wall of designer bags gleamed behind her. Her sweet greeting had barely landed before the chat began volunteering to become her devoted household pet. Zio Tianchen brought out a red velvet box and displayed an elaborate gold and green bio. Her boyfriend, she explained, had flown to Hong Kong Island to bid on it. He claimed a Tang Dynasty imperial consort once wore it, and that this romantic gift was worth 300,000 yuan. Lu Jun did not challenge the story outright. If the piece came from a Hong Kong spring auction, he reasoned, there should be a catalog or certificate of sale. Zio Tianchen found a gold-bordered English document beneath the hairpin box and proudly pointed to what she believed was a Sotheby's logo. Logo was similar, Lu Jun conceded. Her boyfriend's English, however, needed work. The heading should have read Auction Certificate. This one said Action Certificate. The letter U was missing. Xiao Tianxin's smile faltered as she pulled the cardstock closer and checked the humiliating typo herself. She stammered that it might be a printing error. A 300,000 yuan gift could not be backed by a lie. Her boyfriend would never do that to her. Lu Jun did not press the relationship. Fine. They would set the certificate aside and examine the hairpin itself. At Lu Jun's instruction, Xiao Tianxin aimed her camera at the bio and flooded it with a nearby fill light. His hidden system answered at once. Item: modern antique-style alloy inlaid glass hairpin. Materials: brass-plated zinc alloy, artificial green glass blocks, and 502 super glue. Remaining entries made the fraud even harsher. The hairpin had been created only last week, and its craftsmanship pointed not to an imperial workshop but to Yu mass production. Xiao Tianxin still protested. The design was ancient-style inlay, she insisted, and the green stone was top-grade emerald. Lu Jun told her not to take his word for it. She could verify the stone herself. Xiao Tianxin switched on her phone flashlight and pressed it against the green crystal. The beam passed through, and several small, perfectly round bubbles emerged inside. Natural jade might contain inclusions or cracks, Lu Jun explained, but never perfect circular bubbles. Those formed when air was trapped during the molding of man-made glass. Xiao Tianxin stared at the proof. Her hands slackened, and the supposed imperial treasure struck the table with a dull plastic thud. And came Lu Jun's final blow. Forget 300,000. Search a bargain shopping platform for Great Tang Elegance hairpin, and the same thing costs 16.8 yuan, shipping included. Buy two and receive a third free. Yet as Xiao Tianxin sat stunned, Lu Jun's gaze shifted beyond her to that luxurious room. Something did not fit. Impossible. Xiao Tianxin slammed both hands down, making the cheap Great Tang hairpin bounce on the table. Eyes reddening, she insisted Kevin treated her to Black Pearl restaurants and yacht trips. How could a man like that deceive her with a gift worth barely 10 yuan? Comments exploded. Viewers joked that Kevin splurged on dinners but shopped for romance on Pinduoduo, and one warned that this looked like a high-end pig butchering scam. Then someone asked whether the wall of bags behind Xiao Tianxin was fake too. Lu Jun followed the clue and the system answered instantly. Multiple Hermes Birkins and Chanel CFs, all genuine, worth roughly 3.7 million yuan together. His eyebrows twitched. Xiao Tianxin was not pretending to be rich. The worthless hairpin was the false note. Lu Jun told her not to panic and asked who had bought the bags. Xiao Tianxin glanced back, confused. She had bought them herself. She owned 3 chain beauty salons. A few luxury bags were well within her means. That answer confirmed she had money worth targeting. How long had she known Kevin? Only 3 months. They had met at a high-end business gala and he claimed to work in venture capital. Xiao Tianxin still sounded stubborn, but Lu Jun had heard enough. Instead of debating her faith, he asked her to call Kevin now. Kevin answered from behind the wheel of what appeared to be a Porsche. A green Rolex Submariner flashed across the camera as he turned the wheel. Then came a deep, magnetic greeting. "Baby, calling this late? Miss me?" Every detail seemed calibrated to sell wealth and charm. With her voice trembling, Xiao Tianxin told Kevin that an appraisal streamer had examined his Tang hairpin. It cost only a little over 10 yuan and was held together with 502 glue. Kevin froze for half a second. Then his face hardened and the performance changed. Kevin did not answer the evidence. He told Xiao Tianxin that online appraisers invented scandals for traffic, then brought the phone closer and challenged Lu Jun directly. The hairpin, he claimed, came from Hong Kong Sotheby's spring auction with a complete set of certificates. Kevin called Lu Jun a loser who would not know which way an auction house door opened. Then came the lawyer threat. He supposedly made millions every minute and would sue Lu Jun into bankruptcy. For one uneasy beat, even the livestream audience wondered whether this swagger belonged to a real big shot. Lu Jun ignored every threat. A mocking smile touched his mouth as his attention settled on the green Submariner crossing Kevin's steering wheel. The system stripped away another layer. Fake authenticity, Jiangxi Road origin, comprehensive valuation, 350 yuan. Kevin's luxury armor had its first visible crack. Lu Jun calmly punctured the act, identifying the green Submariner as a 350 yuan imitation from Jiangxi Road. The insult landed harder than Kevin's lawyer threats, and Lu Jun was not finished. His gaze moved from the counterfeit watch to the flashy Porsche badge on the steering wheel. Lu Jun gave Kevin no time to recover from the fake Rolex. He praised the flashy Porsche just long enough to sharpen the blow, then pointed to the steering wheel. Glue was peeling around the shield. This was not a supercar cabin at all, but a Zadi SR9 dressed up to imitate one. Kevin stammered that Lu Jun was talking nonsense, but his body betrayed him. His voice trembled, his eyes darted, and sweat covered his face. The audience erupted over the 350 yuan watch and the imitation Porsche. Xiao Tianxin watched the swagger disappear and felt only disgust. Through gritted teeth, Zio asked whether Kevin truly worked in venture capital. He switched instantly to pet names and excuses, calling the entire exposure a misunderstanding and Lu Jun a mad dog. Lu Jun cut across the deflection before Kevin could drag her back into doubt. Lu Jun told Zio there was no need to keep asking. A fake venture capital big shot like this would have offered an internal project, guaranteed profits or pre-IPO shares, then requested millions. Zio gasped. Kevin had asked for 5 million yuan for crypto mining and promised it would triple by year's end. Danger was suddenly clear. Zio had come within one transfer of losing 5 million. Gratitude erupted across the stream in waves of gift effects. Lu Jun was delighted inside, but his expression never broke. He maintained the composed master persona and simply told her that saving the money was what mattered. Lu Jun told Zio to visit the Economic Investigation Squad the next morning. She should bring Kevin's WeChat, phone number, and transfer records. Someone operating this way had likely targeted more than one person. Helping put him in prison would protect others. Zio nodded hard and promised to go first thing. And Zio looked at the so-called Great Tang hairpin. The romance attached to it had curdled into disgust. She snatched it from the table, threw it into the nearby trash can, and cursed the whole Great Tang fantasy. With Kevin rejected and the report decided, she ended the connection. Lu Jun stretched and called the crisis a small interlude, but he left the audience with a rule worth remembering. Anyone who opens with luxury cars and watches then offers guaranteed profit is signaling a scam. If the profit were truly guaranteed, they would borrow the money themselves. Why share it with a stranger? Lu Jun took a sip of water and continued the draw. The screen split again, but the new caller's side was nearly black. One dim yellow desk lamp illuminated the table. Behind it sat a man wrapped in a black trench coat, sunglasses, and a mask. His displayed name was Langfeng Wuqing. The audience asked whether he had returned from robbing a bank, and how anyone could wear a trench coat and mask in this heat. Unmoved, Langfeng Wuqing brought out his family treasure, a long, thin metal rod with a tiny spoon at one end and a sharp point at the other. Langfeng Wuqing slammed the table hard enough to shake the camera. This streamlined shape, he declared, had been born for slaughter. He pointed to the little spoon and named it the poison storage bucket where his ancestors supposedly kept lethal powder. The audience's jokes only made his explanation more solemn. Next came the sharp end, the armor-piercing awl. Once dipped in poison, he said, it struck vital points and killed without a trace. Growing excited, he stood and flourished the rod through several imagined assassination moves. He even feared old traces of peacock gall or crane's red. The comments diagnosed novels, not poison. Lu Jun stroked his chin and asked one mild question. If the poison was so deadly, why trust ordinary cotton work gloves? Langfeng Wuqing recoiled, then insisted they were high-polymer anti-poison fiber. He demanded authenticity and evaluation, offering state custody if necessary. Smiling, Lu Jun asked for the weapon's illustrious battle record. The appraisal continued without a break. Asked for the weapon's battle record, Langfeng Wuqing straightened proudly in his dim room. He pushed up his black sunglasses, lowered his voice like a veteran of the martial world, and declared that this heirloom had drawn real blood in his great-grandfather's hands. He tapped the thin rod and carried everyone back to the warlord era in Central Shu. A bandit called mountain-climbing Leopard supposedly commanded hundreds of armed men and possessed an iron cloth shirt impervious to blades. Then he robbed the town's bank and kidnapped the mayor's daughter. His great-grandfather, the caller said, stormed the lair alone. When the bandit's massive blade fell, he advanced and released a cold glint. Langfeng Wuqing suddenly mimed the throw. The armor-piercing awl broke iron cloth, struck the fengche point, and its secret poison killed mountain-climbing Leopard instantly. Bullet chat erupted, half applauding the performance, half suggesting he belonged under an overpass telling stories. Lu Jun, however, had a private answer. The appraisal system identified the heirloom as an ordinary folk convenience, one end for cleaning ears, the other for picking teeth, deeply loved by working people. Lu Jun's mouth twitched twice. Poison storage bucket, armor-piercing awl. It was an earwax spoon joined to a toothpick. He took a breath, suppressed the obvious punch line, and faced the camera with professional gravity. If he was going to break this fantasy, he would do it one careful step at a time. Lu Jun announced that he had examined the item carefully. The caller leaned toward the camera, demanding authenticity and an estimate, and repeating that a true treasure might have to be surrendered to the state. Lu Jun confirmed one thing, it really was old. Langfeng Wuqing slapped his thigh in triumph. Then came Lu Jun's qualification. Old did not mean it was the hidden weapon the caller imagined. As Langfeng Wuqing's heart climbed into his throat, Lu Jun took a tactical sip of water and asked him to bring the camera close to the so-called poison storage bucket, the tiny spoon. Inside the spoon sat a thick, dark brown, scab-like layer. Lu Jun asked the caller to confirm it. Langfeng Wuqing nodded rapidly, excitement audible even through his mask. To him, this was decisive evidence. Poison his great-grandfather had dipped a century ago, a lethal deposit that could still kill on contact. Lu Jun finally dismantled the fantasy. The little spoon was for earwax. The pointed end was a toothpick. Ordinary people working in fields or walking the streets could not conveniently carry every small implement, so blacksmiths combined both functions into one portable tool: clean your ears, pick your teeth, and carry on. Still, the family heirloom was not fake. Lu Jun identified the dark yellow rod as hand-polished old brass from roughly the late Qing to early Republic period. That workmanship was uncommon now, but the market price was brutally ordinary. At an antique stall, perhaps 150 to 200 yuan. The appraisal landed like a freezing spell. For 10 full seconds, Lengfeng Wuqing faced the camera without moving. Sunglasses and mask still hid his face, but his trembling voice betrayed him. Teacher Lu had to be joking. How could something so sharp and streamlined possibly be an ear pick? Lu Jun hid a smile behind a tactical sip of water, then calmly repeated the truth. Ancient workers could not carry a collection of tiny grooming tools through fields and alleys, so blacksmiths combined two functions: a spoon for the ears, a point for the teeth. Lengfeng Wuqing shook his head so violently that his sunglasses nearly flew off. Then he offered one last escape. Perhaps his great-grandfather had forged a real hidden weapon in the shape of an ear pick to deceive his enemies. The chat immediately began writing an assassin legend for the old man. Lu did not argue with imagination. He turned the claim into an experiment. The caller fetched a paper cup and boiling water, pinched the pointed end, and lowered the residue-coated spoon into the cup. At Lu's instruction, he began stirring with a chopstick. The dark brown crust slowly softened and dissolved. Clear water clouded, then acquired a faint yellow cast. The caller watched for proof of ancestral poison. Lu watched the cup, and with an almost invisible mischievous edge, told him to move closer and take a sniff. Without hesitation, Lengfeng Wuqing lowered his masked face to the rim and inhaled deeply. The frame seemed to freeze for one dangerous second. Then the smell hit. Leg, he tore off his mask and dry-heaved hard enough to shake the room. Stumbling backward, he flung the ancestral rod onto the table and hurled his pilled gloves into a corner. His uncovered face turned beet red as he coughed and demanded to know what could smell so sour and foul. Lu spread his hands. The supposed ancestral poison was century-old earwax, left by the caller's great-grandfather, or perhaps his great-great-grandfather. Heating it had released amino acids and fatty acids into the vapor. Naturally, Lu added with merciless calm. The aroma was rather rich. Chat detonated. Viewers called it a century-old tonic, claimed they could smell it through the screen, and renamed the Tang clan's secret art a biochemical attack. Every new joke made the lonely ear pick and its quietly steaming cup look more devastating. Lengfeng Wuqing stared from the turbid cup to the abandoned rod as though his soul had left him. The yellowish water sat there releasing sour steam, while the peerless hidden weapon looked smaller and lonelier than ever. His fantasy was gone. What remained was embarrassment and a very real family relic. Lu stopped twisting the knife. The rod had survived 4 generations. It was not lethal, but it truly had belonged to the caller's great-grandfather and carried the marks of his ancestors' lives. Cleaned and disinfected, it remained a genuine late Qing folk antique worth about 150 to 200 yuan, or a perfectly good family memento. The college student sniffled and wiped his eyes. He thanked Lu and decided not to sell. Carefully pinching the rod at its middle and keeping well away from the slow-cooked cup, he chose to preserve it. One rule was absolute, though: he would never use it to clean his ears. The connection ended. Lu glanced at the clock in the corner of his computer. 9:30 p.m. After the bizarre hidden weapon appraisal, he was ready to stop for the night. He began telling the audience that the stream was over. He never finished. Brilliant effects exploded across the center of the screen. Building materials wholesale brother Xiang had sent 5 carnivals. Before the light could fade, a video connection request appeared. Lu's quiet sign-off had just become an unexpected overtime appraisal. The unanswered request did not stay quiet. 5 carnival effects burst across Lu Jun's screen, washing his modest room in vivid red. His mouse hand froze. Each carnival cost 3,000 yuan. Brother Xiang had just spent 15,000 to stop him from leaving. Chat begged him to pick up. Lu drew his hand away from end stream and accepted. Since Brother Xiang had shown him that much respect, he told the audience they would work overtime. The display split into 2 live feeds. Caller was nothing like the rough contractor everyone imagined. Zhou Xiang sat in a tranquil study before a wall of mahogany shelves and thread-bound books. His light gray linen shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and meticulously combed hair gave him the air of a university professor. For a beat, even the chat went silent. Lu smiled at the mismatch between the scholarly man and the name building materials wholesale brother Xiang. Zhou took the teasing in good humor. Lu then thanked him for the generous tea money. Since he had accepted it, he said, he had to do the work. What had Zhou brought to appraise? Zhou lifted a pitch-black furnace from a red sandalwood curio shelf and set it beneath his desk lamp. It had 2 ears, a rounded belly, and so much black grime that it resembled a broken rural stove. Against the elegant study, it looked almost absurd. Lu laughed at the leap from thread-bound books to a stove fit for roasting sweet potatoes. Joe pushed up his glasses and laughed with him, admitting the thing looked unremarkable. The chat piled on: coal stove, construction site scrap, and somehow even shabbier than the last caller's ear pick. Lou did not let the jokes decide the appraisal. He asked where the furnace had come from and why it looked untouched for years. Joe took a measured sip from his purple clay cup. The story, he said, began about 15 years ago when he still led a construction crew. His crew had taken an urban village renovation project during a summer of relentless rain. One resident was a childless elderly woman living alone in an old adobe house. Her roof leaked so badly that, in the middle of the night, she could not find a single dry place to sleep. Joe's crew helped repair the leaking roof without treating the woman's hardship as an opportunity for profit. In gratitude, she entrusted the ugly black furnace to him. He kept it rather than discarding it, and years later brought it home because he thought it might serve as a sandalwood incense burner after a thorough scrubbing. Chat's jokes curdled into accusation. Viewers claimed the renovation must have involved forced demolition, that Joe had wanted the woman's land, or that he had taken a family heirloom by force. Joe's brow tightened, but he did not raise his voice. Joe answered with quiet precision. In everything he did, his conscience was clear. The renovation compensation had followed the standards. The woman later moved into a new apartment, lived out her remaining years, and died peacefully. When the time came, Joe himself helped arrange her funeral. Lou's expression cooled. This was a treasure appraisal stream, he said, not a moral court where rumors became convictions. Then he returned everyone to evidence. He told Joe to bring the camera closer and shine a high-intensity appraisal flashlight along the furnace's side. Joe obeyed. A hard white beam struck the black grime. Flashlight's hard beam still rested against the black grime. Lou Jun narrowed his eyes and focused. 3 seconds later, a translucent panel opened before him alone, and the worthless-looking furnace acquired a name that made his pulse stumble. The panel identified a genuine Ming Wu Bangzhuo marked snowflake gold double-ear aging sensor. Refined brass and pure gold. One-piece lost wax casting. Gold splashed patina. On the base, a seal script mark made by Wu Bangzhuo. And came the number, 3.5 to 4.5 million RMB. The warning explained the disguise. Oily sludge and a century of hearth ash covered the real patina. Soot and lard had been layered on during late Qing chaos until they hardened into theft-proof camouflage. Wu's breath caught for half a second. Wu Bangzhuo had supervised Chuan sensor casting, and his private works rivaled imperial kiln craftsmanship. This was an exceptionally rare snowflake gold example. Lou buried the excitement and calmly asked Joe whether he had cleaned it. Under Lou's guidance, Joe worked only a small spot, then stopped and aimed the camera closer. A coin-sized circle had opened in the black grime. It was not rust. Deep, dazzling yellow shone through, and tiny golden specks flickered inside it like stars. Chat exploded. Was it gold? How could scrap iron shine like that? Joe adjusted his glasses and leaned close, stunned by the golden spots. Lou finally named what they were: snowflake gold, also known as a gold-splashed patina. This was no iron heater, Lou declared. It was a genuine late Ming double-ear aging sensor. During the Chuan era, imperial burners had used Fengmo copper sent as tribute from Siam, and craftsmen enriched the brass with gold, silver, and other precious metals for an extraordinary color. Joe's sensor had been formed by the lost wax method, then embellished with pure gold. Across hundreds of years, oxidation and countless hands fused that gold visually into the brass, producing the rich, star-flecked patina now shining through the test spot. Lou pointed to the shining circle and quoted the trade, one size larger upon seeing gold. In plain terms, gold splashing could double a copper sensor's value. Joe absorbed that, then asked the obvious question. If this surface was so precious, why had the sensor turned pitch black? Blackness was protection, Lou explained, not corrosion. During the turmoil of the late Qing, people concealed valuable metalwork beneath soot and lard to deter thieves. Repeated layers trapped hearth ash and hardened over generations. The ugly shell had preserved the gold beneath it. Joe turned the sensor over and aimed its base at the camera. He could not read the seal script. Lou could, made by Wu Bangzhuo. Wu had served as Vice Minister of Works and supervised Chuan sensor casting. His private sensors were superbly made, and very few survived. Lou paused, then delivered the conclusion. Joe's Wu Bangzhuo marked gold-splashed aging sensor was conservatively worth 3.5 to 4.5 million RMB. At a major auction, the right collector might pay even more, 4 million. The number hit the live stream, and the entire room boiled over. 4 million? The live stream erupted in celebration. Viewers marveled that repairing one leaking roof could earn such a reward. Then the mood fractured. Skeptics called the story scripted, accused Joe of swindling an uninformed old woman, and even demanded an investigation into possible forced demolition. Wu tapped the desk and considered the charge instead of dismissing it. Antique sellers often invented colorful histories to inflate prices, and urban village redevelopment 15 years earlier had been notoriously murky. A 4 million yuan treasure exchanged for one repaired roof truly did sound almost too perfect. Lu took an unhurried sip and told everyone not to rush to conclusions. Before he could press further, Joe raised one hand with the same refined smile, signaling that he would handle the matter himself. He reached down and opened the lowest drawer of his desk. Joe retrieved an aged craft paper folder and untied its string. Wealth moved people's hearts, he admitted, so the viewer's doubts were normal. He had not expected blind trust. Instead, he had preserved records from the time, ready to let dated paper speak for him. Out came an old newspaper clipping from 15 years earlier, followed by an official village committee document. The preserved records corroborated the roof repair account and the commendation attached to it. Joe's story no longer rested on a convenient memory. It had a paper trail from the period. With the evidence in view, Lu declared that this fortune had not simply blown in on the wind. It followed the law of conservation of character. Then he offered aspiring bargain hunters a new secret to wealth. Go help grandmothers repair their roofs, free of charge and with complete sincerity. For 1 second, the live stream went quiet. Then opinion reversed in a flood. Viewers praised Joe as deserving the fortune, recruited imaginary bricklaying teams, volunteered to bring their own hard hats, and announced plans to escort grandmothers across roads in pursuit of their own 4 million yuan reward. Joe sat motionless before the camera for half a minute. 4 million was enormous even to him, yet the cause behind it struck deeper than the money. A kindness he had almost forgotten had returned years later as a treasure beyond anything he could have imagined. Joe drew a deep breath and thanked Teacher Lu with unusual solemnity. Without Lu's appraisal, he admitted, this national treasure might have been ruined in his hands. The confession made his gratitude concrete. Lu had not merely named a price. He had saved an entrusted object from destruction. Lu said Joe did not need to thank him. This was the good seed Joe had planted, finally bearing fruit. The old woman had entrusted him with her most valuable possession, and he had honored that trust. Lu then reminded viewers that antiques contain deep waters. Deceit, scams, and counterfeit goods demanded constant caution. Demanding appraisal session continued before Lu finally leaned back in his gaming chair and released a long breath. The sustained concentration had left him tired, but his mind remained unusually bright. Another extraordinary treasure had survived because he had recognized it in time. Next day, Lu arrived at Guyan Culture Street in the Old Town, the city's largest antique distribution center. After identifying Joe's 4 million yuan sensor the night before, he wanted a few inexpensive background pieces for future streams, and a chance to see what else the market might hide. Lu followed the bluestone road between stalls crowded with copper coins, jade, porcelain shards, and old books. In the middle section, he paused at a miscellaneous goods stall. Its thin, middle-aged owner, marked by a bazaihu, immediately abandoned the bowl he was polishing and flashed a welcoming smile. Vendor claimed everything had been collected in the countryside only yesterday, fresh, untouched finds. Lu did not answer. One sweep told him enough. Acid-etched copper coins, machine-stamped jade plaques, and paintings soaked in potassium permanganate to manufacture age. Every obvious item on the stall was fake. Lu was already turning away when something at the stall's outer edge caught his eye. Beneath a tattered cloth, an object remained only half visible. The rest of the stall had failed his first glance. This one stopped him before he could take a single step. Shape beneath the tattered cloth was finally clear, a bronze-looking Buddha, packed in mud until only part of its base showed. Bazaihu caught Lu staring. Cunning flashed across his face, and he nudged the rag over it again, making the supposed treasure even harder to see. In a lowered voice, Bazaihu praised Lu's sharp eyes and called the statue a prize he showed almost no one. Lu recognized the routine immediately. Hide a fake, imply the good merchandise is forbidden, and let an overconfident amateur convince himself he has uncovered a secret. 3 seconds produced the verdict. Modern antiquated resin Buddha. Industrial resin, chemical glue, and yellow mud. Made last week on an assembly line, burned with strong acid, then buried for 3 days. Value, 30 yuan. Authenticity, fake. Worse, acid still clung to the surface and could inflame bare skin. Freshly unearthed was technically true. It had only been buried last week. Lu suspected the delivery tape had not even lost its smell. He declined with a simple, "No thanks," straightened and turned away before Bazaihu could push harder. And his gaze caught on Bazaihu's change box. It was square, iron, and so thoroughly rusted that its original patterns had vanished. The lid stood open over crumpled bills and a heap of coins. Unlike the Buddha, nobody was pretending this battered object mattered. Lu paused for 3 seconds. Beneath the rust was the detail that mattered. The bottom could be separated, hiding a space Bazaihu had never noticed. Lu let none of that reach his face. He crouched, toyed casually with the lid, and claimed he only needed a box for odds and ends. Bazaihu instantly promoted the change box into a genuine Republic-era antique, rich with history and supposedly once used by a marshal. Then he spread 5 fingers. 5,000 yuan, he declared, and a proper shop would demand 10 times more. 5,000 for a broken box earned no argument. Lu stood, brushed off his trousers, and walked. Bazaihu hurriedly called him back and demanded an offer. Lu raised one finger, 10 yuan. Outraged, the vendor cried 3,000. Lu answered with 20. Ba Zaihu dropped to 2,000. Lu offered 30 and turned away again. Ba Zaihu seized the box and plunged to 1,000, insisting it was the price of friendship. Lu sighed, drew out his phone, and offered 50. Otherwise, he said, a new plastic box from the supermarket would serve him better. With an expression of unbearable loss, Ba Zaihu called 80 yuan the rock-bottom price for genuine old tin. Lu accepted at once. He scanned the stall's QR code and the electronic voice announced the payment. For 80 yuan, the rusted change box and everything Ba Zaihu had overlooked inside it belonged to Lu. Lu moved far enough aside to inspect his purchase without advertising its importance. The box still looked like worthless rusted scrap. He found the narrow gap along its lower edge, set a fingernail into it, and applied careful pressure. Whole bottom plate lifted free. Beneath it, a compartment sealed away for nearly 100 years returned to daylight. It held one small old paper bundle. The wrapping had yellowed and gone brittle, and a damaged edge leaked the faintest metallic shine. Lu pinched the fragile bundle out of its hiding place and peeled the paper back with care. The old wrapping crackled. Then 2 silver-bright coins slipped free and rolled into his palm, the secret Ba Zaihu had used as a change box base without ever knowing it existed. Age had left a natural patina across the surfaces. 4 characters on the front read, Great Qing Silver Coin, while a lifelike coiled dragon filled the reverse. Xuntang Year 3. Better still, both pieces retained their original mint luster and were in excellent condition. Lu's 80 yuan scrap box had yielded the real treasure. 2 coins gleamed in Lu Jun's sheltered palm. Nearly a century inside a sealed compartment wrapped in oil paper had kept away rust, oxidation, and blackening. Both Xuntang Year 3 Great Qing silver coins still carried their original mint luster. To collectors, that difference in condition could separate an ordinary circulated coin from a prize. Lu pocketed the coins, rose, and carried the empty box 5 meters to a green trash can. The rusted shell dropped among empty water bottles with a sharp clang. To anyone watching, it looked like a disappointed buyer throwing away his mistake. In reality, Lu had already removed everything that mattered. Fat Boss slapped Ba Zaihu's shoulder and burst out laughing. The kid had really thrown it away. Ba Zaihu rose onto his toes, delighted by what he saw. In his mind, Lu had wasted 80 yuan and was too embarrassed to keep the junk. He patted the money in his pocket. At least breakfast and cigarettes were covered. Lu brushed the dust from his hands and ignored every whisper behind him. He crossed into Jubal Pavilion, where spotless mahogany counters and illuminated shelves of ceramics and jade replaced the street's clutter. The quiet, opulent shop was exactly what he needed, a serious buyer with enough capital to turn the coins into cash immediately. Behind the counter, a thin older man in a tang suit examined a Duaning stone through a magnifying glass. This was Elder Chi, Jubal Pavilion's appraiser. He greeted Lu without looking up. When Lu asked whether the shop bought antiques, Elder Chi finally assessed the plainly dressed young man and coolly warned that Jubal Pavilion touched only authentic, correctly dated pieces. Lu simply said he understood, pulled out the coins, and set them on the glass with a crisp metallic clap. Elder Chi's casual glance froze. He removed his reading glasses, drew white gloves from a drawer, and lifted one coin with sudden care. Under stronger magnification, he traced the edge, characters, and patina. Xuantang Year 3, long-whiskered dragon, authentic, lustrous, and barely circulated. Condition made the pair far more desirable than ordinary worn silver dollars. After judging the market and the shop's ability to settle immediately, Elder Chi named a lucky number, 18,000 yuan. He assured Lu it was fair and challenged him to search the entire street for another buyer willing to put up that much on the spot. Lu accepted at once. Elder Chi asked whether he wanted cash or a transfer, and Lu brought up his payment code. A moment later, a crisp electronic voice rang through the quiet shop. WeChat payment received, 18,000 yuan. Lu put away his phone. The 2 coins now belonged to Jubal Pavilion, and his 80 yuan gamble had become spendable profit. That announcement hit someone else much harder. Ba Zaihu had followed Lu inside just in time to hear the number. 18,000. His step failed, and he nearly pitched forward. Then he saw the 2 shining silver dollars on the counter. Lu turned from his phone and found the stall owner's face twisted into pure disbelief. Lu raised an eyebrow and greeted him with a half-smile as though their meeting were a coincidence. Ba Zaihu could only point and ask where the silver dollars had come from. Lu feigned surprise. Didn't he know? They had been inside the junk box sold for 80 yuan, wrapped in oil paper beneath a hidden bottom compartment. Lu had removed them on the stool, then thrown away the empty shell. Facts struck Ba Zaihu like lightning. Hidden compartment, silver coins, 18,000 yuan. That rusted box had sat on his stall holding loose change, and he had never discovered what lay beneath its bottom. Minutes ago, he had celebrated selling it for breakfast and cigarette money. Now the treasure rested on Jubal Pavilion's counter, while his entire profit amounted to 80 yuan. Leaving the antique district behind, Lu Jun stopped at a modern crafts wholesaler with his next livestream in mind. He paid 800 yuan for an imitation song-style Celadon tea set and 1,200 for a small imitation rosewood screen, then left his address and had the shop arrange local delivery. By 7:30, dinner was over and the delivery had arrived. Lu returned to his bedroom, set the carved screen behind his computer chair, and placed the Celadon tea set beside his hand. Once the camera came on, the formerly plain room suddenly carried an elegant, scholarly air. At 8 sharp, Lu started the broadcast. The previous night's 4 million yuan Wu Bangzuo incense burner and the roof repaired in exchange for an heirloom had become legends among his followers. Viewers poured in so quickly that the live room counter passed 10,000 before 3 minutes had elapsed. Chat arrived as a flood of callbacks. Where was Lu repairing a roof tonight? Had Brother Xiang brought a safety helmet? Was the new screen another priceless artifact? Between the jokes came worshipful pleas for apprenticeship, and one admirer demanding to know how anyone could resist an appraiser this handsome. Connected viewer admitted that his eye-catching introduction had been made up on the spot, then scratched his head in embarrassment. His surname was Wang. Lu could call him Old Wang. He watched every day, he said, and after many attempts he had finally made it into the live call. When Lu asked what he wanted appraised, Old Wang lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. Tonight he had brought a big item, an heirloom passed down from his grandfather, too precious to take out casually. After yesterday's genuine 4 million yuan discovery, the entire chat immediately leaned in. Old Wang carried the phone to his dining table. On its transparent protective mat sat 2 lonely white porcelain bowls with blue patterns. They were so ordinary that the promised grand heirloom seemed to have vanished. Lu frowned and leaned back, putting a cautious strip of distance between himself and the screen. Lu asked whether Old Wang had simply finished dinner and forgot to wash up. Was he really trying to pass everyday utensils off as treasure? The chat pounced. Everyone owned that rice bowl, the heirloom apparently moonlighted at dinner, and the grease on its rim looked suspiciously like braised pork sauce. Old Wang hurried to defend himself. The bowl was not for eating, he insisted. His grandfather had obtained it from a landlord's household, making it a genuine old artifact. Yet instead of showing the whole object, he pushed the phone tightly toward one inner rim and asked Lu to judge the glaze. Lu examined the narrow strip he had been given. The glaze and rim were almost too orderly, every visible trace repeating with the stability of controlled modern manufacture. Ancient firing could produce beauty, but not this kind of machine-like uniformity except by a freak chance. The caller's chosen angle was already telling on him. Lu praised the workmanship with a perfectly straight face. Such extreme stability would be one chance in 10,000 in an ancient kiln. The audience heard what Old Wang pretended not to. Modern industry? Machine drawn. The comments realized Lu had begun speaking sarcastically, which meant something about this bowl was badly wrong. Old Wang happily accepted the sarcasm as praise. Since the bowl was clearly proper, he asked, what would it be worth if it came from the Qing dynasty? Lu sighed. The caller wanted a clean price from a sliver of glaze, but a responsible appraisal could not be built on the one angle Old Wang had chosen. Lu laid down the rule plainly. Appraisal required looking, listening, asking, and feeling. One inner wall supplied too little information. Old Wang needed to pick up the bowl, show the painting around its exterior, and then turn it over so everyone could inspect the bottom mark. No more hiding behind the rim. Old Wang pulled the camera back, but not the bowl. There was nothing worth seeing outside, he stammered, and the bottom mark had supposedly worn away. His eyes began to dodge the lens. Lu understood at once. The viewer was deliberately messing with him, and whatever exposed the joke was still hidden against that dining table. The call continued without a reset. Old Wang's bowl still hugged the dining table, hiding its exterior, while Lu Jun leaned back in his gaming chair and folded his arms. If the caller would not show the whole object, Lu would not date it. Lu asked whether Old Wang feared that lifting the bowl would spill the braised pork sauce underneath. The chat instantly revived the running joke, demanding the outside view and guessing that the hidden side might simply read, microwave safe. Old Wang still insisted there was nothing outside worth seeing. He wanted a simple verdict from the rim and glaze. Was it Qing dynasty or not? Lu answered with reverse psychology. If Wang kept hiding it, Lu would assume it was a supermarket egg freebie. Lu gave him one final choice: show the treasure properly or let thousands of waiting viewers have their turn. Then he moved the cursor over the disconnect button. Old Wang cracked at once, shouting for him to wait and promising to show everything. Old Wang took a breath and told Teacher Lu to look closely. He lifted the same white bowl away from the table and began rotating it, slowly exposing the surface that he had worked so hard to keep outside the camera's view. It was not an imperial motif, but a huge, brightly colored cartoon. A grinning white sheep, complete with 2 horns and a blue bell, beamed at the camera. Beside it, 3 unmistakable characters announced the bull's true pedigree: Pleasant Goat. Livestream went completely still. For 2 long seconds, not even the bullet chat seemed able to respond. Then the comments erupted, laughing at Old Wang for daring to test God Lu with Pleasant Goat and thanking him for the night's entertainment. Lu did not lose his temper. He gave the bowl the only antique verdict it deserved. If it survived until the next century, perhaps someone could finally sell it as one. The audience praised his patience while old Wang's prank dissolved into harmless laughter. After thanking Brother Wang for the laugh, Lu disconnected him. He still extracted a lesson. Street stall sellers might hide a flawed side from careless buyers, so every surface mattered. Then he gripped the mouse and called for the next victim, quickly correcting himself to viewer. Connection opened on a different world. Beyond enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the city glittered at night. Leather sofas and a massive solid-wood desk completed an office so luxurious that the contrast with old Wang's dining area was almost comical. Caller was a woman in her early 30s, dressed in a tailored black business suit with immaculate makeup. A diamond necklace and diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe announced that money was not her problem. Her cold greeting carried the confidence of someone accustomed to authority. Lu put away his playful grin and sat straighter. He asked how to address her. "My surname is Lin," she replied. Ms. Lin had watched his streams and respected his eye. Now she wanted that eye applied to something of her own. Ms. Lin brought out the carved object for the camera. The polished presentation matched her office, but the number attached to it changed the atmosphere completely. 12 million yuan. Lu's expression sharpened. This was no longer a caller looking for a laugh. Lu leaned toward the screen and began with material, not reputation or price. One familiar possibility failed to fit. Bamboo failed as well. Its grain was completely different. Rather than guess, he searched the carving for an untouched area that manufacturing could not disguise. At the edge, faint circles emerged from the uncarved cross-section. They were tiny and densely packed, resembling fish roe. Lu held his gaze there, recognizing that this was not decoration laid onto the surface, but a clue embedded in the material itself. And he saw the second pattern along the side, fine longitudinal lines like fibers in split sugarcane. Fish roe pattern, sugarcane fiber. Together, the two clues made Lu's thoughts stop cold. This thing was not what its elegant presentation first suggested. Fish roe circles and sugarcane-like fibers remained enlarged on Lu Jun's monitor. His pupils abruptly constricted. He had expected another deceptive antique, but the two patterns suggested something far more extraordinary. In ancient times, Asian rhinoceros horn had been a treasure coveted by officials and nobles. In the modern domestic market, however, it was unspeakable merchandise. A transaction could come with silver handcuffs. Lu stared for 2 full seconds. If the cup were genuine, 12 million yuan was plausible. But did Ms. Lin understand that commercial trade in it could cost her the rest of her life? The caviar grain and sugarcane fibers were the trade's 2 ironclad proofs. Then the translucent appraisal system appeared. Its first line overturned everything, modern imitation of a Ming rhinoceros horn carving, donkey hoof spliced version. The cup was not an ancient treasure at all. It had been made only 3 months earlier. Material list was almost absurd. Adult donkey hoof shell, high-strength industrial epoxy resin, and brown shoe polish. Yet that absurd mixture explained the convincing weight and keratinous feel far better than ordinary plastic could. Method was brutally practical. The hoof shell had been softened and flattened with heat, mixed with resin in a mold, and laser engraved with false caviar grain and sugarcane fibers. Brown shoe polish supplied the aged surface before the piece was polished. System valued the supposed 12 million yuan treasure at just 120 RMB, shoe polish included, and stamped it fake. Worse, heating the coating could release toxic heavy metal gases. Its origin was not a Ming workshop, but unsold handicraft factory stock from Yiwu. Lu did not immediately expose the fake. He first asked whether Ms. Lin had legal documentation for possessing and importing what she believed was rhinoceros horn. She bristled at the warning. Since she dared display it, she said, she naturally had legal confidence. Ms. Lin opened a drawer and raised an exquisitely bound foreign document toward the camera. It contained overseas return documentation and a special CITES import-export permit. With complete paperwork, she declared, the cup was a legally imported heirloom. She put the document down, crossed her arms, and stared directly into the camera. She had not joined the call for a lecture on law. She wanted Lu to judge the level reached by the supposed late Ming master's carving. The audience loved her preparation. The rich sister was cool, poverty limited their imagination. Brother Lu had finally hit a brick wall. While the comments urged him to appraise the carving, Lu merely looked at Ms. Lin and sighed. Lu told her it was good that the paperwork was legal. Since she would not be sent inside to operate a sewing machine, he could speak freely about everything else. The prison joke punctured the tension, but his hand was already closing around the mouse. He enlarged the image again and froze it on the uncarved edge. First, he made her confirm the claim, a late Ming Asian rhinoceros horn cup. Then he asked what supported that certainty besides the all-English certificate. Lu named her evidence for her, the caviar grain and sugarcane fibers. Ms. Lin nodded immediately. Those were unique characteristics of rhinoceros horn. She had researched them, and neither plastic nor ox horn, she insisted, could produce texture that natural. Natural? Lou laughed. He leaned closer to the microphone and told Ms. Lin to inspect her so-called caviar grain carefully. The real pattern was not a decorative motif. It came from cross-sections of hair follicles within genuine rhinoceros horn. That distinction destroyed the shortcut Ms. Lin had trusted. The marks on her cup imitated the appearance of the classic proof, but the system had already shown Lou their real origin. A laser had forged both the caviar grain and the sugarcane fibers. The audience finally understood what Lou was implying. Did Brother Lou mean the rhinoceros horn cup was fake? Across the call, the confidence drained from Ms. Lin's face. She turned ashen and slammed her hand onto the desk. She called it nonsense. The cup had density, a distinctive feel, and the warmth of horn, qualities plastic could not imitate. Was Lou claiming every expert at Sus auction house was blind? Her paperwork, her research, and her own hands all seemed to contradict him. Lou remained steady. She was right about one thing: it was not plastic. Plastic would be too light and could not reproduce that keratinous texture. Ms. Lin seized on the concession, grinding out the only question left. Then what is it? Ms. Lin's demand still hung over the call. Lu Jun lifted his teacup, blew gently across the floating leaves, and asked in the same flat tone whether she ever bought groceries at a wet market. Her brow tightened. What could that possibly have to do with her cup? Lu set the teacup down and looked straight into the camera. The connection was simple, he said. Her 12 million yuan masterpiece was made primarily from the hoof shells of an adult donkey. For one suspended instant, the entire livestream stopped moving. And the chat detonated. A donkey hoof, 12 million yuan for a donkey hoof. One viewer joked that even a Fanti would hide his donkey overnight. The ridicule hit Ms. Lin all at once. She stared for a beat, then laughed from sheer anger. He accused Lou of inventing an outrageous answer for attention. She was not a gullible child. She had bought the cup legitimately through a major Hong Kong auction house and paid another 100,000 yuan for expert appraisal. Surely that authority meant more than a live streamer's joke. Lou leaned back. The huge appraisal fee did not prove honesty. It fit the scam. If someone expected her to spend 12 million on a donkey hoof, charging 100,000 for the supporting performance merely made the pig butchering operation look expensive enough to trust. Long history could not defeat modern counterfeiting, Lou replied. Hoof had been used to imitate rhinoceros horn for generations. Modern heat, binding materials, and precision shaping made the substitution cleaner, while laser engraving copied the grain buyers expected to see. Prestige could authenticate the illusion instead of the object. And Lou offered a test no certificate could perform for her. Rub the cup hard with her palm until the surface became warm, he instructed, and smell it. Still resisting him, Ms. Lin picked it up and rubbed a dozen times until heat built beneath her hand. She raised the warmed cup to her nose. Her face drained white. Her stomach lurched, and she twisted away with one hand over her mouth. In a trembling voice, she asked what that smell was. Lou calmly identified pungent chemicals mixed with cheap leather maintenance oil. Deep amber patina she had admired was not centuries of oxidation. Counterfeiters had buried the hoof's odor beneath thick brown shoe polish, and her rubbing had warmed it enough to release the fumes. Worse, cheap polish could contain heavy metals. Lou told her to wash her hands immediately. With red eyes and a shaking voice, Ms. Lin appealed to the overseas return certificate, the CITES certificate, and the international expert signatures. Lou did not soften the answer. They were waste paper she had paid for. If the object itself failed, ornate documentation could not rescue it. Chat christened it a 12 million yuan shoe-polished donkey hoof, but Ms. Lin no longer argued. She took several breaths, smoothed her disheveled hair, and forced herself toward professional composure. Her voice remained raspy when she thanked Lou and said she knew what she needed to do. She disconnected without another pleasantry, and Lou's feed expanded to fill the screen. Donkey hoof comments kept racing past. He took a sip of water, tapped the desk, and stopped them. Ms. Lin had been deceived too. Exposing the fake did not make its buyer the enemy. His rule was simple: never trust an overseas return story or an English certificate blindly. Gold-edged paperwork could not make a wrong object right. Buyers had to examine the material surface, patina, and craftsmanship. If they lacked the knowledge, they should watch more, buy less, and stop assuming a high price guaranteed authenticity. The audience agreed they had learned about black horse hooves and laser engraving, while joking that none of them had 12 million yuan to lose. Then the mood surged forward. Snacks were ready. They wanted another connection. Lou glanced at the time, gripped the mouse, and opened the application list. Livestream rolled on without a break. Lu Jun lifted his Celadon teacup to moisten his throat while the chat still fired off donkey protection and small commodity market jokes. He stopped them gently. Ms. Lin had suffered enough. It was time to show mercy and meet the next viewer. New window revealed neither a cluttered home nor an executive office. Trophies and foreign certificates covered the wall. Before them sat a young man with dyed gray-white hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a logo-heavy hoodie, cradling a slender cat patterned like a miniature leopard. He introduced himself as Ajay, manager of Star Pets International. Lu greeted him flatly, then asked whether an antique appraiser was supposed to date the cat's dynasty or identify the famous official it had been in a past life. The chat erupted over the first cross-industry appraisal. Ajay leaned into his authority, presenting the animal as a top-tier leopard cat backed by elite bloodlines and pricing it at 300,000 yuan, even as a friend price. While the pitch continued, Lu silently examined this unusual living treasure with his appraisal ability. Truth obliterated the pitch. This was a 4-month-old ordinary orange mixed-breed cat. Its natural coat had been forcibly bleached with industrial hydrogen peroxide, then painted into leopard patterns with dye costing barely 10 yuan. The exotic bloodline existed only on its fur. And came the risk warning. Dye had seeped into the skin, causing widespread ulcers and dead hair follicles. Heavy metal poisoning had progressed to liver and kidney failure. The cat's vital signs were weak. It needed emergency treatment immediately. Lu's smile vanished and his grip tightened until his knuckles whitened. Oblivious, Ajay praised the cat's frame and muscle lines. Its refusal to bite, no matter how he handled it, supposedly proved its gentle, noble temperament. Lu knew better. The animal was not docile. It had been poisoned until it no longer possessed the strength to resist. Lu interrupted without raising his voice. Was the price really 300,000? Ajay smugly confirmed that it was the friend price. Lu nodded, very worthwhile. But whether judging an object or a living creature, surface appearance was never enough. The details were what mattered. When Ajay asked how anyone examined details on a living creature, Lu gave a simple instruction. There were wet wipes on the desk. Pull out one, pure white, and rub it firmly along the back of this so-called top-tier leopard cat. It was noble and tough after all. Ajay obeyed. The wipe dragged across the spotted fur and returned visibly stained. In one motion, Lu had replaced certificates, trophies, and bloodline claims with evidence created live by the seller's own hand. The immaculate white wipe was no longer white, and the performance began to crack. Lu asked whether even dirt from an immortal would rub off looking like such low-quality hair dye. Ajay snapped that this was nonsense. The cat was purebred. Anxiety betrayed him now, veins standing out along his neck. Lu answered with the next unavoidable test, part the fur and inspect the roots. Lu pressed forward. The cat was only 4 months old, and it had begun as an ordinary orange mixed breed. To create a costly rarity, someone had forcibly bleached that natural coat with industrial hydrogen peroxide. Then 10 yuan chemical dye had been used to draw every false leopard mark. Dye was so corrosive that large areas of the cat's skin had already ulcerated, and the wipe held more than pigment. Blood and pus from those wounds had seeped onto it as well. Each sentence landed like a hammer across the live stream, leaving Ajay's 300,000 yuan spectacle exposed as torture. Accusation left Ajay's face ghastly pale, shifting between green and white as the muscles beside his eyes twitched. Then denial burst out of him. He called Lu Jun an antique peddling hack and slammed the table so violently that the dying cat in his arms gave another thin cry of pain. Lu Jun did not rise to the insult. Leaning back in his gaming chair, he answered that animal breeding was not his field, but forgery was. Ajay had claimed full documentation and a microchip. Fine, bring the certificate close and let tens of thousands of viewers inspect it together. Ajay seized the invitation like a lifeline. He ripped a gold-framed certificate from the prestige wall and thrust it toward the camera, loudly advertising its TICA pedigree, embossed Cattery seal, and laser sticker. The volume could not hide his uncertainty. Lu Jun simply gripped the mouse and enlarged the English text. 3 seconds were enough. A mocking curve touched Lu Jun's mouth. This forgery ring, he said, was less educated than the donkey hoof seller. On the first line, association had become association. In the middle, pedigree was missing and the chat checked the letters and exploded with ridicule. Microchip offered no refuge either. The implanted number was not a pet identity at all. It belonged to a 10 yuan supermarket pack of ham sausages. Ajay froze and the scanner slipped from his hand with a clatter. For one beat the chat stared, then disbelief turned into furious laughter. Lu Jun lifted his Celadon teacup, but did not drink. Frauds like this were not new, he explained. In the old antique trade they were called beast fabrication, a practice recorded by Jai Ziolan in the Qing dynasty notes from the hut for examining the subtle. One old trick began with an ordinary yellow dog. Swindlers shaved it, painted strange markings onto its skin with herbs and pigments, and attached a false tail. Once the common animal looked exotic enough, they sold it to officials and nobles as the cub of some rare beast. Others went further. They cut into a white horse and packed the wounds with red cinnabar. After the flesh healed, sweat carried the red color back to the surface. That manufactured blood-like sheen was then presented as proof of a legendary sweat-blood horse from the western regions. Lu Jun's gaze returned to the sweating merchant. Ancient swindlers fabricated beasts for money. Ajay had done the same with hydrogen peroxide and cheap hair dye, torturing an ordinary orange cat into a half-dead counterfeit. Centuries had improved the technology, Lu said, but not the black hearts of the scammers. That verdict shattered what remained of Ah Jai's defenses. The screen filled with animal, call the police, and demands to shut down Star Pets International. Viewers wanted fraud and animal abuse reported, and the cat rushed into emergency care. The ridiculous barcode was no longer funny. It was evidence of calculated cruelty. Gifts flooded the livestream as viewers showed their support for Lu Jun. He did not thank them or bask in the victory. Instead, he lifted the Celadon cup, took a long drink, and let his anger settle. A large forest held every kind of bird, he said. They would not let one such person spoil the night. Next viewer. The previous merchant's cruelty still had tens of thousands of viewers raging in the comments. Lu Jun set down his Celadon teacup and tapped the microphone. The law would deal with the wicked, he said, but this was still an old object appraisal stream. It was time for the next viewer. Click the account at the top of the request list. Family harmony brings prosperity. The caller's window flickered on beneath one weak desk lamp. After a few shaky adjustments, a weather-beaten, silver-haired old woman in a conspicuously bright orange sanitation uniform leaned close and squinted into the camera. Am I connected? Young man, can you hear me? Lu Jun straightened and gently wished her good evening. The audience's hostility vanished. Comments praised sanitation workers and urged brother Lu to be kind. Only then did the woman rub her hands and cautiously ask whether the appraisal was truly free. She could not afford a fee. Lu Jun patiently assured her that the appraisal was free. Reassured, she began a sorrowful account of finding a box while working near a wealthy villa district. She had expected whatever lay inside to be scrap iron. The audience listened to the apparent street sweeper's good fortune as if an answer to hardship might be hiding in the trash. At home, she claimed, the scrap turned out to be a bottle wrapped in old newspaper. Her grandson had told her that people online could judge whether such things were valuable and helped her reach this stream. Lu Jun leaned back with his chin on one hand, listened without interrupting, then calmly asked her to bring the object out. He slowly returned with a battered cardboard shipping box. Lu Jun's gaze narrowed, not at the box, but at the hands carrying it. The skin was loose and wrinkled, yet the nails were smoothly trimmed and faintly polished. The backs of her hands and the webbing around her thumbs had none of the heavy calluses left by years gripping a broom. His eyes moved from her hands to the uniform. It was impossibly clean. No dust, no grease, and its folding creases were still crisp. When she bent over the box, the collar opened just enough for the desk lamp to catch a dark purple gleam beneath the work clothes, the edge of a high-quality silk lining. From the battered box, she lifted a long object tightly bundled in old newspaper. The wrapping came away to reveal the blue and white vase promised by her story, its Giguzi scene facing the camera. Yet Lu Jun did not rush into an appraisal. With his chin still resting on one hand, he watched the performance with a trace of mockery. Instead of naming an era or price, Lu Jun asked one quiet question. Had she said she found the bottle in a trash can outside a villa district in Jiangbei? The woman nodded rapidly and supplied the exact name herself, Royal Dragon Bay. Lu Jun gave a soft chuckle. He knew that development. Royal Dragon Bay, Lu Jun explained, used fully enclosed high-end property management. Every morning at 6, sealed environmental trucks collected its refuse directly from the underground garage. More importantly, the roads outside had no open trash cans for anyone to rummage through. Her entire tearful discovery story had just collided with one immovable fact. Contradiction froze the bullet chat. A Jiangbei viewer confirmed that Royal Dragon Bay had landscaped green belts, not big roadside trash cans. Then the question everyone was thinking appeared on screen. If no such bin existed, where had the old woman actually found the vase? She recovered almost instantly, slapped her thigh, and blamed an old woman's faulty memory. Perhaps she had confused the development's name. It was still some expensive residential area. Then she pushed the provenance aside and demanded an era and price, invoking her hospitalized husband to hurry Lu Jun. Camera settled on the blue and white Giguzi descending the mountain vase. Beneath the caller's dim desk lamp, its glaze threw back a harsh, artificial glare. Lu Jun finally lowered his eyes to it and held his focus for 3 silent seconds. Only Lu Jun could see the answer that appeared. This was not yuan porcelain at all, but a modern imitation prunus vase made last month from kaolin and modern chemical cobalt. Hydrofluoric acid was also present, the first sign that its apparent age had been manufactured. Remaining entries completed the fraud's recipe. Computerized decal, gas kiln firing, then acid corrosion and matting to force an aged surface. The system valued everything at 120 yuan, cardboard box included, marked it fake, and warned that residual hydrofluoric acid remained. Lu Jun gave a light chuckle and rejected the supposed treasure. The caller would not accept a young man's verdict so easily. Rather than lean on an answer only he could see, Lu Jun enlarged the image, aimed his cursor at the vase, and offered to prove it from the beginning. First came shape. Lu Jun reminded the audience that the Giguzi descending the mountain piece sold at Christie's in 2005 for 230 million was a yuan blue and white large jar, a form with a broad belly and wide mouth. The caller's object had neither. Her piece instead had sloping shoulders, a narrow base, and a short neck, a prunus vase. Forcing the famous scene onto that body, Lu Jun said, was like dressing Zhang Fei in Daochen's clothes. The caller's eyes shifted, but she stubbornly insisted that perhaps the ancients had simply preferred it that way. Second came color. Genuine yuan blue and white used imported Somali blue, whose high iron content produced intense, vibrant color and natural haloing. Most tellingly, it left recessed iron rust spots beneath the glaze, flashing with a tin-like luster against the light, age embedded into the porcelain rather than painted over it. Lu Jun made the comparison mercilessly simple. The collar's blue leaned so purple it looked synthetic. It floated on top of the glaze, with no haloing and no recessed iron rust spots. His voice cooled as he identified modern chemical blue, the visual evidence agreeing point for point with the system's fake verdict. With the appraisal lost, the caller changed weapons. She began wailing that she swept streets from dawn to dusk and had believed this discovery might save her husband's life. Yet while describing him in a hospital bed with tubes attached, she peeked from the corner of her eye to measure the chat's response. Tactic worked. One viewer said her life was pitiful even if the object was fake. Another offered 500 yuan, someone else pledged 200 and urged everyone to help. The vase had failed as an antique, but the story wrapped around it was already generating real money. And a prominent message appeared beneath a top donor tag. The viewer said he liked the vase's appearance and would buy it for 5,000 yuan, treating the inflated price as help with the hospital fees. Sympathy was no longer a promise. A transaction was one reply away. Her crying subsided at once. She bowed repeatedly, called the donor a living Buddha, and asked for an address so she could mail the vase the next day. The deal was about to close when Lu Jun's voice cut through the stream, suddenly cold. "Hold on." "Wait." Lu Jun's cold interruption froze the transaction. Tears still wet on her cheeks, the old woman demanded to know why he was stopping a kind boss. Rank 1 brother insisted the vase could be fake. The 5,000 yuan was now a donation for her husband's treatment. Chat called Lu Jun cold-blooded while the woman bowed and promised to mail the bottle the next morning. Lu Jun merely sipped from his celadon cup. Then he tapped the table and told her that if she wanted to act, she needed a better costume and better props. Lu Jun zoomed in on her chest. The orange uniform's reflective strips still shone like new. Yet she claimed she had swept streets from 3 in the morning until nearly midnight. After almost 20 hours of outdoor labor, the clothing should not have looked freshly unfolded and untouched by dust. Closer crop revealed another mistake. Beneath the workwear shell, dark purple silk showed at the collar. The costly inner layer did not belong in ordinary sanitation clothing. Bullet comments began repeating the clue: silk lining, fresh creases, spotless reflectors, and the caller's vulnerable costume started looking theatrical. Lu Jun pressed on. When she held the fake vase, everyone had seen her hands. Smooth backs, no thick calluses between thumb and forefinger, carefully trimmed nails and faint polish. He raised his voice. Did those look like the hands of someone who had spent half a lifetime doing rough labor? Comments exploded. Some viewers declared her an actress. Others argued that sanitation workers could still value beauty. The old woman's face twitched, but she attacked instead of retreating. She said she loved cleanliness, washed the uniform every day, and wore thick canvas gloves, so naturally her hands had no calluses. He claimed the nail polish came from her 5-year-old granddaughter, who wanted to cheer up a hardworking grandmother. Then she accused Lu Jun of heartlessly picking on an old woman. The excuse was tailored to produce even more sympathy, but Lu Jun only watched her shameless performance with growing amusement. Lu Jun moved to motive. During the few minutes she had cried, her account had gained more than 2,000 followers. Tomorrow she could open a stream titled "Lonely Sanitation Worker Old Lady Asking for Help Online," collect sports cars and rockets, and earn enough gifts to buy a truckload of fake studio vases. Her squeezed-out tears vanished. Her whole face flushed bright red and the pitiful mask collapsed. She shouted that everyone was slandering and bullying an honest old woman. Then, before Lu Jun could answer, her half of the split screen snapped to black. She had forcibly cut the connection. Chat's sympathy reversed into outrage. Viewers cursed the scheme, admitted their fingers had already hovered over the tip button, and praised Lu Jun's clear logic. Someone joked that the Oscars owed the old woman a statue. The room had finally understood why he refused to let charity become a transaction. Lu Jun did not encourage a pylon. He told his online family to calm down. Scammers had endless methods, so they should be vigilant whenever misery was being sold on the internet. More importantly, people who truly needed help often had no channel through which anyone could hear them. Computer clock was nearing 11. Lu Jun announced that today's connections were over. The audience immediately begged him to stay. One viewer protested that only half the sunflower seeds were gone, and others demanded one more appraisal. Even after the confrontation, the room was more reluctant than ever to leave. In the lower right corner of the screen flashed. A fresh connection request had arrived. This was not another ordinary caller. The account carried an official Yellow V verification badge. Lu Jun paused over the controls and looked more closely, while the chat's pleas gave way to sudden curiosity. Verified request from the previous moment now had a name: Shen Paikuan, Deputy Director of the Xia Kingdom Antique and Art Appraisal Committee. The chat recognized the television appraisal authority at once and wondered whether he had come to inspect Lu Jun or challenge him. Lu Jun raised his brows, straightened, and accepted. Display split in two. On the right sat a man in his 60s, surrounded by rosewood shelves of porcelain, jade, and bronze. Shen's white hair was meticulously combed, reading glasses sharpened an already imposing gaze, and his dark gray tang suit completed the bearing of a man accustomed to authority. Lu Jun greeted Director Shen without either fawning or posturing. Shen nodded and said he had watched the exposure of the fake vase scam. Lu Jun's eye for detail and clear logic had impressed him. Among young people, he added, such composure and insight were rare. The chat erupted at the official praise. The audience was right to suspect a second purpose. Shen had not entered merely to flatter him. He brought a rosewood presentation box into view and opened it on the table, turning the official visit into a direct appraisal test. Lu Jun watched without losing his calm. Inside was an archaic two-handled bronze burner. Its gold and silver inlay glimmered dimly beneath a thick, natural-looking patina. Shen called it a friend's Ming Chuandira trinket, then turned it over to display the vigorous 6-character mark. The viewers were dazzled. Some were already imagining the price of a capital courtyard house. Lu Jun ignored the excited guesses and stared at the burner. 3 seconds later, the translucent panel appeared. Its name destroyed the illusion immediately. Bronze incense burner with gold and silver inlay, spliced forgery. The materials were refined brass and alloy, and the dates did not match. A Ming Chuan base, but a late Qing body. Remaining entries completed the trap. The old base had been attached to a newer body, then aged and chemically colored. The panel valued the imitation at only 30,000 yuan and listed no separate danger. Its special note pointed to the polished join hidden beneath patina, a surviving piece of a damaged Ming burner grafted onto a late Qing imitation. Trace of amusement crossed Lu Jun's face. Shen had chosen a high-level industry trick rather than an ordinary fake. The old man truly did not play by the rules. Instead of blurting out the system's verdict, Lu Jun opened with a dry social cut. Director Shen and the friend who gave him this burner could not be very close. Lu Jun reconstructed the fraud. Forgers search for Ming burners so badly broken that only the genuine base survives. They fabricate a replacement body from late Qing or modern brass and use high-temperature welding to unite the two. A real fragment lends authority to the fake whole, a trade trick aptly described as borrowing a corpse for a soul. Lu Jun moved to the inlay. Fine workmanship was not proof of Ming origin. Along the groove edges, he could see mechanical polishing characteristic of late Qing craftsmanship. A hand-carved Ming groove would retain a natural bird texture instead. Shen's hand paused around the burner. Lu Jun had named a physical discrepancy visible through the screen. Fatal flaw lay lower. Lu Jun circled a line around the burner's belly where the patina was suspiciously thick. The forger had polished away the welding marks, built false age over them, and bitten the surface with chemicals. Side lighting would expose a tiny color difference, and the metal above and below would show different density. Shen did not bother reaching for a flashlight. He simply returned the burner to its rosewood box, removed his reading glasses, and stared into the camera anew. The scrutiny and condescension were gone. Admiration had replaced them. With a long breath, he laughed heartily. The younger generation was formidable, and Xiao Lu's eyes were sharp as a razor. Shen Paikuan's hearty laughter still rolled through the microphone. Then the bullet chat detonated. An official titan had verified everything: the genuine base, the counterfeit body, and the terrifying trick of resurrecting a fake with a real fragment. Shen put his reading glasses back on and fixed the camera with a piercing gaze. An old friend had brought him the sensor last week. Several veteran appraisers examined it for more than half an hour before anyone discovered the concealed seam. Lu Jun had found that flaw in seconds, through a screen, without even a flashlight. Shen declared his discernment unmatched among the country's younger generation. Lu Jun merely called it blind luck and credited the seniors' deeper knowledge. That restraint pleased Shen almost as much as the appraisal. And the praise became an opportunity. Shen described a high-level internal antique exchange in Beijing, where official experts would gather over difficult objects. Looking straight into the camera, he asked whether Xiao Lu would be interested in coming to take a look. Livestream exploded again. To the viewers, this was an official job offer. The king of grassroots appraisal was being recruited into the national team. Calls to spam respect swept the screen, and thousands watched for Lu Jun's immediate acceptance. His fingers traced the warm rim of the teacup while his mind raced. Prestige was only the surface. Beneath it lay a bottomless whirlpool of interests, rules, and expert rivalries, deep enough to drown an elephant and perfectly capable of using an unaffiliated newcomer as cannon fodder. Lu Jun valued something the official circle could not promise: freedom. A formal label would change the nature of his livestream. He would rather expose fakes, open mystery boxes, and joke with his brothers than wear a mask and posture inside Beijing's Vanity Fair. But refusing was its own test. Shen had invited him personally before tens of thousands of witnesses. A blunt rejection would humiliate the elder. Lu Jun raised his teacup, took a measured sip, and shaped his answer into a courteous refusal rather than a public rebuff. Shen removed his reading glasses and placed them on the table. He wanted reasons, not politeness. Pride was healthy in a young man, he said, but opportunities like this did not come often. Lu Jun set down his own cup and sat straighter. Lu Jun smiled and insisted he was not putting on airs. At an exchange of that caliber, the displayed pieces would be major treasures with clear lineages. This was not an ordinary market where a streamer could swoop in and expose an obvious fake. Everyone present would be a titan like Shen. In such company, authenticity was usually settled already. The real purpose was academic discussion and cultural exchange. Lu Jun's point sounded humble. What could an unaffiliated young outsider add to a room built for senior scholars? And he pointed to the practical embarrassment. Lu Jun had no formal workplace and no official title. He was, in his own words, a wild, free-range individual. In a room where every introduction carried institutional weight, he would not even possess a presentable business card. Others would be introduced as experts and professors. When his turn came, what could he say? That he appraised treasures on some streaming platform? The joke landed lightly, but its target was precise. Online fame did not automatically grant standing inside a traditional expert hierarchy. And once those big shots began quoting classics and history, Lu Jun continued, a young spectator like him would never get a word in. He would only stare blankly. At best, he could serve the tea and pour the water. His smile held as the argument paused there. Lu Jun did not stop at his lack of titles. Even Shen and the other seniors had been unable to pin down the exchange meeting's disputed objects. If a junior wandered in, got lucky, and spoke out of turn, that luck could become a liability. Senior deliberations involved more than simple right and wrong. One different opinion from him could sour the entire room. The experts would still call their dispute academic. Lu Jun would be remembered as an ignorant, hot-headed brat who did not understand the rules. Worse, one careless remark could offend someone powerful enough to leave his little livestream without shade. The chat immediately lost the thread. Viewers asked whether Brother Lu was stupid, frightened, or ashamed of having no status when an official endorsement was within reach. Lu Jun ignored the barrage and studied Shen through the screen. The veteran's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He gave Lu Jun a deep look, reached for his tea, and let the Beijing invitation fall away rather than forcing the issue. Shen asked about Jiangcheng's first folk collection culture festival. It would open the following Wednesday at the city's International Convention and Exhibition Center, drawing collectors from beyond Jiangcheng. Lu Jun had seen the promotion and assumed it was simply going to be a grand gathering. Shen corrected him. This was not merely entertainment. The authorities considered the festival important. It was meant to regulate the private antique market and make the promise of treasures hidden among ordinary people real. The mission closely matched Lu Jun's own work helping buyers avoid traps. Lu Jun praised the plan and wished the event success. He even promised to cheer for it during his stream. Shen cut off that escape in 4 words. Cheering was not enough. The veteran had not introduced the festival merely to request free publicity. Committee had intended to send a specially invited consultant for free public appraisals and on-site quality control. Temporary duties had pulled its expert group elsewhere. Since Lu Jun already lived in Jiangcheng and focused on helping the public avoid pitfalls, Shen declared him the most suitable replacement. Lu Jun leaned back as if distance might help. Wasn't Shen driving a duck onto a perch? He had no proper workplace. If he arrived claiming to be an official consultant, would the organizers even recognize him? Shen answered the resistance with 2 steady taps on his table. Missing formality was precise. At 10 the next morning, Lu Jun had to bring his ID card to Kingfeng Pavilion on Jiangcheng's Guian Culture Street. A test would be waiting there. Pass it, and the consultant certificate and the official festival appointment would be his. Shen added that someone with Lu Jun's eye for detail should find a test of that level easy. Lu Jun smiled for the camera and disbelieved every word. A small test personally arranged by this official titan was obviously not going to be simple. Lu Jun leaned back and tapped the desk twice, mirroring Shen. Refusing again would mean rejecting the old man's kindness outright. So he accepted. 10 tomorrow morning, Kingfeng Pavilion on time. Shen answered, "It's a deal," nodded and ended the connection. Chat boiled over. An offline test promised first-rate entertainment. Viewers identified Kingfeng Pavilion as an old antique street brand with a deeply connected owner, demanded that Lu Jun stream the challenge, and gleefully imagined the masterpiece his failure would become. Lu Jun stretched, waved toward the camera, and gave the audience what it wanted. At 10 tomorrow morning, they would head together to Guian Culture Street. Whether mule or horse, the test would bring the truth out and reveal what trick Shen had arranged for him. At 9:30 the next morning, Lu Jun was already live on Gaian Culture Street in Jiang City. Phone gimbal raised, he threaded through the morning crowd, carrying out his promise to let the audience witness Shen Paikuan's test from beginning to end. Porcelain, jade carvings, and calligraphy crowded the shops on both sides. Lu Jun introduced the street as Jiang City's largest antique distribution center, then warned that its waters ran deep. Out of 10 antiques, 9.5 had left the kiln last week. In the remaining half, Lu Jun said the stall owner had sanded it down personally last night. Gift effects flooded the screen. The broadcast had not been live for 5 minutes, yet more than 10,000 people were already watching. Shen Paikuan's surprise appearance the previous night had spread across the internet. New viewers urged Lu Jun to hurry, worried that an official expert's test could not be simple. His veterans were less concerned. Their specialty, they joked, was watching him overturn old masters with chaotic punches. Lu Jun told them not to worry and pointed ahead. Beneath a black sign lettered in gold stood Kingfeng Pavilion. 3 antique-styled stories, upturned eaves, carved beams, painted rafters, and 2 white marble lions guarding the entrance. The test finally had a face. Inside, the man receiving him introduced himself as Kingfeng Pavilion's shopkeeper, Chen. Shen had warned him that a knowledgeable young man would visit. With the necessary connection established, Chen invited Lu Jun to follow him upstairs. Second floor was quieter and more private. A massive root-carved tea table dominated the room. Chen motioned Lu Jun into a seat, then personally boiled water, rinsed the leaves, and began brewing tea with unhurried precision. While rinsing the leaves, Chen remarked that he had watched Lu Jun's stream once or twice. Popularizing basic knowledge and exposing a few low-level scams was certainly lively, he said. The courtesy was thin. Lu Jun heard the real judgment, an influencer built for gimmicks, not serious appraisal. Lu Jun merely called it a way to make a living. Then he leaned back, returned Chen's look with a half-smile, and cut through the ceremony. What exactly was the procedure for Director Shen's test? Chen poured a cup and pushed it toward him. He would naturally give Shen face. But Kingfeng Pavilion had stood in Jiang City for 30 years, and not just anyone could enter and start pointing fingers. Lu Jun would have to earn that privilege. Chen stood, crossed to a nearby safe, and entered the code. From inside, he removed an exquisite brocade box. He set it on the tea table between them with deliberate care. This, he announced, was the first stage. Lid opened onto bright yellow silk and a blue and white bowl. Its rim flared slightly above a deep belly and ring foot. Warm white glaze carried rich cobalt lotus scrolls, their color seeming to sink into the body around conspicuous iron spots. Chen presented it as Ming-Chuan porcelain. Lu Jun did not reach for it. Instead, he lifted Chen's tea, took one sip, and curled his lip. The tea had steeped too long, he observed. It was a little astringent. Chen frowned. The appraisal candidate was criticizing everything except the object under examination. Chen reminded him that he had been asked to examine porcelain, not taste tea. Porcelain. Lu Jun set down the cup and pointed at the bowl. Did that thing deserve the name? To him, it looked less like porcelain than industrial trash. Chen's face darkened instantly. Lu Jun had better watch his words. This was a fine Chuan period piece acquired at great cost, and he had not even laid a hand on it. On what grounds did he dare call it industrial trash? Before Lu Jun could answer Chen's furious challenge, the livestream exploded. Newcomers called him arrogant for condemning an old brand shop's bowl through a screen. His longtime viewers were calmer. They were already worrying about shopkeeper Chen's blood pressure. Lu Jun fixed his phone gimbal onto the tea tray and aimed it directly at the bowl. Since Chen insisted, he would demonstrate the rigorous beauty of modern industry. First came the genuine benchmark. Chuan porcelain used imported Somali blue. Real Somali blue should be rich and vivid, its edges softly haloed, with iron rust spots sinking naturally into the body. This bowl's color was rich but dead stiff. The boundaries were razor sharp. No halo existed because the pattern was a computer-laid decal, applied and fired. Chen insisted the textured black spots could not come from a decal. Lu Jun sneered. Under strong magnification, their manufactured application and secondary processing would betray them. The machine-perfect, laser-engraved basemark completed the case. Every prestigious detail was modern theater. Lu Jun clapped his hands and leaned back. Kingfeng Pavilion had displayed a 150 yuan wholesale bowl as a Chuan masterpiece to test him. Did Chen think he was blind to the difference between a decal and hand painting? The chat detonated at the price. The bowl really was a street stall item. Chen had wanted to learn whether an internet celebrity would become vague and timid in front of an established shop. Instead, Lu Jun saw through it at a glance. Through clenched teeth, Chen conceded, "Fine, good eyes." Chen tossed the first box aside and disappeared into the inner room. Minutes later, he returned carrying an old red sandalwood brocade box inlaid with silver thread in both hands. It landed on the tea tray with a muted thud. His tone turned solemn. This was the second stage. Inside sat a gaudy, crude-looking chicken cup, precisely the sort of object an expert would dismiss as a high-end fake gone wrong. Lu Jun watched it for 3 silent seconds. Then the familiar translucent panel appeared, Ming Chenghu a Daokai chicken cup, disguised state. Body was Chenghu period kaolin and mineral pigment. Only the outer coating was modern. A specially formulated polymer resin had been spread over the authentic surface, manufacturing garish thief's light and false color deviations to bury the cup's true luster. Next entries struck harder. Comprehensive valuation, 280 million RMB. Authenticity, genuine, deliberately disguised. The resin was also slightly toxic. Safe removal required anhydrous ethanol together with high-temperature physical stripping. This was not an object Lu Jun could casually scrape clean to prove a point. Final note named the lost technique, mud gold wrapping jade. Years ago, a major collector had disguised the treasure as low-grade imitation porcelain to evade searches. Lu Jun's pupils tightened. This old man had placed a national treasure on the table and invited experts to explain why it was fake. Any ordinary expert would accept the stated premise, blame the artificial glare and stiff brushwork, and fall straight into the trap. Lu Jun stayed silent while calculating. Chen mistook that silence for defeat. Smiling coldly over his teacup, he said even collection association directors had sensed a fake but could not explain its flaws. Silence stretched for 3 full seconds. Steam curled above the tea tray while Lu Jun stared into the open brocade box. Across his livestream, comments raced past. Had the official trial finally stumped him, or was the supposed master forger's work simply too strange? Shopkeeper Chen skimmed the froth from his tea, his sneer deepening. Lu Jun had condemned the earlier bowl from a distance, so why was he silent now? Lu Jun leaned back, tapped the table twice, and let a playful smile appear. This object, he said, was quite interesting. Chen invited him to teach both the old shopkeeper and the tens of thousands watching. Lu Jun ignored the sarcasm. He folded a tissue over his fingers before lifting the cup, a precaution strangely careful for supposed trash, and inspected its decent form beneath the aggressively bright surface. Every visible clue seemed to condemn it. The luster glared like fresh polish. The colors were gaudy, the chicken looked cross-eyed, and the brushwork seemed worse than a child's. Chad even protested that modern Yuwu merchandise deserved more respect. Chen could no longer hide his satisfaction. Chen declared that superficial defects would not pass the trial. Several collection association directors had already called the cup fake. None could explain the method. Elder Shen wanted the precise trick by which a master forger had made a high-quality imitation seem real within the fake. Anything less did not count. Lu Jun set the cup down and asked whether Chen misunderstood the word masterpiece. Then his smile vanished. If a master had gone to extraordinary trouble only to make industrial trash worse than roadside goods, was the title handed out free with a phone plan? Chen froze and his face darkened. Chen accused him of being difficult and told him to admit he could not find the flaw. Lu Jun shook his head. The problem was not a hidden defect. From the beginning, everyone had been moving in the wrong direction because they had accepted the cup as an imitation. That assumption inverted the truth. This was not a fake crafted to resemble a treasure. It was a genuine rare treasure deliberately made to resemble worthless street stall porcelain. The glare, clashing colors, and crude painting were not a failed imitation. Together, they were camouflage. Lu Jun named the lost reverse forgery craft, mud gold wrapping jade. Years ago, major collectors facing searches and seizure hired top craftsmen for the opposite of counterfeiting. Instead of making false goods convincing, they buried the brilliance of genuine pieces beneath an exterior no thief would bother stealing. Craftsmen painted genuine pieces with specially formulated resin colloids and mineral pigments, forcing priceless treasures to masquerade as roadside junk. Lu Jun gently pushed the chicken cup back toward Chen. His explanation was not finished, but the reversal was complete, and the confident smile on his lips said he knew exactly what lay underneath. Mud gold wrapping jade? Chen repeated. The muscles beside his eyes twitched twice. His purple clay cup remained suspended in one hand, and the tea trembled visibly. Across Lu Jun's phone screen, bullet comments exploded with disbelief that this glaring, gaudily painted object could hide a genuine treasure. Lu Jun withdrew his tissue-protected fingers and leaned back. The craft, he explained, had vanished during the Republic era. In wartime, collectors threatened by warlords and bandits paid master counterfeiters to reverse their profession, not to make false goods look real, but to make genuine treasures look worthless. Counterfeiting made the fake convincing. This opposite practice was concealing brilliance. Lu Jun pointed to the cup. Its blinding thief light was not defective glaze, but specially made resin colloid. Modern mineral pigments mixed into that coating deliberately smothered the authentic red and green beneath it. Chen set down his purple clay cup with a dull thud. Shock and wariness had replaced his arrogance. Fire or alcohol might expose resin, he conceded, but that would be destructive appraisal and could ruin the vessel's harmony. If Lu Jun truly saw through it instantly, Chen wanted a naked-eye proof. Bullet comments flooded in behind him. Viewers wanted to know how resin could be distinguished from cheap glaze through a screen. Lu Jun did not hesitate. There were 3 traces. The first, he said, was light refraction. Resin and porcelain glaze bend and return light differently. Under side lighting, the cup's fierce shine carried an almost invisible haze, a slight diffuse reflection produced by cured modern polymer. True mineral glaze would return a cleaner, straighter reflection. The glare that fooled everyone was also the first crack in the disguise. For the second trace, Lu Jun pressed a tissue-covered finger near the foot ring. Even masterful concealment had to end where the exposed body met the applied layer. Along the inner edge ran an extremely fine, cloudy line, not natural glaze shrinkage, but resin colloid that had accumulated and overflowed during application. Lu Jun curled a finger and performed one final, light physical check. Its response supplied the third confirmation that the visible surface was an added layer rather than the porcelain's original glaze. No flame, alcohol, or restoration was needed. 3 small inconsistencies had exposed the entire reverse disguise. Chen finally told the truth. When Elder Shen first brought the object to Kangfeng Pavilion, Chen had missed it too. The livestream comments stopped. Chen admitted that one glance at the garish coating had convinced him the cup was absurdly fake, the defective work of an apprentice who understood neither body nor glaze. Chen had even asked Shen which apprentice dared bring out such defective work. Shen did not argue. He simply pointed to the same 3 flaws Lu Jun had just demonstrated. Chen remembered the cold sweat that followed. Now he shook his head at his former certainty, recognizing the exact lesson being repeated before him. Chen later learned that the vessel had emerged from the descendant of a great collector. Even then, he spent a full week searching ancient texts before confirming the lost mud gold wrapping jade craft. Chen looked directly at Lu Jun. Shen had needed 7 days. Lu Jun had needed 3 minutes. Shen had left the cup at Kangfeng Pavilion as a touchstone. Over the years, proud veterans and celebrated young talents all failed it. Every one of them eagerly cataloged how fake the vessel looked, none saw where its authenticity lived. Lu Jun had not merely passed a test, he had broken its perfect record. The disguised chicken cup still rested on the tea table, its unbeaten record finally broken. Shopkeeper Chen rose without another challenge, crossed into the inner room, and entered the password to the safe. From the safe, Chen removed a red folder stamped with gold lettering. He returned to the tea table and presented it with both hands. His voice was solemn. Elder Shen had instructed him to give this to Lu Jun. Lu Jun opened it. The title named him a special consultant for the Jiangcheng Folk Collection Culture Festival. Beneath it sat the embossed seal of the official appraisal committee, and the name column had already been printed with his own name. Lu Jun raised an eyebrow. Shen had set the livestream test only yesterday, yet the named and sealed certificate was already waiting. The old man had never expected the gold-painted jade trap to stop him. Lu Jun was no longer merely a wild streamer, he now carried official endorsement. Even the livestream praised Chen for admitting his earlier mistake. Chen escorted Lu Jun down to the first-floor lobby, personally opened the heavy carved doors, and offered his help whenever Lu Jun needed anything in Jiangcheng's antique world. The arrogance that had greeted him was gone. Outside, Lu Jun swung the camera toward the dense rows of stalls lining both sides of Gaian Culture Street. The high-end contest was finished, he told his viewers. It was time to return to their real business and exchange a battle of gods for a dance of demons. Lu Jun warned them that these stalls were deeper than the ocean. Ragged clothes, dry tobacco, and stories of fresh countryside collections were often just stage costumes. More than half the sellers acted as if trained at Hengdian, while 99% of their stock came wholesale from Yiwu or Jingdezhen. And Lu Jun stopped. Bargaining voices rose from a stall ahead, hidden behind a crowd packed 3 layers deep. His eyes brightened. There was excitement to see. Holding the gimbal high, he worked his way through the bodies toward the center. At the center squatted Lao Shu Su, thin and withered, his faded coarse-cloth jacket and rat-whisker mustache completing the country dealer act. Mud-caked scrap metal and broken copper covered his waterproof cloth. In one hand, however, he clutched a red-stained jade cicada no larger than a baby's palm. Lao Shu Su spat out every word of his pitch at a young man in black-rimmed glasses. This was a Han Dynasty blood-soaked jade cicada, he claimed, brought from the Taihang Mountains by his father. The performance supplied age, family provenance, and urgency, all the ingredients Lu Jun had just warned about. When the bald rival moved to snatch the opportunity, the young man panicked. He wanted a bargain that would impress his future father-in-law, and fear of losing it overwhelmed his caution. He agreed to 20,000 yuan, fumbled out his phone, and prepared to scan the stall's payment code. Surrounding crowd called him lucky and praised the blood-red coloration as genuine period staining. Online, viewers wavered between suspicion and dreams of a house-sized prophet, shouting for Lu Jun to intercept the treasure. Lu Jun did not reach for it. Watching the trap close, he merely curled his lips into a sneer. At Lao Shu Su's stall on Gaian Culture Street, the sale had reached its final tap. The young man clutched his phone and confessed that 20,000 yuan was more than half a year's savings. He needed a real antique to win over his future father-in-law and secure his marriage. Lao Shu Su bunched his wrinkled face into wounded sincerity and patted his chest. He called himself Old Li, claimed more than a decade of honest trading, and swore the cicada was Han Dynasty. Only a son's desperate need, he said, could force him to sell a family heirloom worth 200,000. Right on cue, the bald man stamped forward with his phone. If the young man hesitated, he would pay 25,000 immediately. Lao Shu Su shielded the cicada and loudly refused. He had promised it for 20,000, he declared, and an honest man never raised his price on the spot. Young man cried that he wanted it, opened WeChat and scanned the stall's code. A beep brought up the payment page with 20,000 already entered. His thumb hovered over the green confirmation button. At that final reversible instant, Lu Jun broke his silence. Lu Jun did not call the cicada fake. Instead, he asked with conspicuous excitement whether it truly came from the Han Dynasty. Lao Shu Su recovered from his surprise at once. Believing a wealthier fool had arrived, he proudly upgraded the story. This was treasure from a Han royal tomb. Lu Jun swung toward the young man with an expression of pained indignation. Paying 20,000 for a national treasure masterpiece was practically highway robbery, he declared, an insult to the wisdom of their ancestors. When the bewildered buyer asked what it should cost, Lu Jun grandly offered 50,000 yuan. Stall crowd erupted. Lao Shu Su and the bald shill traded one flash of wild joy. The new fool had walked into their trap by himself. Online, comments flooded Lu Jun's stream. Some expected a fortune, others condemned him for stealing a chance from a man risking half a year's salary. Young man immediately panicked. He had reached the deal first, and Lu Jun's sudden bid seemed to snatch away both the treasure and his chance to impress his future father-in-law. His protest only helped the performance. Lao Shu Su now had two apparent buyers competing in front of a crowd. Lu Jun did not retreat. With the same extravagant certainty, he doubled his staged offer to 100,000 yuan. That number crushed the original 20,000 deal. Lao Shu Su and his accomplice could no longer see a cautious appraiser before them, only a far richer mark begging to be fleeced. But Lu Jun did not produce his phone or reach for the supposed treasure. He simply folded his arms across his chest and watched the jade cicada in Lao Shu Su's hand. Beneath the noise of the crowd and livestream, a faint, knowing smile settled on his face. Red-stained cicada stopped less than 10 centimeters from Lu Jun's chest. He kept his arms folded and calmly stepped back, refusing even to brush it. Lao Shu Su had expected an eager buyer. Instead, Lu Jun criticized him for handling a supposed national treasure so crudely. Lu Jun asked who would be responsible if his hand slipped and the 100,000 yuan treasure shattered. Lao Shu Su stiffened at once. He cupped the cicada safely in both palms, apologized with a fawning smile, then tried to recover control by asking Lu Jun to transfer the money first. Bald man loudly declared that buying a Han blood-soaked piece for 100,000 was miraculous luck. He demanded immediate payment and threatened to raise the price. His performance was designed to make hesitation feel expensive, but Lu Jun gave him none of the urgency he wanted. Young man in black-rimmed glasses could not bear to lose the gift. Pacing with reddening eyes, he raised his offer first to 25,000, then 30,000 yuan. He proudly explained that his future father-in-law belonged to the County Collection Association and kept cabinets of porcelain and jade. Unease tightened Lao Shu Su's wrinkled face. He leaned close and began selling harder. The cicada supposedly came from a Han prince or marquis, never appeared on the open market, and could be flipped through an auction house for hundreds of thousands, perhaps even 1,000,000 yuan. Then came the familiar script. Lao Shu Su urgently needed cash. Lu Jun looked kind. Fate had brought them together. He claimed he would ignore mountains of gold from anyone else and warned that this chance would never return. Every sentence tried to turn suspicion into fear of missing out. Bald man demanded to know whether Lu Jun could actually pay. He mocked him for acting impressive, called him an empty-handed pretender, and announced that he would buy the treasure instead. Waving his phone toward the stall's QR code, he gave the surrounding hecklers their cue to pile on. At last, Lu Jun reached into his pocket. Lao Shu Su and the shill expected a phone. What emerged was an ordinary wet wipe. Lu Jun held it where everyone could see, replacing their payment countdown with a far more dangerous question. Would the supposed treasure survive the simplest inspection? Lu Jun tilted his chin toward the cicada. Its surface was dry, yet carried a furtive artificial shine. Worse, from half a meter away he could smell pungent industrial glue. He dryly asked whether Han princes and generals had been sprayed with cheap perfume before burial. Dung, Lao Shu Su stood and put the cicada back on the waterproof cloth. He renamed it a genuine Taihang Mountain stillborn blood-soaked piece, accused Lu Jun of ignorance, and insisted that a bid must be honored. The bald shill rolled up his sleeves and stepped directly into Lu Jun's path. The idle men gathered into a loose ring as the shill warned Lu Jun not to act wild on Gayan Street. Lu Jun ignored the intimidation. Pointing to the cicada, he proposed verification on the spot. Real blood soak came from oxidized iron entering the jade and would not wash away or fade under fire. Lu Jun shook the wet wipe and asked permission to rub the national treasure twice. If no color came off, he would transfer the full 100,000 yuan immediately, without blinking. Lao Shusu stared at the wipe. Fine sweat formed across his forehead before he protested that this was destructive testing. Lao Shusu seized on one last excuse. Wiping the cicada would be destructive appraisal. Lu Jun did not argue. He sneered, tossed the unused wet wipe into a nearby trash can, and left the red-stained object exactly where it lay on the waterproof cloth. Lu Jun clapped his hands. If the boss treasured that layer of patina so much, they could leave it alone. He calmly named it anyway, dog blood mixed with chemical glue. Then he pointed at the cicada and proposed a cleaner battlefield, the craftsmanship itself. Lu Jun made Lao Shusu repeat the claim. This was supposedly a royal tomb artifact from the Taihang Mountains. Then he turned to the young man in black-rimmed glasses. Since the man's future father-in-law collected antiques, surely he had heard the most basic hallmark of a Han jade cicada. 8 strokes of Han? The young man ventured. Lu Jun snapped his fingers, correct. It did not literally mean 8 cuts. It described a rugged minimalist style, straight lines, sharp knife work, and decisive beginnings and endings with no hesitation anywhere in the stroke. And Lu Jun applied that standard. The stall's so-called heirloom had lines polished so smooth that no corner could be felt. Its wing patterns repeated with ruler-like regularity. Instead of the bold economy of hand knife work, every detail advertised modern, standardized production. Bald man stopped pretending to be an eager rival buyer. With fierce eyes set in his fat face, he warned Lu Jun that ruining business on Guyan Street carried a price. That price was 100,000 yuan, not a penny less, and Lu Jun would not leave without scanning the payment code. Several idlers silently closed ranks. They had been the stall's hype squad, now they became its muscle. The genuine shoppers understood at once. Carrying plastic bags and thermos cups, they backed away 3 or 4 steps, leaving a neat safety ring around Lu Jun and the gang. Only now did the young man understand how carefully the trap had been staged. Pale and stammering, he abandoned the purchase and tried to squeeze away. The bald man seized his collar, ripped him backward, and ordered him to stay put. The young man shrank down, afraid even to breathe loudly. Lu Jun watched the circle tighten without a trace of panic. He called the arrangement what it was, a forced sale backed by a large operation. The cicada was 15 yuan Afghan jade coated with dog blood and glue, yet they demanded 100,000. Even drug dealers, he remarked, would envy that margin. The livestream erupted. Bald man made the lesson brutally simple. 100,000 yuan was the price for meddling, and Lu Jun should learn to keep his eyes open next time. The threat was backed by a folding knife. Lu Jun said nothing. Still holding the gimbal, he slid his free hand into his jacket pocket. What emerged was neither a weapon nor another phone. It was a small red booklet stamped with gold lettering. Lu Jun weighed it twice in his hand, slowly opened it, and held it before Lao Shusu's eyes. The stall owner squinted and leaned closer. In the sunlight, a bright red embossed seal gleamed coldly. Lao Shusu slowly sounded out the gold-lettered title, Jiangcheng Folk Collection Culture Festival, Specially Appointed Expert Consultant. Then he threw back his head and laughed. This little booklet was Lu Jun's protection. To him, it looked like a fake credential bought for a few dozen yuan under a bridge. Bald man piled on, boasting that if Lu Jun was an expert, he must be president of the Jiangcheng Collection Association. The idlers roared with him. Behind the gimbal now held by the terrified young buyer, however, veteran viewers were celebrating. They recognized an official endorsement and knew the reversal had already begun. Lu Jun did not rise to the ridicule. He drew the certificate slightly back and tapped its seal twice. A bridgeside forger could imitate red paper and gold lettering, he explained, but not the authenticated seal of Jiangcheng's official appraisal committee. The proof was small enough that Lao Shusu had to lean closer. This time Lao Shusu truly looked. Around the seal's edge ran wave patterns far finer than any roadside fake could manage. His laughter died. Cold sweat spread across his back and his triangular eyes filled with terror. Without taking his gaze from the booklet, he tugged at his accomplice and stammered, "Kaingzi, put the knife away first." Kaingzi mistook fear for weakness. He threw Lao Shusu's hand aside, called Lu Jun's warning a bluff, and swore he would tear the booklet apart. Still weighing the folding knife, he reached straight for the certificate. Lu Jun did not retreat. A cold smile touched his lips as the hand came closer. Lu Jun offered one quiet suggestion: do not touch it. Damaging a certificate issued by the official appraisal committee counted as obstructing official business. Forced buying and selling might mean a few days of detention. This would not end so easily. The bald man's fingers stopped in midair. Before anyone could decide the next move, a command rang from outside the ring. Make way. Dark blue uniformed market management security shoved through the idlers and opened a path. Behind them came shopkeeper Chen in a navy tang suit. He had noticed the disturbance on his way toward a tea house, and as management committee head, he had come to investigate. Lao Shusu recognized the newcomer at once. His triangular eyes held nothing but terror. Kaingzi, still trapped in the arrogance of the previous second, kept weighing his knife and began, "Who the hell is meddling?" Lao Shusu sprang up, clapped a hand over his mouth, and desperately forced the knife arm down. "Freeze, President Chen, what brings you here?" Lao Shusu's voice cracked, confirming the newcomer's rank for everyone. Chen did not spare him a proper glance. He walked straight to Lu Jun, surveyed the ring of idlers with a slight frown, and asked in a gentle but scrutinizing tone, "Zio Lu, what happened here?" Lu Jun did not look troubled. He calmly closed the red, gold-stamped certificate, slipped it into his jacket, and answered Chen, "Nothing serious. I merely encountered an unusually enthusiastic business deal and got delayed." The livestream exploded. Every viewer understood that enthusiastic meant a forced sale. Chen had spent decades in the antique trade. One look at Lao Shusu's deathly face and the knife still in the bald man's hand told him most of the story. He sneered. "Li Laosin, you've sold here 7 or 8 years. Tell me, how exactly were you being enthusiastic?" Lao Shusu's legs nearly folded. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks, yet he did not dare wipe it away. He waved both hands and stammered that everything was a misunderstanding. Lu Jun remained leisurely. Rather than argue over excuses, he began with the object that had supposedly justified the price. Supposed hand-blood-soaked jade cicada had announced itself before any scholarly debate. Near Lu Jun's nose, it reeked of low-grade glue and something fishy. Its craftsmanship was even more miraculous. Those ancient artisans had apparently mastered CNC machine chamfering. A low ripple of laughter passed through the onlookers. Young man in black-rimmed glasses finally understood. Anger replaced confusion as he stared at Lao Shusu. Lu Jun explained that once the goods failed inspection, he had intended to leave the matter alone. As the saying went, forced fruit was not sweet. Unfortunately, Boss Li had been far too persistent. That persistence had included pulling Lu Jun aside for a friendly chat about family matters. Lao Shusu had even summoned the bald brother and several enthusiastic neighbors to make certain the 100,000 yuan deal succeeded. Lu Jun's tone stayed calm, but the knife and the tightened ring supplied the translation. Lu Jun looked at Chen with perfect sincerity. He had only just received Jiang Cheng's official certificate and had not yet learned the local environment. Were Gaian Street's merchants always this enthusiastic? He never voiced a complaint, yet every word said, "Your market sold a fake, extorted a buyer, and drew a knife." "Li Laosin?" Chen's roar dropped Lao Shusu straight to the ground. The stallholder pleaded that he had been blind, that he never knew this little brother was Chen's friend. The excuse only exposed him further. His first regret was not the extortion, it was choosing someone whose connections could punish him. The antique trade's first rule was simple: never show a blade. This business competed through eyesight and knowledge. Misjudge an item and the loss was yours, uncover a hidden gem and fortune favored you. A public weapon shattered that balance, threatened everyone's livelihood, and stained a century-old market's reputation. Second rule was never force another person's hand. Whoever held an object decided whether to keep holding it. Failed deals ended amicably. Selling a fake with a story was merely planting a mine, a great test of eyesight. Surrounding someone, threatening violence, and forcing payment was smashing with bright fire, the trade's most despicable offense. Lao Shusu's face turned ashen. He knew the verdict before Chen spoke. With one cold wave, Chen ordered the bald man and every shill who had joined the intimidation taken to the management committee and handed over to the security department. Dark blue uniformed security moved to carry out the command. Chen saved the commercial punishment for Lao Shusu. His entire stall deposit was forfeited, and his eligibility to operate on Gaian Street was revoked immediately. If Li Laosin ever wanted to return, he would have to report to the management committee, reapply, and go back to the line for a new number. Chen's order landed without delay. Dark blue uniformed guards seized the bald man and the participating shills, then dragged the entire group away. The onlookers scattered almost as quickly, leaving the once-packed stall abruptly exposed and quiet. Chen's severity vanished as he faced Lu Jun, calling him Zio Lu. He apologized for letting such people slip through the management committee's limited coverage. Then he drew a gold-embossed business card from his tang suit and offered it with both hands. Lu Jun accepted the card just as formally, checked its titles, and slipped it into his pocket. He waved away the apology. The antique trade attracted every kind of person, he said, and Chen's swift intervention had already spared him considerable trouble. It was mutual flattery, but Lu Jun meant to give Jiang Cheng's local power broker his due. Chen understood the gesture and liked him all the more for it. He invited Lu Jun to Kangfeng Pavilion for tea, patted his shoulder, and left with 2 guards. With the crowd gone, the young man finally found his voice. His collar was still crooked, and fear lingered behind his black-rimmed glasses as he stammered out his thanks. For him, Lu Jun's intervention had not been entertainment. It had stopped a very real loss. Livestream audience had no intention of letting the outing end. Some still had sunflower seeds left. Others demanded more stalls, more price-crushing, and at least one hidden gem. Lu Jun could only smile. Did they think treasures were cabbages waiting at the market? As he walked, Lu Jun explained the problem. Every dealer here was a veteran who studied his stock obsessively. Even a genuine Qing folk kiln bowl worth 10,000 might only be mistaken for a late Qing piece and offered at 8,000. Buying at 8,000 would leave only a 2,000 yuan spread, and Lu Jun would still have to locate a buyer. That was resale labor, not a true leak. The chat disagreed immediately. 2,000 was money, and 5 such finds would make 10,000. Flaw was opportunity. In a market examined hundreds of times by countless sharp eyes, major mistakes were rarer than a lottery jackpot. The audience finally connected the lesson. If experts could reliably manufacture huge bargains, every appraisal master would already be rich. There was another problem. After the spectacle at Lao Shusu's stall, Lu Jun was certain every vendor on Guyan Street recognized him. Even a careless seller would become guarded the moment he approached. Continuing here would only waste time. Outside the archway, Lu Jun changed the problem instead of forcing a bad search. Real leaks hid in overlooked corners, remote second-hand markets and improvised urban village flea markets, where pots, old books, scrap metal, and household goods were piled together. Those sellers often knew only what junk fetched by weight. That was where an appraiser's technical edge could matter. Lu Jun climbed into the taxi's passenger seat and named Ligia Village second-hand market in the north suburb. Turning back to the camera, he smiled. The real hunt was still ahead. Nearly 40 minutes after leaving Guyan Street, the taxi finished jolting along the uneven suburban asphalt and stopped at Ligia Village. Lu Jun paid, stepped out with the livestream still running, and finally faced the remote second-hand market he had chosen for his new hunt. Calling it an entrance was generous. Rusted scaffolding held up a faded banner over a vast patch of rough ground. Tricycles and small trucks sat wherever they fit, while sellers spread old clothes, appliances, cookware, and scrap directly across woven bags and mud. Chat exploded before Lu Jun had taken more than a few uneven steps. Was this a treasure market or a scrapyard? One viewer promised to eat a phone screen if anything valuable appeared. Others joked that picking through trash was beneath an officially appointed expert. Lu Jun told them they were looking at the wrong kind of value. Antiques could circulate through families for generations, then reach descendants who recognized none of them. Sold by weight to junk collectors, an old object might lose its history, but not its real worth. His eyes moved over an old junk collector's scrap pile. Lu Jun was already turning away when something by the man's feet caught his peripheral vision. A fist-sized metal jar, pitch black beneath hardened sludge, stuffed with rusty screws and greasy nuts like a mechanic's spare parts tin. Lu Jun focused for 3 seconds, and the appraisal system overturned the disguise. Item: a Qing Qianlong period cloisonné enamel lotus scroll small slop jar. Beneath the oil lay a red copper body and enamel glaze, formed through cloisonné wirework, enamel filling, and repeated firing. Then came the numbers, genuine, with a restored valuation of 300,000 to 500,000 yuan. The only warning was practical. The engine oil contained trace corrosives, so cleaning required hand protection. Lu Jun's heart jumped, but he forced the rising grin back down. He understood exactly why it mattered. Slop jars once held bones or tea dregs for noble households, then evolved into study ornaments. Cloisonné reached its peak under Qianlong, and pieces of this quality were imperial wares. Somehow one had ended up holding screws. Showing interest in the jar alone would expose him. Lu Jun instead picked out 2 broken wrenches and casually folded the screw container into the same deal. To the old collector, it was all expendable iron. He agreed, and Lu Jun secured the 3 pieces for 18 yuan. The audience saw only 18 yuan wasted on broken tools and a disgusting old black jar. They diagnosed Lu Jun as mad, joked about his new repair shop, and announced there was nothing worth watching. Lu Jun did not argue. Carrying the jar, he headed for the market's public faucet. The faucet, Lu Jun fixed the gimbal onto a stone ledge and aimed the lens at the basin. Then he stopped the departing viewers with an old saying: "Divine objects hide their own light." Truly good things, he promised, often wore the most unremarkable disguises. Lu Jun had promised that good things often wore ugly disguises. Now he had to prove it. At the market faucet, he tipped every rusty screw into a nearby bin, folded 2 leftover wet wipes over his hand for protection, and opened the tap. Disguise did not surrender easily. Engine oil had hardened together with dirt into a stubborn shell. Lu Jun ground his thumb against it under the rushing water, but even after a long scrub, he had cleared only a gap no larger than his fingernail. And the wastewater shifted, and the opening flashed blue. Not ordinary blue, but a pure bottomless sapphire that seemed to pull the eye inward. Beneath the sunlight, the exposed glaze looked warm and moist as polished jade. One tiny window had transformed the entire object. Lu Jun widened the opening. Hair-fine copper wires appeared beside the blue, their edges glinting dark gold as they curved into a delicate lotus branch. The chat that had mocked him went eerily blank. 5 full seconds passed. Then the screen detonated in exclamation marks. Lu Jun ignored the frenzy and kept cleaning. Black oil ran into the sink as more sapphire enamel and interlocking lotus work emerged. By the time he shut off the faucet, the ugly lump was gone. In his hand rested a small blue and gold work of art. After drying the surface, Lu Jun brought the vessel close to the camera. Yes, he confirmed it was cloisonné. He traced the smooth color with one finger and named it sapphire blue ground, a guarded ancient formula whose purest form could be produced only by the imperial household department workshop. Next came the craftsmanship. Thin, flat copper wires had been bent into interlocking lotus patterns and soldered to a copper body. Artisans then filled the compartments with colored enamel and fired the vessel in a kiln. Even then, the work was unfinished. It still required polishing and gilding. Lu Jun angled one lotus petal into the sun. A faint dark golden line survived along its edge despite years submerged in engine oil. That was the crucial period clue. Qianlong-era cloisonné was renowned for fine wirework and heavy gilding, and this battered vessel still carried traces of both. Viewers were overwhelmed. They might not understand every step, but imperial workmanship sounded expensive. Questions about the price crowded the screen, followed by dreams of an ocean view house. Lu Jun did not join the celebration. Before discussing value, he turned the vessel to show what the blue and gold beauty concealed. Inside, the fantasy collapsed. Years of holding oily screws had left mottled scars across the walls and bottom. Smooth glaze had become pitted and uneven. Chips and scratches interrupted the enamel. The audience groaned that the old owner had ruined a Qianlong treasure, and their ocean view house became a basement. Lu Jun lightly flicked the rim, drawing a dull metallic ring. No, it was not scrap. If the enamel were flawless with none of these chips or scratches, a major auction could open at 300,000 yuan. But this jar had lost enamel, most of its gilding, and much of its perfect condition premium. In the trade, Lu Jun explained, this condition made it a damaged piece. Yet its foundation was genuine Qianlong cloisonné. That pedigree survived every pit and worn edge. Take it to Guyan Street and find any knowledgeable dealer, and even now it could sell for 100,000 yuan with ease. Lu Jun's tone remained flat, as though 100,000 yuan were pocket change. A specialist could reglaze the damaged areas and polish the interior. The jar would never equal a flawless piece, but afterward, selling it for 150 or even 160,000 would be easy. Chat exploded. 18 yuan had become a six-figure treasure, and viewers jokingly demanded truckloads of such junk. Lu Jun ignored the carnival. He wrapped the fragile jar tightly in a spare cotton t-shirt and nestled it into the bottom of his backpack. First success secured. Lu Jun raised his phone gimbal and announced that the 100,000 yuan wash basin could wait until they returned to the city. It was still early. He turned from the sink and carried the live stream back into the maze of second-hand stalls. Northern suburb market seemed endless and every row grew messier. Lu Jun scanned both sides as the hidden panel flashed again and again. Old radio, 20 yuan. Modern replica bronze sword, 50. More ordinary modern cast-offs followed. The earlier jackpot had not made real treasure common. Chat speculated about food stamps or rare stamps hidden among the old paper. Lu Jun let the comments pass. Then his wandering gaze fixed on a tattered cardboard box filled with scraps and packaging. At its very bottom, someone had laid down a stack of chew-on paper against the damp. Sheets were yellowed and blackened, their edges badly damaged, with only faint, chaotic ink showing. Then the system supplied an identity, a genuine Republic of China fragment of cats and mice at play, painted around 1925 on raw chew-on paper with Huzhu ink. It was no famous masterpiece. The panel called it casual folk graffiti, vivid and playful, rich in street humor. Value, 800 yuan, but the warning mattered more. Age, damp, and mold had made the paper so brittle that it could crack and fall apart with careless handling. 800 yuan was nothing beside the Qianlong jar. Yet the words vivid and playful caught Lu Jun more firmly than the price. Antiques were not only imperial masterpieces. A nameless folk artist's glimpse of ordinary humor had its own elegance. Simply mounted in his study, it would have a flavor no expensive trophy could replace. Stall woman saw that he wanted the paper and left herself plenty of room to bargain. Lu Jun did not bargain at all. He placed a red 100 yuan bill in her hand, carefully gathered the brittle sheets, and indicated the little girl standing nearby. Use the rest to buy the child some candy. Guilt crossed the woman's shrewd face. She would have accepted 10 or 20 yuan and hurried to offer change. Too late. Lu Jun had already rolled the paper, slipped it into his backpack, and strode into the bustling market without looking back. Lu Jun disappeared into the bustling market without looking back, but the livestream followed him. Bullet comments erupted. Had Brother Lu really paid 100 yuan for paper too stiff to use, simply because one six-figure find had gone to his head? Rather than argue while walking, Lu Jun found a quiet corner and lowered the gimbal. He opened his backpack with care, withdrew the brittle chew-on paper, and warned the excited viewers that this was no hidden martial arts manual. He eased the paper open. Through the mold and blackening appeared a plump tabby sprawled helplessly on the ground while two fearless mice pulled its whiskers. The brushwork was rough, but the street humor survived perfectly. Lu Jun refused to oversell it. This was no famous master's work, only a Republic of China folk painter's casual doodle, what the trade called folk interest. On the open market, 700 or 800 yuan would already be its ceiling. Chat conceded that 100 yuan was still a small pickup. More importantly, viewers understood why Lu Jun had not squeezed the woman over the price. Jokes about her extra dinner turned into praise for Brother Lu's values. And came the true reality of treasure hunting. From 2 in the afternoon until sunset, Lu Jun searched hundreds of stalls and handled thousands of old objects. The system flashed again and again, yet not one later valuation exceeded 50 yuan. At the exit, Lu Jun rubbed his aching lower back and asked whether anyone still believed antiques grew like cabbages. Finding the Qianlong piece had consumed his luck for the day. He ended the stream and announced his next move, return to the city and cash it in. Taxi carried him back to central Jiangcheng. He went straight to Guyan Street and chose a medium-sized shop at its far end. Beneath the sign for Jubaozhai, Lu Jun stepped inside with the 6-figure possibility still protected in his backpack. Behind a tea table sat Jubaozhai's thin, bespectacled, middle-aged owner, turning star and moon badhai beads through his fingers. He measured Lu Jun's ordinary clothes with a flash of disdain, then politely invited the young man to show what he had. Lu Jun placed the backpack beside the tea table and opened it. As the wrapping came away and the damaged sapphire blue cloisonne appeared, the owner's casual disdain could no longer survive. Whatever he thought of the seller, the object demanded a serious inspection. Before the owner could control the appraisal, Lu Jun named every source of leverage: Qianlong copper body cloisonne, sapphire blue ground, and surviving gilding. A perfect example could open above 300,000 at a major auction. Lu Jun acknowledged the damage before it could be used against him. The foundation was still imperial. With glaze refilled and the surface polished, he judged that the jar could readily sell for 150,000, perhaps even 200,000. He raised one finger. 100,000 yuan transferred immediately, or he would turn left outside and try the next shop. The owner froze. His plan to push an ignorant young seller below 5 figures had collapsed. Lu Jun had calculated the post-restoration profit too precisely. The owner gritted his teeth and finally spoke bluntly. The damage was severe, and no one in Jiangcheng could handle it. He would need connections in Suzhou or Hangzhou to find an imperial cloisonne master who could refill the glaze, fire the blue, and polish it. At master's labor alone, the owner claimed, would begin at 20 or 30,000. Add favors, travel, uncertain buyers, and perhaps half a year of trapped capital, and he insisted the restored jar might sell for only around 100,000. And came the offer, 55,000 yuan, supposedly just enough to make a friend and earn something for the trouble. Lu Jun sneered inwardly. The risks were real, but this practiced dealer was plainly using them to plead poverty and carve away his margin. Lu Jun did not argue with the 55,000 offer. He reached for the spare t-shirt beside the jar and began to wrap his treasure. A Qianlong base mark alone could cost that much, he said. For royal sapphire blue cloisonne, his new price was 90,000, or he would walk. The owner hurriedly pressed a hand onto the jar. Business was slow, he pleaded, and trapped capital could kill an antique shop. He stretched his offer to 68,000 and challenged Lu Jun to find anyone else willing to pay more. Lu Jun's hands kept moving. Damage did not erase imperial pedigree, and 68,000 ended the conversation. He countered at 85. The owner ground his teeth, thought, then slapped his thigh. 80,000 transferred immediately. Anywhere else, he warned, the damage might invite offers below 50. Lu Jun stopped and tapped the table twice. The dealer was exaggerating, but not inventing the burden. Specialist repairs cost money and time, and a slow market could leave the piece sitting for months. 80,000 elsewhere was not guaranteed. The price, Lu Jun decided, was fair enough. He released the jar and stuffed the t-shirt back into his bag. 80,000, he agreed. Better still, they could call it the beginning of a friendship. If Lu Jun found more good pieces, this owner would see them first. The dealer's pained face instantly opened into a delighted smile. Later, with sizzling mutton in front of him, Lu Jun checked the red glowing data panel. His account had reached 98,542 followers, almost 100,000. Ordinary broadcasts now held 10 to 20,000 viewers, with the occasional peak climbing to 30 or 40,000. Savings still totaled less than 300,000. In Jiangcheng, that could not buy even a third or fourth ring home outright. Yet Lu Jun felt no panic. The invisible appraisal system was his real capital. If he kept broadcasting and building trust, financial freedom was only a matter of time. After eating his fill, Lu Jun scanned the code and paid. Back home, he took a hot bath, changed into a loose t-shirt, and leaned against the headboard with his phone. Clearing private messages had become routine. Near 100,000 followers meant an inbox stuck at 99 plus every day. First messages were business offers. One aphrodisiac merchant proposed 5,000 yuan per video if Lu Jun would package the product as an ancient imperial secret formula. Lu Jun rolled his eyes. His thumb hit reject without hesitation. Farther down, business inquiries gave way to bizarre admirers. Stock photo avatars delivered overbearing chief executive ultimatums. Send your WeChat if you know what is good for you. Another granted him 3 minutes to add them and warned him not to force them to beg. Fame, apparently, came with its own lunatics. One user presented a Guanyin statue and asked whether it could buy a Jiangcheng school district home outright. The base still showed injection molding holes and 2 dangling plastic burrs. It was a 10 yuan mold wearing a millionaire's dream. Lu Jun replied, "Get a better pillow. Dreams can give you everything." And familiar counterfeit sellers appeared behind alternate accounts. Their messages were vulgar: leave the antique trade or someone would cripple him. Lu Jun was not angry. Rivals became enemies when you cut off their livelihood, and this fury proved his exposés had struck the artery. He saved the fraud screenshots, reported each account, and blocked them. With the inbox cleared, Lu Jun moved to exit the backend and sleep. Before his fingertip reached the back button, a fresh private message popped into view. Its avatar was completely black. There was no readable ID, only a string of gibberish. The account had written nothing. It had sent only one photograph. Lu Jun tapped it, then opened the original image at full size. The casual fatigue vanished from his face. His gaze fixed on the screen and did not move. Still in his loose t-shirt, Lu Jun stared at the anonymous account's enlarged photograph. The image was dim, low resolution, and slightly out of focus. A scarred wooden table filled the background, stained with grease beside half a rusted kitchen knife handle. At the center sat a lidless cylindrical jar, only 10-odd centimeters across. White glaze covered its body. Cobalt brushwork traced pine, bamboo, and plum blossom, the 3 friends of winter. Lu Jun's weary eyes sharpened at once. He spread 2 fingers and enlarged the pattern. The blue looked rich and deep like sapphires under a night sky. At bends in the brushwork, pooled pigment had formed black specks with a metallic sheen. Lu Jun involuntarily sat straight, iron rust spots. That was the signature of Somali blue, an expensive pigment imported from West Asia during the early Ming. High iron and low manganese produced its saturated color, metallic spotting, and soft bleeding edges, blue spreading through porcelain-like ink across Chuan paper. After 3 intense seconds, the appraisal system answered. Ming Chuan blue and white cricket jar decorated with pine, bamboo, and plum. Macking clay, Somali blue pigment, Chuan period origin. The workmanship showed fine paste, saturated blue, and the characteristic natural bleeding. And the decisive entries appeared. Authentic. Comprehensive valuation, 3.5 million yuan. Even with the warning that a photograph reduced accuracy, this was no common kitchen jar. A multi-million yuan imperial treasure might be sitting on that filthy table. The account offered no reassurance. Its avatar was black, its name was gibberish, and its homepage had no posts. Everything about it resembled a newly registered bot. Lu Jun typed quickly, "Where did this picture come from? Is the item in your possession?" 1 minute passed, then 3, then 5. The chat remained empty. Lu Jun frowned at the screen. Had someone sent him bait, a genuine treasure photograph chosen only to make a professional buyer chase? It was an old antique circle trap. A scammer circulated a real object's photograph, waited for buyers to travel, then produced a sophisticated counterfeit or sprang a honey trap. But one detail resisted that theory. A baiter should be replying eagerly, not vanishing after one picture. Lu Jun tried a more practical test. If the jar was truly in the sender's hands, they could photograph the mark on its base. He sent the request. Again, the message sank into silence without a trace. Helplessness was excruciating, like starving for 3 days, seeing a Manchu-Han imperial feast, and finding bulletproof glass between himself and every dish. Lu Jun put down the phone, rubbed his temples, and crossed to the refrigerator for mineral water. Half the bottle later, the cold steadied him. Lu Jun gave a self-mocking laugh. Forget it. In this trade, great finds depended on fate as much as eyesight. If this one was meant to reach him, it would. And the silent chat finally came alive with an elderly man's voice. The jar, he said, had passed down from his great-grandfather. He had intended to keep it as a memento, but his wife was now ill in the county hospital and urgently needed money. With no connections, the old man had tried to sell. A distant relative offered 2,000 yuan. When he asked for 5,000, still not enough for the medicine, the relative erupted, calling the heirloom broken clay and accusing him of greed and ingratitude. Recording ended on a heavy sigh. Lu Jun drew a sharp breath. A masterpiece worth millions had nearly been taken for 2,000 yuan. He pressed the voice reply button at once. "Sir, don't worry. This jar is valuable. Whatever happens, do not give it to that relative." His voice stayed urgent but firm. He would help with the wife's medical bills. The old man only needed to send his exact address. Lu Jun would come in person first thing tomorrow morning. The unreachable treasure had become something more immediate, a life, an heirloom, and a rescue. 7 the next morning, Lu Jun's second-hand Wuling bounced along a dirt road in Jiangcheng's northern suburbs. The overnight voice call had supplied Uncle Li's exact address and calmed him for a few hours. Now Lu Jun entered Lijiagu, a hollowed-out village whose younger residents had left for work. At the village's end, Lu Jun stopped before a small courtyard of crumbling red brick. Its crooked wooden gate hung partly open. Before he could enter, a shrill voice threatened that the hospital would throw third aunt out of her ward unless Uncle Li produced money that very day. Uncle Li pleaded that 2,000 yuan was far too little and said an expert from Jiangcheng was coming. Li Chengfu cut him off. Online experts were scammers, he sneered, and only family loyalty made this broken clay jar worth even 2,000. To anyone else, it was worth 20. Outside, Lu Jun laughed coldly. Before confronting anyone, he removed the gimbal from his backpack, snapped in his phone, and went live. He titled the broadcast, Northern Suburbs Village, on-site rescue of a 3 million yuan national treasure. Then he kicked the crooked gate open with a thunderous thud. Li Chengfu scoffed at the idea of an imperial kiln treasure and insisted it was merely a broken pickle jar. Lu Jun did not argue. He fixed his gaze on the dusty blue and white vessel resting on the stone millstone. After 3 silent seconds, a translucent panel opened across his retina. First entry settled the identity, a Ming Chuan cricket jar painted with pine, bamboo, and plum. Its body used Makang clay, its cobalt was Somali blue, and its origin was the Chuan period. The uncertain photograph from last night had become a direct, unequivocal reading. More entries followed with equal precision. A fine body, rich blue and white color, natural iron rust spots penetrating deep into the ceramic, and exquisite flowing brushwork. Then came the figures that mattered most: comprehensive valuation, 3.5 million yuan, authenticity, genuine. Lu Jun's narrowed eyes hardened with certainty. In person, the treasure was 10 times more striking than its photograph. Dust and grease veiled the surface, yet the rich blue and white decoration still carried the authority of Ming craftsmanship. Meanwhile, more than 10,000 viewers crowded into the stream, asking whether the humble-looking jar could truly be worth millions. Lu Jun aimed the camera squarely at the jar and named it for everyone. A Ming Chuan blue and white cricket jar painted with pine, bamboo, and plum. Chuan blue and white stood at the pinnacle of Chinese ceramic history, he explained, and its Somali blue pigment came through Zheng He's voyages to the Western Oceans. Li Chengfu refused to listen. As he moved to take the jar, Lu Jun intercepted him before his hand could control the treasure. Lu Jun's grip closed around his wrist with such force that Li Chengfu screamed. One sharp turn sent the man stumbling off balance and down into the dirt. Looking down at him, Lu Jun asked whether buying a 3 million yuan national treasure for 2,000 could possibly count as buying. Exploiting an emergency was vile enough. Cheating his own uncle out of life-saving money was worse. Li Chengfu clutched his wrist, humiliated but still shouting that Lu Jun was the scammer. Li Chengfu's next words betrayed him. He offered 5,000 immediately, then doubled it to 10,000, claiming the money could cover the hospital. Lu Jun did not even look back at him. The escalating bids only proved that Li Chengfu's talk of a worthless pickle jar had never been sincere. Lu Jun's voice softened. Since the hospital was pressing for payment, Uncle Li should find a sturdy cloth bag, wrap the jar tightly, and ride back to Jiangcheng with him at once. They would approach a reliable major buyer together, sell in person, collect hard cash, and take the money directly to the hospital. Tears streamed down Uncle Li's face, but Li Chengfu's eyes darted as a new scheme formed. He shouted that the jar belonged to the whole Li family, that nobody could remove it without his consent, and that he deserved half. If they refused, they would not leave the courtyard. Lu Jun laughed. Half? Was he even worthy? Still seated on the courtyard ground with his wrist throbbing, Li Chengfu insisted that blood made him worthy. He was Uncle Li's biological nephew. The heirloom belonged to the Li family, and Lu Jun was only an outsider. If necessary, he would summon the villagers and stop them at the village entrance. Lu Jun did not argue. He merely tilted the phone gimbal down. The livestream filled with viewers calling Li Chengfu a vampire, demanding police action, and announcing that they had already preserved the recording. Seeing himself surrounded by public witnesses, Li Chengfu lunged to cover the lens and suddenly complained about portrait rights. Lu Jun stepped back from the grasping hand and asked whether Li Chengfu understood extortion and attempted robbery as well as portrait rights. The amount involved was 3 million yuan, an exceptionally large sum. If Li Chengfu touched the jar or tried to detain them, this would no longer be an empty family quarrel. Extortion at that scale could mean more than 10 years in prison. Lu Jun continued, and attempted robbery also started at 10. One touch on the jar or one attempt to stop their departure could leave Li Chengfu spending the rest of his life working a prison sewing machine. His face drained white, cold sweat formed, and his calves began to twitch. Li Chengfu still complained that his uncle was siding with an outsider. That was enough. Shaking with rage, Uncle Li seized a broken broom and ordered him out. He would rather smash the jar merely to hear it break, he declared, than sell it to an ungrateful wolf like Li Chengfu. Li Chengfu dodged toward the gate, tucked his worn leather bag under one arm, and scrambled away while shouting that Uncle Li would regret trusting outsiders. When his retreating figure disappeared, Uncle Lee's broom dropped from his hand. He sighed that even blood relatives could become worse than beasts when money entered the picture. Jun gently patted Uncle Lee's shoulder. Wealth moved people's hearts, he said, and human nature rarely survived such testing. But ruining his health over Li Chengfu would help nobody. The urgent task was to liquidate the Chuan jar and pay third aunt's medical bills. Uncle Lee nodded through a choking voice. His wife was still waiting in the hospital. Soon the second-hand Wuling was carrying them along the provincial highway toward urban Jiangcheng. The cabin was silent. Uncle Lee sat stiffly in the passenger seat, both hands locked around the old bedsheet bundle and his eyes fixed on the road. Lu Jun drove one-handed and clipped the phone gimbal securely into place for the continuing journey. At the end of Guyan Street, Lu Jun led Uncle Lee straight into Jubaozhai. The antique shop was quiet, an abrupt change from the courtyard and highway. Uncle Lee remained close behind him, still holding the bulging bedsheet bundle that contained the multi-million yuan jar. Proprietor was reclining in a grandmaster's chair with foundations of ancient ceramics identification over his face. Footsteps made him lower the book and squint. Once he recognized Lu Jun, he sat upright with a warm grin, hurried forward, and greeted him as little brother, while his commercially alert gaze slid at once to Uncle Lee's bulging bundle. Lu Jun calmly corrected the informality left from their hurried previous deal. His full name was Lu Jun. The proprietor cupped his hands and answered that his surname was Sun and Jubaozhai was his livelihood. Now properly introduced, Boss Sun asked whether the elder had brought something good. Lu Jun pulled out a chair by the tea tray and seated Uncle Lee first. Lu Jun set the phone gimbal beside the tea tray so its lens covered the tabletop. He was not here to sell another damaged piece, he told Boss Sun. Then he reached for the knots around Uncle Lee's bundle. This was a major piece, one large enough that, if Boss Sun could handle it, he might take a long break from running the shop. Boss Sun's eyebrows jumped. What treasure could justify such a boast? With the phone gimbal still aimed across Jubaozhai's tea table, Lu Jun finished loosening the old bedsheet. Layer after layer fell aside, paying off his promise of a major piece with a surprisingly small, lidless porcelain jar. Dust and greasy stains hid most of its faint blue pattern, and its mouth had no lid. Boss Sun took one glance and almost sprayed his tea. Was this broken countryside pickle jar Lu Jun's idea of an early morning joke? The joke struck Uncle Lee much harder than the jar. His body trembled, his fingers pinched the corner of his clothing, and he searched Lu Jun's face for help. Lu Jun gave the mockery no answer. He simply reached toward the porcelain. One light wipe removed a thick layer of filth. Beneath it, blue and white glaze emerged with a deep, saturated richness. Lu Jun tapped the rim and answered evenly. A pickle jar did not deserve Somali blue. Boss Sun should look properly before deciding whether gloves were necessary. At the bends of those blue lines, metallic black spots caught the light. Iron rust spots. Boss Sun's half-closed eyes widened and his mockery vanished. He hurried behind the counter for gloves and a magnifying glass, returning to the jar as a serious appraiser. When the inspection ended, Boss Sun retreated to his grandmaster's chair and took a conspicuously tactical sip. Yes, it was old, he conceded, but lidless, damaged, and supposedly only a folk kiln imitation of Imperial Three Friends brushwork. Another buyer might offer 10,000, Boss Sun sighed. For Zio Lu's sake, he would be generous, 50,000. Uncle Lee's eyes lit up. That amount could pay his wife's medical expenses and still leave something behind. He leaned toward accepting. Before Uncle Lee could agree, Lu Jun's foot gave him a light warning kick under the table. Then Lu Jun laughed aloud. With acting like that, he told Boss Sun, the man was wasting his talent by not working as an extra in Hengdian. Folk kiln, Lu Jun pointed near the base. The body was Mankeng clay, fine, white, and translucent against light. In the Ming dynasty, that material belonged exclusively to imperial kilns. Ordinary people who dared use it could be executed. Next came the pigment. Genuine Somali blue was rich and vibrant, while its iron rust spots sank into the porcelain with visible indentations. Modern chemical imitations only floated on top. Boss Sun had studied those marks through a magnifying glass. Lu Jun knew he had seen the difference. Pine, bamboo, and plum were not careless folk kiln decoration either. Material, pigment, and workmanship all pointed in the same direction. Ming Chu and imperial production. Boss Sun's lowball had failed, and Lu Jun shifted from authentication to the reason he had chosen this shop. Lu Jun had brought Uncle Lee here because Boss Sun possessed the strength to take such a piece, and because it was a tremendous deal. Even without its lid, this Chuan Three Friends cricket jar could enter auction with a starting price above 4 million yuan. Lu Jun raised 3 fingers and tapped the table. 3.2 million yuan fixed. If Boss Sun saw profit, he could transfer it now. If he could not handle the purchase, or tried squeezing the price again, Lu Jun would take Uncle Lee and leave. Yangcheng had other collectors with that kind of money. Boss Sun fell silent. Producing 3.2 million in cash would badly wound his finances, but this was a national treasure-level Chuan jar. Cleaned and marketed for the autumn auctions, it could conservatively net him another 1 or 2 million. Uncle Lee stood completely dumbfounded. Back in the village, he had thought Lu Jun's talk of 3 million was only comfort for a desperate man. Now Lu Jun had demanded it to a dealer's face, and Boss Sun's tortured silence said the impossible price might be real. 3.2 million yuan demand hung over Jubaozhai. For half a minute, nobody spoke. Boss Sun stared at the dirty blue and white jar, his throat working, while Lu Jun leaned back and tapped the table as if he had all day. Boss Sun wiped his hands and called the price ruthless. He admitted the jar was xuand, then attacked its wounds. No lid meant decapitation, and grease had penetrated so deeply that one harsh cleaning could destroy the glaze. And he held up 2 fingers. 2 million yuan cash, the most anyone in Jiangcheng would dare pay for a lidless jar, he claimed. Uncle Li stopped breathing for a beat. Lu Jun only smiled and let Boss Sun's performance end. Instead of debating, Lu Jun opened an auction record on his phone. Sotheby's Hong Kong had sold a xuand Cloud Dragon cricket jar fragment, shattered into dozens of pieces and reassembled, for 12 million Hong Kong dollars. The comparison made the point for him. A missing lid was not the same as a vessel rebuilt from dozens of shards. Lu Jun would not surrender a genuine xuand treasure for 2 million. He rose to take the jar elsewhere. Boss Sun pleaded that haggling required room on both sides. Lu Jun stopped, but answered that he had already left enough profit to feed Boss Sun for 2 years. Encouraged that Lu Jun had paused, the dealer smoothed his gown and raised the offer to 2.6 million. Boss Sun warned that shopkeeper Chen across the street was even shrewder. Privately, Lu Jun agreed. On a multi-million yuan piece, Chen's price-cutting knife might be sharper. But admitting that would ruin his leverage, so Lu Jun remained expressionless and waited. Boss Sun took a slow, tactical sip. Auction houses could demand commissions, insurance, and catalog fees, he argued. If he tied up nearly 3 million in one incomplete piece and it refused to sell, the treasure could become the weight that closed Jubaozhai. Lu Jun had heard enough. Boss Sun still had ample profit, while Uncle Li needed dependable cash now. Lu Jun cut only 300,000 from his original demand, 2.9 million final. A deal meant signing immediately, refusal meant tea with shopkeeper Chen. Silence returned. Boss Sun narrowed his eyes and tapped the table until at last he exhaled. Wearing the face of a man accepting ruin, he praised Lu Jun's eye and negotiating skill. Fine 9 million yuan. Jubaozhai would take the jar. Boss Sun called the price the cost of making a knowledgeable friend and asked Lu Jun to bring future treasures to him first. Lu Jun joked that a few more such losses might make Boss Sun Jiangcheng's richest man. Smiling, they shook hands across the tea tray. The handshake had barely ended when the livestream exploded. Viewers counted the zeros in 2.9 million, mocked the nephew who had offered 2,000, and begged to become Uncle Li's new grandson. Lu Jun smiled at the frenzy, but the public part was over. He told the viewers that transfers and contracts were not convenient to broadcast, promised to see them next time, and decisively ended the stream. The roar of bullet chat vanished. Inside Jubaozhai, a spectacular public bargain became quiet business. Boss Sun wasted no time. He summoned an assistant to draft the antique transfer contract, then called his bank's priority manager to arrange the large payment. Before dialing, however, he looked from Lu Jun to the still-dazed Uncle Li. One trade matter remained. Boss Sun declared the sale official, then explained the old rule. Because Lu Jun had brought the seller and made the deal possible, he had acted as a middleman and was owed a cut from the total. Uncle Li did not know the jargon, but he understood the debt. Once he understood, Uncle Li would not be stingy. Lu Jun had saved his family heirloom from exploitation and turned it into urgently needed cash, so the old man favored the highest customary share, 20%, or 580,000 yuan. Lu Jun immediately refused to take that much. Lu Jun reminded him that third aunt was still in the hospital. Surgery was only the beginning. Recovery and nutrition would keep consuming money, and even 2.9 million could vanish frighteningly fast there. Uncle Li needed security after the crisis too. 10% was enough. Uncle Li refused. If Lu Jun took only 10%, he said the remaining money would feel like an unpaid debt and he would not sleep. They argued until Boss Sun stepped between their extremes, 15%. It would honor both men and prevent the bank's high-value window from closing. Lu Jun finally agreed. Uncle Li wiped his eyes and nodded heavily. The contract was completed and 2 arrival messages followed. Lu Jun saw 435,000 yuan enter his account and felt a surge of satisfaction. Uncle Li stared at his own long string of digits until tears fell onto the screen. With the transaction finished, Lu Jun and Uncle Li left Jubaozhai. At the street corner, the old man held Lu Jun's hand tightly, unable to reduce what had happened to an ordinary thank you. Lu Jun had not merely sold a jar, he had secured a path through his wife's medical crisis. Lu Jun's first impulse was not luxury for himself. He went shopping for a feast his mother would never buy on an ordinary day, loading his cart with quality ribs, prawns, and a plump mandarin fish. The profit from his words and judgment was already becoming something warm and tangible. At the health counter, he ordered 2 boxes of Tongrentang Premium Bird's Nest and 1 box of Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng. The saleswoman warned him, 3,800 yuan for each Bird's Nest box and 5,200 for the ginseng. Lu Jun simply opened his payment code. Wrap them up. At home, Lu Jun changed his shoes, set the beautiful gift boxes on the coffee table, tied on an apron, and disappeared into the kitchen. Vegetables were washed, scallions and ginger chopped, and oil heated. Soon, sweet and sour ribs and steamed fish scented the entire apartment. After 6, Tang Zilan returned from work and stopped the moment she smelled the food. In the dining room, she found glossy red ribs, a plate piled with prawns, and scallion-covered mandarin fish. Lu Jun emerged with 2 bowls of rice and pulled out her chair with his foot. "Mom, wash up. Let's eat." And Tang Zilan noticed the boxes. One look at the Tongrentang Bird's Nest and Wild Mountain Ginseng labels made her gasp. It was not a holiday, and the price looked like more than half a year's salary. Delight turned instantly into a frugal mother's heartache. How much money had Zio Jun wasted? Lu Jun reassured her that he could afford to care for her now. The day's news had already traveled. Even relatives silent for years had called Tang Zilan, praising how capable her Zio Jun had become. Her objections finally softened into a gratified smile. "All right, Mom will listen to you. My son really is successful now." After dinner, Lu Jun returned to his small bedroom. The Chuan jar had been sold, Uncle Lee had his lifeline, and Lu Jun's family had finally celebrated his success. But at exactly 8 o'clock, he settled into his gaming chair, tapped the start button, and went back to work. Normally, his opening 10 minutes drew no more than about 10,000 viewers. Tonight, the counter behaved like it had broken. The instant the notification went out, the number rocketed upward. In less than 3 minutes, it smashed through 50,000 and kept climbing. Bullet chat became a solid white flood. Lu Jun slowed it enough to read and found an ambush, fraud fighter, scripted jar, paid victim, boss son as a shill, capital-backed newcomer. One accusation after another demanded that the platform investigate him as a scammer. Lu Jun understood. Clips of him saving Uncle Lee's heirloom and forcing the Jubaozhai negotiation up to 2.9 million had been edited into irresistible short videos. Add labels like underdog counterattack, astronomical antique, and wicked relatives. Let marketing accounts repost them, and outrage would do the rest. He did not beg the newcomers to believe him. Lu Jun took the claims in order. First the supposedly scripted jar, then the accusation that Uncle Lee and boss son were paid performers. The appraisal, the negotiation, and everyone's reactions had unfolded publicly. Suspicion repeated by a crowd was still not evidence. Third to those saying capital is pushing me. Lu Jun lifted the phone and gave 50,000 people a tour of reality. Less than 15 square meters, peeling walls, no professional studio. If capital truly wanted him, he joked, he would be selling trash bags or cheap wine exclusive for the family, not teaching fraud prevention for free. The phone fixed again, Lu Jun stared into the lens. The antique trade was deep water, and his fraud busts had cut off people's livelihoods. Some trolls were merely chasing excitement. Others were likely paid by counterfeit sellers. Those dealers should spend their money on genuine goods, he said, instead of chemical-soaked industrial trash. His longtime fans immediately surged to his defense. And a connection request produced exactly the confrontation the chat wanted. A masked man appeared on the other side of the screen, sunglasses hiding his eyes and a wall of costly figurines behind him. He called the Chuan jar video a polished script with excellent extras and told Lu Jun that those tricks would fail against him. Chat screamed for a bloodbath, but Lu Jun refused to perform on command. He tapped the desk and cut straight through the theater. "Enough with the preamble, show me the item." The masked man reached off camera, returned with a brocade box and opened it with deliberate care. Inside lay a bright yellow metal sphere about the size of an adult's fist. Openwork patterns wrapped its surface, exposing intricate gears and tiny bearings within. When the masked man turned it, the mechanism answered with faint, precise clicks. Whatever its age or value, it had been chosen to look complicated enough to humble an expert. Masked man shoved the sphere close to the lens. If Master Lu was truly so amazing, then name it. And if he could not, or if he judged it wrongly, he should delete his account in front of tens of thousands of people and stop disgracing the antique circle. The room had come hunting for a fraud. Now it had a public wager. Public challenge continued without a break. Tens of thousands of viewers stared at the masked man's half of the screen as the fist-sized sphere gleamed yellow gold beneath his fill lights. Inside its brass openwork shell, tiny gears slowly meshed with precise clicks. Comments exploded with guesses. Steampunk machinery, a metal Lubin lock, some Kaiman Dungia mechanism, even a key to another dimension. To frighten viewers, its complexity looked expensive enough to be ancient. To the masked man, their uncertainty looked like victory. He shoved the sphere toward the camera and asked why Master Lu had suddenly gone quiet. Had the great expert finally encountered something too high-end to recognize? Lu Jun ignored the bait. He narrowed his eyes and calmly said the object was interesting. First, Lu Jun ordered him to stop shaking it, hold it steady, and turn it all the way around. The masked man snorted but complied. The slow rotation revealed brass, dense decorative patterns, gears of several sizes, and tiny bearings packed inside. And Lu Jun asked to hear it. The masked man brought the sphere to his microphone and flicked one of the larger gears. A buzz broke into a rapid chain of clicks. Lu Jun listened closely, treating sound as another piece of manufacturing evidence. Now the masked man supplied the legend. This was supposedly a miniature Western universal armillary sphere, a birthday gift German missionaries had presented to Empress Dowager Cixi. Its gears, he insisted, embodied elite late 19th century German watch escapement craftsmanship. Better still, he claimed a micro-carved treasure map was hidden inside, accessible only through a precise sequence of gear movements. If Lu Jun explained how to open it, he would send 10 carnivals. If not, Lu Jun had to bow, apologize, delete his account, and leave the antique circle. Everyone held their breath. Then Lu Jun burst out laughing. With writing that imaginative, he told the challenger it was a waste not to work in Hengdian on anti-Japanese dramas. When the masked man demanded an explanation, Lu Jun said his great-grandfather might have been scammed by the Germans. Lu Jun's gaze sharpened. The story did not survive the object itself. The sphere carried lathe-cutting traces visible even through the livestream. Its uniform, machine-made precision belonged to modern production, not the antique imperial workshop the masked man had described. Comments argued about ancient ingenuity and whether Europe might have possessed better technology, but sweat gathered on the masked man's forehead. He had paid heavily online for this trendy toy because its seller swore it was handmade precision machinery, and he could not bear to admit he had been fooled. He blamed video compression and accused Lu Jun of forcing the logic. Forget craftsmanship, he snapped. Did Lu Jun understand the mechanism or not? Lu Jun leaned back and crossed his arms. Fine. If the claim was a hidden treasure map opened by a special technique, they would discuss the mechanism. Lu Jun told him to turn the sphere over. The masked man obeyed almost automatically. Without hurrying, Lu Jun asked whether the center of its base held a hexagonal socket screw hole with a carved ring like a sun beside it. The man looked down and his heart lurched. It was exactly there. The exposed hex socket remained centered on screen. The masked man swallowed, forced his head up, and asked what was wrong with a screw hole. Perhaps the heirloom had broken, he argued, and his great-grandfather had hired a craftsman to repair it. To him, that supposedly proved its clear inheritance. Lu Jun laughed in exasperation and told him to check Beidou before inventing history. He tapped the table twice. The hex socket screw was patented by a German in 1936 and only entered large-scale industrial use during World War II. That date alone shattered the repair story. Lu Jun leaned toward the camera, his gaze cold. Empress Dowager Cixi had died in 1908. Had the man's great-grandfather traveled to Germany in 1936, collected hex screws, then raced backward through time to repair Cixi's late Qing birthday gift? The absurdity landed like a finishing blow. Livestream erupted. Viewers called it a double facelap from physics and history and joked that the great-grandfather was still fighting World War II. Behind his mask, the challenger looked ready to suffocate. But ridicule was not enough. Lu Jun pressed for the one test that could settle everything: open the sphere. His eyes darted. He hugged the metal ball to his chest and stiffened his neck. Open it merely because Lu Jun said so? This was a national treasure his great-grandfather had risked his life to protect. One wrong turn, he claimed, could jam the precise mechanism, shred the treasure map, or ruin the escapement. Growing bolder inside his own excuse, the masked man pointed at the camera. The sphere was worth at least tens of millions, he declared. Could a small streamer compensate him if it broke? A few viewers hesitated. Genuine antiques should not be dismantled carelessly. Lu Jun calmly reached for his thermos and took a sip. Lu Jun offered to cover the damage. He raised 3 fingers, 300 yuan. If the challenger opened the sphere before everyone, Lu Jun would pay that amount no matter how badly it was damaged, because 300 was its original price. The masked man froze, then exploded at the insult. Lu Jun's smile vanished. The insult, he said, was the challenger treating tens of thousands of viewers like fools. Then he raised the pressure beyond the toy's price. If opening it exposed genuine late Qing evidence, Lu Jun would put up 1 million yuan. Suddenly, refusing the test meant walking away from a fortune. But a bet had to run both ways. If the open sphere contained not even one trace of the late Qing period, Lu Jun wanted no bow, apology, or deleted account. The challenger would send 50 carnival gifts. That meant 150,000 RMB. The masked man went completely still as the trap closed. This was never supposed to happen. The masked man had only wanted to ride Lu Jun's popularity and build an expert persona by humiliating him. Instead, Lu Jun had recognized the toy at a glance and used a million yuan offer to force his hand. Now the would-be hunter was the one trapped before tens of thousands. He accused Lu Jun of bluffing. Had a small streamer even seen a million? Perhaps this was reverse psychology, trick him into breaking the national treasure, jam its mechanism, then buy it cheaply. And if Lu Jun defaulted, whom could he pursue? Each new accusation only advertised his fear of opening it. Lu Jun no longer bothered arguing. If the man was too scared to open it, he should simply admit it instead of hiding behind a great-grandfather who did not exist. Lu Jun leaned back, leaving the challenge hanging in the live feed. The sphere remained unopened, and the masked man had no credible answer left. Lu Jun left the million yuan challenge hanging, and the masked man answered by vanishing. His half of the split screen went black instantly. The chat erupted. He had run so fast that viewers joked even his gambling debt could not catch him. Most viewers saw the guilty conscience plainly. A stubborn minority still defended him. Perhaps he treasured his great-grandfather's heirloom, perhaps dismantling it would destroy a cultural relic, perhaps old machinery lost half its life whenever someone opened it. Lu Jun laughed at the spectacle. The man himself had fled, yet these people were panicking on his behalf. No talk of historical value could erase the modern hex screw or the industrial construction. The supposed late Qing treasure was still a roughly 300 yuan toy. And the audience connected the dots. The masked man was fraud hunter Brother Deyu, a big V with about 230,000 followers. By the time people found him, he had already changed his online skin, apparently hoping no one would recognize the expert who had refused a million yuan test. Lu Jun understood the panic. The man normally posted dignified lessons about avoiding scams, then promoted products to his followers. Today, he had brought a cheap industrial toy to extort a small streamer. If his fans saw that contradiction, his profitable expert persona might collapse. Chat renamed him Fraud Maker Big Faker and joked that his own videos must be scripted. Some viewers wanted to raid his latest post. Lu Jun chose something more useful. He asked whether anyone had recorded the call. The screen filled instantly with one answer: recorded. Lu Jun even supplied the headline. A 200,000 follower Big V brings a late Qing national treasure, refuses a million yuan wager and quits the internet at light speed. His rule was simple. Their stream did not seek trouble, but anyone using it as a stepping stone should expect snapped ankles. The next connection brought a completely different kind of suspense. A middle-aged woman appeared and immediately whispered for everyone to keep quiet. She was hiding in her basement, she said, having slipped down there behind her husband's back. Chat instantly imagined an underground meeting, hidden cash, or a keepsake from an old romance. Someone judged from her hairstyle that she must command the lead position at square dancing. Amused and newly curious, Lu Jun asked what kind of shady treasure required such secrecy. The woman nodded, growing more mysterious. She had watched Lu Jun's streams over the past few days and knew he possessed real skill. She did not trust anyone else, only him. Then, with the entire room watching, she began lowering her phone camera. This was no ordinary antique, she declared. However valuable an antique might be, it was still a dead object. Her treasure was alive. The livestream fell silent for one startled second. Even Lu Jun froze. He appraised old things, not mysterious living organisms. Lu Jun quickly drew a boundary. If she had brought home some rare wild animal, she should call the forest police. He would not touch that problem. The woman protested that it was not an animal. She could not explain it either. He would understand, she promised as soon as he saw it. Basement call continued without a break. As everyone demanded to see the living antique, Lu Jun leaned back and joked that perhaps she had raised a tortoise with oracle bone script carved into its shell. The woman scolded him for talking nonsense and lowered her phone. A red cloth covered the basin like a ceremonial curtain. Her gold-ringed hand carefully pinched one corner, then yanked it away. With excitement edged by fear, she cried, "Look!" Beneath it lay shallow water and a fist-sized gray-brown stone. Then the camera moved closer. Dense white hair coated the stone, each strand swaying in the ripples. The chat erupted. Mold, a white-haired zombie, even a severed head. Lu Jun's scalp prickled. He instinctively leaned away and looked off-screen. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Lu Jun asked her to stop shaking the camera. The thing was genuinely eerie, he admitted. At this hour, anyone might believe she was keeping the white-haired head of a water monkey in that basin. The chat became even wilder. The woman's explanation made the mystery no safer. She had brought the seaside find back despite other travelers wanting nothing to do with it. She wrapped it tightly in 3 black bags, buried it at the bottom of her suitcase, and lugged it all the way home. To keep her husband from discovering it, she hid the treasure in the basement. Nor had she merely stored it. Every day she replaced the basin water with purified water. From time to time, she even poked and groomed the white strands until they floated smooth and beautiful. And came the detail that finally broke Lu Jun. Her grooming tool was her husband's old toothbrush. Did the man know where it had gone? The woman waved that aside. With only a few teeth left, she said, he did not need a good toothbrush anyway. Unbothered by the chat's laughter, she fixed Lu Jun with eager eyes. Was this immortal treasure worth 800,000, perhaps a million? Tomorrow she wanted to display it at square dancing, seize the lead position, and put old Wang and the others in their place. Lu Jun swallowed, took a breath, and forced himself to study the screen. The system answered precisely. Item name, hair-growing stone with cephalodiscus attached. Material, a natural sea pebble and cephalodiscus tubes. Era, modern. Formation, natural marine life attachment. Next entries finished dismantling her fantasy. The object was genuine, but only as a natural, unusual stone. It carried no risk. Its comprehensive value was merely 300 to 500 yuan, not remotely the 800,000 to 1 million she had imagined. Special note supplied the truly unsettling answer. Cephalodiscus was a marine hemichordate. The white hair had not grown from the stone at all. It consisted of biological tubes that the tiny sea creatures had secreted and attached to the pebble. Ujun explained it plainly. Marine creatures had once lived inside those tubes. After the stone washed onto the beach, they dried up and died, leaving only their empty structures behind. Water softened the tubes and made them float. Once dry, they hardened again. Ujun sighed and his tone turned almost ominous. So every day, he concluded, she had been using her husband's toothbrush to groom a mass of dead marine creatures' corpse tubes. He paused over that image. It was, he admitted, certainly unique. Livestream chat exploded the instant Lu Jun called the white strands corpse tubes. Viewers imagined the caller's husband's horror, the end of her proud place in the square dance group, and the relief of old Wang and old Li. On the other screen, the auntie's triumphant smile froze. He pulled down her reading glasses and challenged Lu Jun he could not bully her merely because she lacked schooling. What kind of insect looked exactly like white hair? To her, the answer was obvious. Those strands had grown straight out of the stone's cracks. Ujun calmly took a sip of water. The organism was called Cephalodiscus, he explained, a member of the phylum Hemichordata. It survived by secreting chitinous tubes that anchored it to reefs. The apparent white hairs were those structures, not something the stone itself had grown. Instead of asking her to trust him, Lu Jun proposed a test. She should pull off one so-called hair and burn it. If it smelled like scorched hair or fingernails, she would be smelling burnt protein. Still doubtful, the auntie propped her phone aside and reached into the basin. Lighter clicked. As soon as flame touched the white tube, it curled inward and blackened. A pungent burnt odor spread through the basement. The auntie pinched her nose and retreated, her face turning greener as she cried that it truly smelled like burning hair. He hurriedly shook away the ash and stared at the basin with open revulsion. The chat boiled over at Lu Jun's seemingly bottomless knowledge. Yet his verdict had a qualification. Grotesque origin or not, this was still a natural strange stone, known among collectors as a Fakai stone. Money transformed the object at once. The auntie beamed, declared that her experienced eye had never been wrong, and mocked old Wang and old Li for failing to recognize a Fakai stone. If those two had rejected it, she decided, that only proved they were not destined for wealth. Rubbing her hands, she asked for the inside price. A genuine natural curiosity had to be worth a fortune, surely. She praised the smooth white strands, measured the stone for Lu Jun, then made a breathtaking leap. Could it cover the down payment on a city center apartment for her son? Chat stared at that leap from insect remains to real estate. Lu Jun gently told her a down payment would be difficult. Fakai stones were natural, but they were not rare along the coast. Supply was large, and scarcity created value. When supply rose, price inevitably fell. Her smile dimmed, but she bargained with reality. Could it at least buy a budget car? Lu Jun raised 3 fingers. Her eyes lit up at 30,000, then tried again at 3,000. No, the stone's actual market range was only about 300 to 500 yuan. There was still a way to cash out. Lu Jun said she could visit an antique market or a flower, bird, fish, and insect market and sell it to a strange stone vendor. The proceeds would not buy property or a car, but they could at least buy a satisfying meal of pork ribs. Few hundred yuan was not worth tomorrow's trouble. The auntie waved off the markets and chose a more personal use. Her husband had just installed a large fish tank in the living room. She would put the stone inside and let him admire those insect tubes every single day. Decision made, she lifted the stainless steel basin and prepared to go. She thanked Lu Jun. Without him, she would still be treating the thing as a priceless treasure. They exchanged brief goodbyes, the connection vanished, and the remaining viewers filled the room with laughter. Ujun leaned back, laughing, and praised the auntie for taking the result in stride. Odd stones found by the sea or in the mountains could make pleasant travel souvenirs, he told the audience. But hidden gems were rare, and collecting was no easy road to overnight wealth. With that warning delivered, Lu Jun turned back to the waiting applications. He invited the next person and voiced one simple hope. After a stone covered in empty insect tubes, perhaps the livestream would finally see a real treasure. Still hoping the long queue might contain a genuine treasure, Lu Jun moved his mouse and chose an applicant at random. A notification chimed, and the right side of his livestream switched to the next caller. The caller was barely in his 20s, yet he wore round sunglasses over a black windbreaker in the middle of the night. Behind him hung a bagua mirror, a peachwood sword, and yellow talismans, while an old brass compass waited on the table. Cupped his fists and confidently greeted Brother Lu under the account name. 18th generation successor of the Majin Zai. When Lu Jun questioned the sunglasses, the caller lowered them to reveal bloodshot eyes and solemnly claimed they protected his yang fire from nighttime yin energy. Lu Jun ignored the supernatural sales pitch and asked for the treasure. The caller produced a tattered family feng shui manual. The appraisal system dated it to the late Qing, valued it at only 500 yuan, and identified its real purpose as scientific prevention of cholera, typhoid, and contaminated water. Holding back a laugh, Lu Jun asked why someone with such a powerful heirloom needed an appraisal instead of simply arranging a formation and becoming rich. The caller's pride collapsed. He removed his sunglasses, looked miserable, and admitted that using the book was exactly what had brought him here. He opened the book to a dense Bagua diagram. Following its 5 ghosts' wealth-bringing array, he had designated smelly socks and unwashed takeout boxes beneath the dorm's right window as white tiger filth, then moved the water dispenser left to become the Azure Dragon's source water. And a southeast wind blew through the dorm all night. By morning, all 4 students had diarrhea so severe they could barely stand, and 3 were still receiving IV drips at the school hospital. The desperate caller asked whether he had arranged the wealth formation incorrectly. Lu Jun leaned back and began translating. This was not a wealth formation at all, but the plan of an ancient rural courtyard. The white tiger square marked the pigsty and dry latrine. The Azure Dragon's source water was simply the household well. In plain language, Lu Jun explained waste facilities belonged downwind and the well belonged upwind. The caller had instead let wind carry filth from his trash pile toward the dispenser. No occult backlash had struck the dorm. He had violated the most basic rule of public health. Caller refused to surrender. He hurried to another diagram, the Azure Dragon sucking water formation, and demanded an explanation. Lu Jun followed its curved line to the river outside. It was a sewage ditch designed to carry domestic wastewater away from underground water veins. Lu Jun had him turn again. Xuanwu bows its head. Mingteng is open and bright, meant solid ground behind the house for wind protection and open space in front for ventilation and clearing odors. With every calm translation, the caller's face darkened another shade. Eyed behind his open, tattered manual, the caller swallowed hard. His voice trembled as he finally asked the unbearable question. Was his great-grandfather's peerless feng shui inheritance really a guide to building toilets? The livestream chat exploded with laughter. Lu Jun stopped joking. He sat upright and told the caller there was nothing shameful here. As a folk document, the book might fetch no more than about 1,000 yuan, but the value behind it was greater than any manual promising dragons, treasure points, or mystical fortune. Lu Jun carried the audience back to the late Qing. Ordinary villagers knew nothing of bacteria or microorganisms. They only knew that dirty drinking water could bring cholera and typhoid, and then death would move through the settlement house by house, sometimes village by village. Explaining seepage prevention or groundwater pollution directly would have failed. Many villagers would neither understand nor listen. So clever folk doctors and other perceptive people translated sanitation into feng shui, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Safe distances between wells, pigsties, and dry toilets became rules people would actually obey. Lu Jun looked at the tattered book with open respect. Its authors had hidden practical knowledge inside language ordinary people trusted, not to deceive them for profit, but to keep them alive. The caller's inheritance was no peerless occult scripture. In its own way, it was something better. The caller declared that tomorrow he would buy a moisture-proof box, enshrine the manual at home, and pass it down. This was his great-grandfather's merit, not an embarrassment. Lu Jun nodded. Preserving it as a family memento was a good choice. Lu Jun pointed out a more urgent duty. The caller needed to clean the dorm's so-called white tiger position, throw away the smelly socks and takeout boxes, return the water dispenser, and open the window. Otherwise, his 3 roommates might finish their IV drips, return to the gas chamber, and conduct his funeral themselves. His face turned green. He slapped his forehead, grabbed his phone, and blurted that he had forgot. After thanking Lu Jun for showing him the way, he rushed off to sweep and take out the trash. The connection vanished before the livestream room erupted all over again. Chat declared that the great-grandfather had saved a village, while his unlucky descendant had nearly wiped out a dorm. Yet viewers also admitted they had learned something. Lu Jun asked them not to laugh too hard. Many ancestral sayings wore a supernatural shell around a practical warning. Consider the childhood warning against cutting nails at night. Before bright electric lighting, a tired person working in dim light could easily cut flesh instead. A calm safety lecture might be ignored. Tell a child that clipping at night would cost them their soul, and fear accomplished the warning's purpose. The audience suddenly understood. One viewer admitted that staying up late had once ended with a bleeding toe. Another supplied a second example. Bronze mirrors under dim, flickering oil lamps could distort a face so badly that a nighttime reflection looked ghostly. Lu Jun's viewers were beginning to uncover the logic themselves. Lu Jun offered another childhood memory. When visiting relatives or the old family home during festivals, hadn't elders warned everyone never to step on the threshold, or bad luck and lost money would follow? Viewers remembered beatings and tales that the threshold was an ancestor's shoulder. Lu Jun nodded. This taboo had a very realistic economic basis. Threshold debate continued without a break. One viewer guessed that long robes made people trip, break their front teeth, and lose money on dental care. Lu Jun laughed at the vivid theory, lifted his cup, and said the real answer was less dramatic, ordinary physical wear. Ancient homes had neither cement seals nor modern security doors. Wealthy residences, ancestral halls, and temples therefore used tall thresholds made from good solid wood. Their height blocked wind and dust, stopped storm water from entering the rooms, and kept stray cats, dogs, and rats outside. Even hard wood could not withstand an entire family's souls forever. Day after day, feet ground down the same central spot until it became visibly sunken. Once the doors closed over that depression, a gap remained below them, admitting winter wind and rain while weakening insulation and security. There was no quick hardware store patch. A carpenter had to dismantle the mortise and tenon door frame, measure the opening, and make a replacement from scratch. The wages, wood, and labor cost a fortune. Calling every careless step bad luck was an efficient way to stop children from literally wearing away family wealth. Lu Jun next asked why the dead were traditionally kept at home for 3 days before burial. Supernatural guesses flooded the screen. He shook his head, and his playful tone turned serious. This custom, he explained, was a helpless safeguard from an age when medicine could not reliably confirm death.